Hello, hello, hello. How y'all doing? Hope you have a nice Thursday, whatever your time zone may be. For anybody new here, hi, I'm Adrian Solf. I also go by Cards. I'm your vampiric casino owner. Around the casino, what do? We usually cover indies, talk about ttrpgs. I also, check out game series and on occasion just chill out and have some fun time playing some RPGs here and there because I do love RPGs in general. Now, to clarify a few things, why do I focus on indies? Because indies are the ones that are taking risks, innovating, trying new things, and keeping the industry fresh. So the best thing we could do is basically, show support in any way we can. My way of doing it is playing them on stream, talking to them about them, and having them featured on my channel as part of it. And if you want to know more details about it, you can use the command indie. Tells you all the information about when I'm doing those streams and at what times, as well as a link with all of the more popular storefront pages where you can get the indie as well as the previous indies that I've covered on the channel. Aside from that, I also, as I mentioned, check ttrpg stuff. I like to go through systems, talk about them, have maybe some in-depth discussions here and there, and just general discussions of ttrpgs. My stream, which usually happen either today, like I'm doing right now, or tomorrow at a more later hour-ish, depending. And this is also kind of a platform where anybody here, if they want to talk about anything ttrpg related, be it the system that I'm covering or something completely different, you can do it. This is an open platform for anybody to have, ask for advice, have discussions, or just simply vent about stuff that happened in or they are planning for their campaigns, in case you have nobody else to vent to. Because believe me, as a game master, I know the struggle and wish to tell others what you're planning. So you can use this as a way to vent if you wanna. But yeah, I think aside from that, as you probably can see here, I'm also pushing for that good old affiliated the requirements. Currently most of it is covered. I just need to reach that kind of viewership average. So yeah, most of the stuff that I've planned, has already been done, or it's in the works. One of the others, the special streams are done, but as I mentioned, once I'm officially affiliated, I'm gonna have like a special affiliated stream, and also my schedule is gonna change a bit. It's gonna be a bit more consistent, and probably overall slightly, you'll see me a lot more often than usual. So yeah, that's kind of one of the benefits. And of course, if I get some extra stuff in the meantime before I reach affiliated, I'm gonna do some additional things. As you can see mentioned here, I have a playlist. So every time I get like 5 new follows above 50, I add a new song to the playlist. It's currently like 3 songs. Oops, I just messed the command because I'm that good at writing. There we go. So if you are into music or enjoy the vibes, you can check that out. And as I mentioned, I currently, just for the sake of being a goal on the on Twitch, I had to have like the 75 follower goal, where I'm probably gonna do like an extra long special stream. I'm gonna think about it as I get closer to that number, what exactly I'm gonna do. But yeah, that again, you should not necessarily feel forced to do it. If you like the stuff that I'm doing and you wanna show support, I totally appreciate it. You just being here, lurking, chatting, whatever, can already be more than enough. So I appreciate it anyways. But anyhow, I think we should probably jump into the topic at hand. But just quick disclaimer, because this is something I'm required to do. And I do want to show credit where credit is due. Daggerheart is a product created by Darrington Press community gaming license. The open beta materials are owned and copyrighted by Darrington Press. This product is based on the public game content created and owned by Darrington Press, the Daggerheart Open Beta Materials, which you can find them at daggerheart.com. I'm gonna also put the link here so you can have it accessible. But at the same time, you can also find the like digital compendiums in similar fashion to D&D Beyond or other kind of system like that on Demiplane. So if you want something a bit more condensed and a bit more user friendly and not necessarily a list of PDFs, you can check out Demiplane, which is where I'm gonna look through most of the system changes and most of the compendium stuff, because it's a bit I prefer how it's organized there personally. But yeah, another thing before jumping into the actual topic, thing that I always do, in case somebody is new here and doesn't know too much about Daggerheart, Critical Role has an how to play Daggerheart like overview video that I'm always doing it at the beginning of the stream. So at the very least, even if there is somebody new here, we get at some limited, we are basically at some level of knowledge at the very least, an equal, so you know, nobody comes here completely blind. So yeah, I'm gonna let this video run kind of as a quick warm-up before we get into the discussions, and you know, I'm gonna interject occasionally here and there and have some of my own perspectives. Of course, I'm not gonna stop at everything, just because as I mentioned before, I'm doing this for every Daggerheart stream that I've done so far. So you know, I've already talked my head off when it comes to this video. So yeah, but you know, let's just jump straight into it. Also, let me just full screen first.
Hey everybody, my name is Matthew Mercer.
And I'm Spencer Stark.
And we are inviting you here to this video to learn how to play Daggerheart, a new RPG that is currently in development.
So before we get into the basics, we just want to remind all of you that this game is now currently in open beta. So things discussed in this video may change, shift, go away, be added to, and that's part of the process of making a game.
Indeed. To learn more and even join our open beta playtest, go check out daggerheart.com. So dive in, break the game, tell us what works, what doesn't work, what you love about it, what you hope to see added, and tell us all that through the official Daggerheart open beta surveys.
The more people who play the game, the better we can make it. So jump in and help us break this thing, because we are so excited to build this game with you and not just for you. So please play often and submit those surveys so we know what you like and what you don't.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'd always like to stop here and to also make my own mention. Yes, do break the game, do test it out, do stress tests, do anything wacky and possible to find like exploits or anything unusual about that. Because it's immensely valuable for a developer, a game developer, be it digital, physical, or anything in between, to have this kind of information, because no amount of internal playtesting or QA testers would get to the amount of data and volume of testing that, you know, full-on public testing could do. So yeah, do if you have the opportunity to play the game and play the system, do try it out and fill those surveys and test it as to the best of your own abilities, because you never know what you might find out that, you know, it could be or could not be intended for the system itself. And as they have also mentioned, they want this system to be something that not only follows their vision, but also follows the player's vision. So it's something that both the creators and the players would enjoy.
So Daggerheart is a fantasy tabletop role-playing game that sort of blends the narrative and the like crunchy together.
Yeah, I like that it helps facilitate gameplay that is both theater of mind, if that's your preference, but also easy enough to also play it more tactically and to use maps and minis like I love to do with our sessions.
The game doesn't really stop down when you're doing combat. You just kind of continue to play the way you do throughout the entire rest of the game. And so everything flows in and out of itself. So it allows you to really focus on the story that you all are telling. And
deeply customizable character creation and development process throughout the mechanics of the game.
It is a long-term campaign game, so it runs over the course of 10 levels, which gives you plenty of fodder to be able to play a year-long campaign with, if that is something that you want, but could also jump in and play a one-shot or a couple of sessions, and works just as well for that.
Yeah, one of the things you can really expect from Daggerheart is a game that gives you tools, if you want to use them, to rapidly create in-depth characters that have dynamic relationships with the other players and characters at the table, as well as an opportunity and tools for the GM and the players to build a world together. You can make and play or run a game as deep or as shallow or as simple or as robust as you want to. And the intent of Daggerheart is to give you all those tools at your disposal and teach you how to implement them in your game, so you can kind of pick and choose what it is you enjoy about this, or run the full gamut and go all in. Now let's get into the basics of Daggerheart.
Yeah, from what I've seen so far and what I've covered so far of the Daggerheart, that's basically it. Yes, it's overall the systems are easily approachable, the rules are simplistic enough, but have the potential, or already they are given the depth necessary to have it a bit more, you know, add some complexity, some interactivity, and at the same time customizability. Yes, as I mentioned, it actually jumps really, from what I've seen, it jumps really neatly between, you know, role play, exploration to combat and that kind of thing, because combat is a lot more open-ended. It's kind of more of a player side, game master side, and it kind of flows quickly in between. And it doesn't have a lot of the kind of rigidness and strictness that maybe, let's say, D&D or maybe some other systems, even like World of Darkness. They don't really play into the whole like initiative, like, you know, when exactly every player starts or that kind of a thing. It's something that's a lot more open-ended to everybody. But of course, because of its simplicity, it leaves room for you to add that kind of more easy to grasp, or at the very least some elements to help you kind of transition. Because for the combat, for example, I think they even offered you like an optional rule to actually add a turn-based element to the combat, in case, you know, you still are getting used to it and maybe you are transitioning from a system that uses turn-based combat and that kind of a thing. So it's a lot more free-flowing from what I've seen so far. Yeah, it is yes, it allows you a lot of customization, a lot of options to kind of create more in-depth, like both worlds and characters, with guidelines and how to, you know, create add interesting elements about your own character, as well as interesting relationships between the characters that you have in the party. So it even offers you guidelines like, hey, here's a set of questions that you can offer the other players and give you an answer for them, and based on those answers you are building a relationship between the two of you.
Duality dice are sort of the bread and butter for Daggerheart. They consist of 2 different colored 12-sided die, your hope die and your fear die. Now you choose which is which, and for us, we're using this brighter colored one as our hope die, and this kind of darker red colored one as our fear die. Anytime
your GM asks you to make an action roll, you'll roll both your hope die and your fear die, and you add them together along with any relevant modifiers represented by little tokens like this.
You know, the tokens can also be coins or beads, or you can just do the math in your head, but it helps to have these little representations right there next to the dice you rolled to do the quick math.
Then you tell the GM your result, along with whether your hope die or your fear die rolled highest. For example, let's say Travis is playing Bertrand Bell and is making an agility roll. He has a +1 to his agility trait, and he ends up rolling a 9 on his hope die and a 4 on his fear die, plus the 1. He'd add all that together and then tell the GM that he got a 14 with hope.
Yeah, now if a 14 meets or beats the difficulty decided by the GM, he succeeds on his agility roll, and he also gains 1 hope for rolling with hope.
Every time your hope die is higher, you gain a hope, which is a liquid resource your character can spend to aid allies or activate special abilities.
Now, sometimes your character might have an experience that you could further modify an action roll in their favor. Like maybe your character has Haggler as an experience when trying to negotiate with a shopkeeper, or expert herbalist when looking for medicinal plants in the vicinity.
So you can spend a hope before the roll and describe how that experience helps you, and then add its value to your roll. You add it all up, and if it meets or beats the difficulty score, you succeed. But your hope and fear die influence what happens next.
Indeed, if you succeed with hope, you get what you want, and you gain 1 hope. You can spend that later on. But if you succeed and roll with fear, you get what you want, but it may come with a consequence or add a complication. Additionally, the GM takes a fear token, a liquid resource that the GM can use to affect the story both in and out of combat, but we'll cover that later.
If you fail with hope, you don't get what you want and will likely face consequences, but you still gain a hope. And if you fail with fear, you don't get what you want and you may suffer major consequences. Additionally, the GM takes a fear token.
Now lastly, if you roll doubles on the 2 dice, you get a critical success, which means you get exactly what you want, you gain a hope, you clear a stress, and possibly some other cool benefits alongside it. Well, now that we've explained the basics of the duality dice, let's lightly skim the character creation process.
Yeah, overall, I really like the hope system. It's really interesting. I like this kind of it's a 2d12, which I think it's a bit more unique. I don't think I've seen personally a system that utilizes d12s as the main die set that, you know, for determining like outcomes. To those, you know, maybe a bit more familiar with some of the more popular, crunchier-ish games like Dungeons, like D&D and Pathfinder and those kind of things, It's, if you want like a reference, it's kind of in that ballpark when it comes to like results and what you expect as roll numbers, because you know, result wise it's kind of there, because it's just 2d12 instead of a 1d20, which, you know, math wise it's not too far away, and there's simplicity of the modifier of how you have modifiers and that kind of a thing. It keeps it at a pretty lower approachable number. I do also like that, you know, the bonuses are just a straight up just +1 modifier, and they even offer you this kind of novel advice of, hey, whenever you're rolling, just add some kind of tokens that represent each modifier as a +1, which you know, those tokens could be something neat that could be about your character, you know, like let's say for example, if I was like a character, maybe I would have like some kind of token chips or that kind of a thing while I'm rolling. So, you know, you basically have all of the numbers there you need it in front of you, and you don't have to like glance away from dice to reference a sheet or something like that and basically lose yourself in the math. You have it everything there in front of you, so it's a lot more approachable. And of course, the more interesting part is the system of rolling with, you know, with hope and fear and this kind of a thing, which of course is opens like technically a 5 tier if you count the critical, a 5 tier like amount of success, critical success being the best one. And it also has those kind of like, you know, you succeed with complications, which the game has already kind of advised when it comes to succeeding with complications, is that it shouldn't necessarily be something about like you know, something existing. Maybe you can add the complication. The complications shouldn't be something meaningless. It should be like, I think I saw like an interesting example. You're convincing like a pair of guards to go gambling, so just they are distracted or they are moved away from a location. But, you know, maybe you roll with complication, your you know, success with complications, maybe here in this case you succeed with fear, is, you know, those guards ask you to go gambling with them. Which basically, it is a complication in the sense that, you know, all of a sudden you as a you and your party loses a member. You're separated now and have to deal with your own issues. Maybe you now have this kind of side story thing that you have to deal with while, you know, the rest of the party does their own thing. And that kind of a thing. It always has to be something impactful and something that kind of changes a bit in the scene. It can't just be meaningless. If it is meaningless, it's not a complication.
For a deeper dive into character creation, check out our Daggerheart character creation video where I sit down with Travis Willingham and make Bertrand Bell, which is linked here.
But for the purposes of this video, we'll give you a brief overview. Our character classes are Bard, Druid, Guardian, Ranger, Rogue, Seraph, Sorcerer, Warrior, and Wizard.
Indeed.
Every class has one or more class features, which are spells and abilities that are unique to each class. Like the Rogue, for example, has a thing called Cloak, which allows them to move into a space where no enemies can see them and be effectively invisible as long as they don't move or attack.
Each class also consists of the meeting of 2 domains, which are like symbolic themes. Through these 2 domains, you pick and choose what abilities you want for your character by taking domain cards at character creation and every time you level up.
These domains are Arcana, the domain of innate or instinctual magic; Blade, the domain of weapon mastery; Bone, the domain of swiftness and tactical mastery; Codex, the domain of intensive magical study; Grace, the domain of charisma and enchantment; Midnight, the domain of shadow and secrecy; Sage, the domain of the natural world; Splendor, the domain of life and death; and Valor, the domain of protection.
So, for example, the Bard calls upon the charm and magnetism of the Grace domain, along with the lore and magic of the Codex domain. And if you want to cast a spell from a domain card you have, typically you'll have a spellcast roll. This works just like an action roll, but uses your spellcast trait that you can find on your subclass foundation card.
In Daggerheart, your base character traits are Agility, for things like sprinting, leaping, and maneuvering; Strength, for things like lifting, smashing, or grappling; Finesse, which is used for like hiding, tinkering, or fine motor control; Instinct, which is for like navigating, perceiving, and sensing; Presence, for charming, deceiving, and performing; and Knowledge, for analyzing, recalling, comprehending. You begin with a standard array of traits, which you can increase as you level.
Now let's talk about hit points and stress.
Yeah, overall, let me see, where can I find, there we go, the list. Yeah, overall it kind of covers what you'd expect out of fantasy setting. To be fair, again, it is, I am calling fantasy, but in the way, from what I've seen so far out of it, the way it's kind of, the game is kind of structured, it could probably easily be adapted into some modern settings. You know, the concepts themselves could be interestingly reflavored, because it doesn't have like heavily thematic themes. I mean, yes, it has some fantasy themes because it is a fantasy system, but it has some leeway there. And you know, as you can see here, it basically covers kind of the general themes. In some cases they have been split, in some cases they have been somewhat melded, or like split and melded. For example, the Seraph is quite obvious for those who again are familiar with maybe with D&D or Pathfinder or other systems that kind of have this kind of distinction. It's a meld between Cleric and Paladin. You have both options as a playstyle within that class by being differentiated as different subclasses. And another interesting thing that I've seen is the Guardian and Warrior, which is an interesting split but at the same time combination between the themes of the Barbarian and Fighter, because technically both of them have elements of both, but you know, Warrior is a bit more with the tribalistic kind of mentor, kind of skilled fighter, but with some elements of the Barbarian, with kind of the ruthlessness of the Barbarian, while Guardian has more of that kind of tankiness, that kind of you know, unmovable object that both the Barbarian has, but at the same time with some of that martial prowess that you can find with the Fighter. While the other ones are a bit more, you know, across the board what you'd expect from the fantasy settings. The thing that I also really like thematically is the domain stuff and the domain cards, and how each class is represented by 2 domains. And interestingly, each domain has kind of like a thematic or for a system like a theme. For example, like the domain of Bones is a bit more the tactical focus. It has a lot more options when it comes to like mobility, putting the battlefield in your own advantage. Grace is a bit more resource management in it, but in an interesting way. It's more about like mitigating the amount of resources that the game master can obtain, specifically the fear resource. It limits how much fear you generate in a session, while also having stuff like, you know, the codex being kind of have this kind of element of because there are 3 types of cards. There are the ability cards and the spell cards, which is something that you'd encounter in all of the domains here. Spells are required, you know, to do spellcast rolls, while abilities are more like something any kind of class or character that has it available can do it without any kind of spell modifier. But Codex has a 3rd type special to it, which is called Grimoire, which is basically a list of spells that you have available just with 1 card. So it kind of plays into that idea that as someone that is a bit more studious has basically access to more abilities. So yeah, I've seen some of that kind of events. I found it really interesting how they kind of split in and can create interesting synergies between them and combinations. And even because yes, you have two domains per class, but at the same time, if you open yourself and do some multi-classing, it can even open a lot more than that, because you now can additionally access one new extra domain, or maybe 2 domains depending on which multi-class you choose. And then, you know, jumping into the ability system, into the traits, as they call them, or similar to the ability scores. Of course, extremely simplified. They nothing like in Pathfinder or D&D, or maybe some other system where it's multiple type of numbers like ability scores and ability modifiers. You just have the modifier bonus, which is the one that is always more important and simplified. At the same time, they give you kind of references in which each trait applies, because compared to other systems, you don't have skills. You have something called experiences, which is a bit more of a broader concept of skills. It's basically you mention an experience that you have, and that should probably detail the situations in which your experience can apply. Of course, the experience cannot be something too broad to then be kind of apply in such a way that it basically applies to every situation possible, but at the same time it is recommended not to be extremely specific, so it doesn't become niche or some kind or extremely situational. So you kind of have to strike that kind of balance with it, and you know, the traits kind of go in that similar idea. They give you like a broad idea which each trait is used for, but it doesn't hard set you in like, Like, for example, how in D&D the constitution is only about concentration and this kind of thing, or like strength was about athletics, or like dex, it's about, you know, stealth, finesse, stealth, sleight of hand, acrobatics, and those kinds of things. You don't have like distinct elements. You have some leeway. And they also split it a bit more neatly, as for example, agility and finesse being kind of this kind of separation of dexterity, where agility is a bit more macro while finesse is a bit more micro in what exactly they each of them focus. And even on the kind of combat side of things, all of the stats are used almost equally. Like not just in spells, you can encounter them in weapons. Like you have weapons that utilize instinct or utilize presence, even knowledge, because in Daggerheart you don't have anything, as you don't have the cantrips, you don't have like constantly usable spells. Most of the spells require hope, which is a limited or resource that you can constantly gain and lose as the combat flows. Your so-called cantrip is your weapon, which, depending on what kind of class you are, it could be a physical damage weapon or a magical damage weapon. And magical damage weapons are only available to spellcasters, which that usually represents your cantrip. You're always basically something that you can always rely on. It's always your kind of backup option in case you're out of resources and can't use any of your existing abilities or spells.
In Daggerheart, a character's overall health is represented by a number of hit points, which you'll find on your character sheet in the form of several blank boxes. When you're faced with incoming damage, you will fill in or mark a certain number of these hit points based on your character's damage thresholds. So if you take minor damage, you mark 1 hit point. For major damage, you mark 2 hit points. And for severe damage, you mark 3 hit points.
Whenever you take damage, you simply compare that damage amount to your character's damage thresholds and mark your hit points accordingly. For example, if a rogue at level 1 has 15 damage coming at them, that would be just over their severe damage threshold. So they would mark 3 hit points.
If you ever take damage below your minor damage threshold, you take a stress instead of damage. Now, stress is also a resource that your character can endure to carry out certain uncanny feats or class abilities. But you gotta be careful. If you should ever need to mark a stress, but you can't because they're all marked, you mark a hit point instead.
Evasion represents your ability to avoid being hit by an attack. So when the GM makes an attack roll against a player, they roll 1d20. They add any modifiers and see if the result meets or beats this number. If the attack hits a player, the player can choose to mark armor slots to reduce the incoming damage by their armor score.
For example, let's go back to our level 1 rogue that has 15 damage coming at them. If they have an armor score of 3, like if they have leather armor, they could choose to mark one of their armor slots and reduce that damage to 12, downgrading that severe damage into just major damage. This means they mark 2 hit points instead of 3.
They can always choose to mark more than 1 armor slot if they need to reduce the damage by more as well. And you can, of course, get those armor slots back, but you have to do it by repairing your armor during downtime. We'll cover that in just a little bit.
Now let's go ahead and talk about Game Master stuff.
Okay, so overall, I really like, I think I can find one that covers all of it. Yeah, I really like the kind of the hit point system that it covers, because it has a lot of more interactivity and a lot more choices in it. It's not just a simple thing of rolling a dice, determining if it's a hit or a miss, and then just doing some numbers and doing a bit of math. It has some elements of choice in it, but at the same time some elements of some aspects that have been simplified. As mentioned, you have the evasion, which is basically that's your threshold, not your armor, which can be affected by armor depending, but it's something a bit more generic. And it's and it also class specific, but it can be altered by armors and other abilities that you might have access to. Once the hit or miss is determined, you roll the damage number, which is basically more used as a reference for how much hit points you lose. And this is kind of which is kind of something I really like, because it is no longer just this kind of like math games where you have like 100 hit points, you lose 25, you remove that, you gain 13 back, you add that back. You don't lose yourself into the numbers. Those numbers are just a reference more than anything. Quick note though, this video is around the first open version, like the version 1.2, I think it was called at the beginning of the game, and the minor has been changed. Initially, minor damage has been 1 has been changed in version 1.4, has been changed to 1 basically, and now the comparison is above. So anything in between minor and major is 1 hit point, anything between major and severe is 2 hit points, and anything that is severe or above is 3 hit points. And anything that is minor, it no longer affects stress. It just basically it's insignificant damage, which means that you don't lose any hit points and you don't lose any hit stress. And because of it, they just hard set it that minor is 1 hit point, meaning that, you know, if somehow through some kind of damage reductions you go below 1, that means that you didn't take. But there was a few classes that offered you the option to increase minor, basically now offering you this kind of weird interesting gap where basically you could be full-on immune to lower damages. You are no longer affected by it. And from what I quickly looked at the changes, they've even improved it further to now also be something that can be increased past, even to as an option to be improved as part of the level up for any class, not just specific classes, because I think it was available for the Guardian, and I think also maybe the Warrior as kind of an element that could have changed, and I think maybe also the Seraph. I forgot which domain. There were like 2 domains that affected the minor and basically increased it to allow you to basically take no damage at certain lower number damage numbers. So yeah, but of course we're gonna go a bit into that details as we're checking the changes. Another element, I do like the armor stuff, the armor system, the armor score as being this kind of damage reduction system, but as a resource, so you can have this kind of strategic moments where you choose where to lower the damage you receive or not, and you know, depending on it, how much hit points you have, and having this kind of as a resource, as well with stress. Although from what I've seen, stress, the way it's kind of designed, it doesn't push too hard to become this kind of risk reward element as much as I initially expected to be, because it was mentioned that once you're out of stress and something else requires you to take stress, you then take damage in hit points. I would have personally liked if they would open the possibility to still utilize abilities that require stress even at max stress at the cost of a hit point. That could have been interesting in my opinion, but overall, but you know, that can be something that you can rule out for yourself and add it as kind of an additional homebrew rule if you think like it adds some interesting risk rewards elements. I personally, I would probably add them myself and think of some kind of method where it's not necessarily abused or not necessarily can be or basically in a way that players could easily jump into it and kind of get themselves into a bad situation because they overused it without thinking too carefully about their resources. Because of course I don't also want to make it into a possibility that basically the players kill their characters you know, unknowingly, basically almost instantly. So yeah, but again, that's something that's a case by case basis that every game master can choose whatever they want to do with it.
So, setting appropriate difficulty values for your players is a time-honored tradition for many game masters. And when it comes to Daggerheart, a general good rubric to follow when setting difficulty values is a range of 5 being very easy, like extremely easy, up to 15 being your standard average difficulty, all the way up to 30 and more being nearly impossible.
You should also be aware of the circumstances surrounding action rolls because they may grant advantage or disadvantage. For example, maybe you're attempting to lift a broken carriage out of a muddy ditch in the pouring rain, and if that's the case, the GM may impose disadvantage on the strength roll to do that. This situational modifier is represented by including 1d6 with the action roll. With advantage, you add the sum of the d6 to the roll. If you have disadvantage, you subtract the value from the roll instead. Always remember that at any time, a player can give another player advantage on an action roll by spending 1 hope and describing how they're aiding their ally.
Now let's talk a little bit about how combat works.
Okay, so just real quick, as I mentioned before, because they talked about difficulty values, where is it? I think it's here, yeah. As I mentioned, because the 2d12 system kind of gives you the ballpark results similar to the 1d20 system that Pathfinder and the d20 system that a lot of other systems use, it kind of makes sense that the DC references are kind of identical, especially because Daggerheart doesn't push too heavy on a lot of modifiers, and most of the modifiers don't really go into big numbers. Like, you know, you have your experience that can increase to like maybe like a 3 or a 4, something like that, And then you also have like you have your traits, which go up to like maybe a 5, something like that, depending. And maybe here and there you can add some extra bonuses to your roll, but it doesn't go too crazy in the numbers game. So it makes sense that it's kind of the same. The reference is similar to the D20 system, and at the same time, it's a good way to transit for any new like game master that's trying a new system. This could be an interesting like transition system for them, because at the very least, some of the rules and logics they were applying in those D20 system games, they can apply it here. And you know, with the advantage and disadvantage, I kind of, as a note, they reverted back to this with the 1.4, because initially they changed it. They removed the D6, and instead of that, they basically said that whenever you gain an advantage or a disadvantage, you re-rolled your hope die, which was kind of an interesting and I think with the advantage, you were allowed to choose which of the hope die you wanted to keep. Mostly they allowed you this option in case you jumped into the possibility of rolling a crit. So basically you could still keep your crit, even though the dice number would have been lower. It allows you to kind of, you know, play into the crit, which I like that option. Here, I'm not sure exactly how it would have worked, which is probably why they kind of reverted back, because I don't think they made the mention if you could have chose for disadvantage. Like, for example, because reroll would have, rerolling with disadvantage would mean getting the lower amount of dice, but if you rolled into the crit, that means that you got the crit. So how exactly that would have worked? So they probably removed that to revert it back to the adding a d6 as an advantage, as to avoid all of those kind of weird situations. How exactly do you rule it? And you know, the advantage and disadvantage bonus kind of plays a bit into the flat roll increase, because for those who use D20 systems know that a flat increase that represents advantage, disadvantage usually is represented as a +5, because you know, if you do the number crunching and math, basically advantage would basically mean that you just add a +5 to your whatever bonus, a flat +5 bonus instead of a reroll. So that's basically in the same ballpark, especially considering that the system itself uses like similar DC references as a D20 system. It kind of makes sense they use a D6 as a die to reference advantage.
Combat in Daggerheart is designed to be a free-flowing narrative experience with minimal stop-downs and a multitude of possibilities for theater of the mind and map-based conflict.
When you want to make an attack, you'll first ask the GM if it's in range of your weapon. So melee range means that you're within touching distance of the target. Very close is anywhere from like 5 to 10 feet away, or the shortest length of a game card when measured on a map. Close is between 10 and 30 feet, or about the length of a standard pen or pencil. Far is between 30 and 100 feet, or the length of a standard piece of paper. And very far is between 100 and 300 feet, or anything beyond the length of a piece of paper that's within the scene.
If it is in range, make an action roll and add any relevant modifiers. If the roll meets or beats that creature's individual difficulty score, it hits. Now simply roll your damage dice and add their values together.
Creatures also have minor, major, and severe damage thresholds, just like player characters, and a variable amount of hit points and stress, but they don't have armor or evasion scores like player characters.
Now for you GMs out there, if you're rolling to see if a creature hits a player character, you simply roll a d20, add the relevant modifiers from that monster's sheet, and see if it hits that player's evasion score. If it hits, roll for damage, and the player determines if they'll spend armor slots to reduce it, or how many hit points they have to mark thereafter.
Now, if your players are entering into a combat that will last for more than 1 or 2 turns, your GM may place an action tracker on the table. When an action tracker is out, players add a token to it whenever they make an action roll. Players will continue to make action rolls in combat until they fail and/or roll with fear, which then allows the focus to shift to the GM to make what's called a GM move.
Now, a GM move is literally just the GM taking a turn. So after a player rolls with fear and/or fails an attack roll, the GM then has the opportunity to spend any number of action tokens from the tracker and activate that many enemy combatants. So all those turns the players took in succession now have turned into resources for me. After the GM turn is resolved, play then passes back to the players.
Anytime, GMs can also spend 2 action tokens to gain 1 fear token. Remember those? How every time your player characters roll with fear, the GM collects a fear token? Well, here's where they factor in. At any point during combat, a GM can spend 2 of the fear tokens accrued during a session to make a GM move without needing the players to roll a failure or with fear.
Additionally, GMs can spend fear tokens to activate special abilities of adversaries, or generate action tokens for themselves, or make particularly big and dramatic GM moves.
If things go really bad in or out of combat, character death in Daggerheart is a real possibility, but the system offers players 3 options to choose from when the character marks their final hit point.
The first option is called Blaze of Glory. This option lets your character, you guessed it, die in a glorious and heroic fashion, where they take 1 final action that will be an automatic critical success before passing into the great beyond.
Then there's the ever-popular Avoid Death and Face the Consequences, where your character drops unconscious and cannot take any actions until they get at least 1 hit point back. When this happens, you roll your fear die, and if it's equal to or under your level, you gain a scar, which means you permanently cross out one of your hope slots.
And finally, there's Risk It All, our personal favorite, I believe, which leaves it all up to chance. You roll your duality dice. If your hope die is higher, you stay on your feet and clear an amount of hit points and or stress equal to the value you roll on your hope die. But if your fear die is higher, you immediately cross through the veil of death. Now, if the duality dice are tied, which once again is a critical success in Daggerheart, you don't just stay on your feet, you also clear all of your hit points and stress, renewed and ready to go right back into it.
Now that we've covered all the stuff you can do in combat, let's touch on some of the stuff you can do during your downtime. Range means that you're within 2 feet or...
A thing that I really enjoy about the combat is that I've seen it's a lot more free-flowing. You kind of jump into it. There's no like a lot of restrictiveness. It allows you to kind of cooperate with your party, do interesting like synergies and that kind of thing. It even has a few rules here and there where you can basically tag team and do additional you know, roles to benefit yourself and kind of cooperate, and it kind of encourages cooperation and you know, teamwork, which is really neat. One of the things I do want to mention is I really like that in many cases the system itself offers you guidelines that kind of play into the makeshift theme that the TTRPGs usually are. That idea that, you know, everybody basically uses whatever they have on hand as reference, and having the ranges being basically referenced as, oh, you know, a piece of you know, a piece of a card, or, you know, a simple pencil, that kind of thing. I really find it neat, and it basically tells you that you don't have to be fancy about it. You don't have to do all of these kind of crazy things of, you know, creating like immersive maps or have all these kind of like reference tools or whatever. You can just simply have a piece of paper, a pencil, and just go with whatever it is in your imagination. You don't have to go overboard with it. Of course, if that's an aspect of it that you personally enjoy, yeah, go ahead, do it, but it should never be the requirement. It's just it's a nice to have bonus if you are able or can do it. And, you know, as mentioned here, one of the things that I do enjoy about it, and now kind of talking a bit about the hope and fear system, hope overall it's kind of this, as mentioned, a liquid resource. Basically, it's something that you gain and lose almost constantly, so the game even tells you and encourages you, like, use it as often as possible, because it's very likely that you're gonna gain it back in some way soonish, or at the very least you're gonna have party members that can help you gain it back in some way. So there is no need for you to be too restrictive in using it. But the more interesting part of it that I see is the fear part, as it kind of created, because it's this interesting like built-in system, something that I like to call, and it's which in the kind of the video game side of game development, it's known as dynamic difficulty, basically meaning that depending on how the player performs, that's how well the adversary or the game itself responds back, which here is represented by the amount of successful actions taken by the group. So, you know, the more successful the set of actions there are, the more, you know, the more then the game master responds back with multiple attacks, special abilities, or special environmental effects that they can utilize with fear. And at the same time, fear token can also be like an in-the-moment balancing thing. Like if let's say even if the party doesn't necessarily do this kind of insane numbers, but the game master realizes that, okay, I wanted to create this kind of challenging encounter, but they don't really, up until this point, they didn't really face too much of a challenge. They you know, dealt with their problems really easily. So I'm gonna utilize this resource that I have to basically increase the challenge in the moment. So it's also an interesting kind of help tool for the game master to kind of improv and add the challenge on the go, and not just something that they basically have to roll with it in the moment and later on be like, okay, next time I have to think of it and make it more challenging. No, you have a tool built into the system right now that you can use now and here and now, and make sure that, you know, the combat is challenging and it feels rewarding. Again, challenging and to basically feel like it's earned, not necessarily about killing the players. It should never be about that. It's never the game master versus the party. It should be something that the game master offers challenges. The game master should wish for the party to succeed, but at the same time, yes, the game master should make the party feel like they've earned that success. It can't just be constantly a breeze. Of course, you can play into the power fantasy, but again, this can be a group dynamic and a group something that can differ from group to group. Certain groups may like to have continuous power fantasy. Other groups may not want that at all, or some just may want the mix. Like they might want to have like moments where they see themselves as you know, characters that have evolved and already become more powerful. So maybe they have a few encounters here and there where they basically wipe them. Mop the floor with their challenges, but then the next room over, basically they are basically pummeled to the fucking ground and have to rethink their approach and make sure like, oh wait, this is actually dangerous, so we could actually have problems here, so we should be careful how we think about it. And thirdly, what which is again connected to combat, the character dev options I really like, because it's not a thing of, because the way the game plays around with it, it's like, okay, it's not one, you have these three options and the game master or the players chooses, or the players makes one mandatory for all. No, this is a list that is constantly available to everybody. You can choose whatever feels right in the moment for you to use. If you feel like your character's, you know, if you feel like, you know, in the moment this is a good conclusion for your character, a good moment for your character to pass on, or you just simply maybe no longer feel excited about this character and want to try something new, maybe Blaze of Glory is your option. It'd be like, okay, I want to, you know, close the chapter with my character. I feel like this is this way is a good way for my character to end it, basically by basically being off in combat. Avoid death and face consequences, of course, it's kind of the safer options, although it is mentioned in the rules. Once you're out of all of your hope slots, because with each removal of hope, once you're at 0 hope, your character by narrative and mechanical options is basically kind of required to retire, because now first and foremost mechanically they can no longer use their hope, which hinders them from using any ability, and secondly, which is kind of implied in how you kind of frame it, you lost hope. Your character no longer has hope in this adventure and all this kind of thing, so they wouldn't necessarily have that kind of drive anymore. So this could be an interesting thing that can slowly build up to a character basically moving out of the scene, but not necessarily through death. This is more of a kind of a poetic death. It's more of a death of like, okay, I'm no longer an adventurer, I'm still around, but I can no longer assist you in these kinds of situations. And risk it all, of course, it's just the option for that anybody can choose. Be like, okay, I just want to leave it to the dice gods and let it up to chaos, and let's see what RNG tells me today that's gonna happen. Which is again a really interesting option in case you just simply want to roll with whatever you got, because there are some players, myself included, where, you know, I roll with the punches. I go with whatever I roll, that's the result I got, that's what I'm going with it. I don't really complain about. Yes, I can, for those who've seen my hunter sessions, yes, I am annoyed when I roll bad, but I'm not gonna be like, this game sucks, or I fuck this character sucks, or whatever. No, I realize, F it, I rolled bad, but oh well, I'm gonna continue. I'm not gonna be here like, oh, I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm just gonna try it again, or just do something different, or rethink my strategy. But I'm not gonna be like, this game sucks, or I suck, or whatever the heck. It's just the dice. It's just a die. It's just a physical or digital kind of plastic thingy that rolls on the table and tells me a number. I'm not gonna be mad about it.
When you take a short rest in Daggerheart, you can spend about an hour doing 2 of the following options.
You can tend to your wounds or another player's wounds, clearing 1d4 hit points. You can blow off some steam and clear 1d4 of your stress. You can spend time mending your armor or another person's armor and clear 2 marked armor slots. Or you can simply spend the time preparing yourself for the path ahead and gain a hope.
If you're able to make camp and relax for a few hours, you can take a long rest and choose 2 of the following. Clear all marked hit points, clear all marked stress, fully mend your armor, clearing all marked armor slots, or do this on an ally. You can prepare and gain 1 hope, or you can choose to prepare with 1 or more members of your party and instead take 2 hope each. Lastly, you can work on a project. It takes a substantial amount of time, like deciphering an ancient codex or crafting a new weapon. The GM will assign this project a countdown, and each time you work on this project, you tick down that countdown until the project is complete.
Now, when you're at level 5 or above, during a long or short rest, you can swap domain cards in your loadout with any domain cards in your vault. This is useful because you can only have 5 domain cards in your loadout at a time, but you really don't have to worry about that until higher levels anyway. I think that's it.
I think that's all.
I think that wraps up our quick and dirty overview of the Daggerheart.
Yeah, this overall wraps it up. Just to quickly go through it, I like that the both short rest and long rest offer you these kind of options of how to clear your resources, and kind of plays into this idea that you're never gonna be at 100% just through 1 short rest or 1 long rest, depending on what happens. If you are in this kind of more gruesome and grueling kind of encounters and scenarios, and that utilize a lot of your resources, this option kind of really removed that issue that I've seen with some d20 system, where basically resting brings me back to 100%, and it's not really, it doesn't feel as risky. Of course, the game master can play a bit into it and be like, okay, you are long resting in a dangerous location, it's gonna be at a risk, you might encounter the challenges, you might encounter enemies in the meantime while you rest, and you might not gain the benefit of that rest if somebody interrupts you from it. And at the same time, let me just think, was it? Oh, here it is. And I also like that, for the long rest, it even gives you some options of be like, hey, if you have something that is that requires like kind of like a timer, or something that can be worked along multiple sessions with multiple long rests, they basically, from the very get-go, they kind of give you a guideline. Okay, if there is like a project that the character is working on, maybe utilize the long rest as a way to tick down that project. They even give you like some kind of guidelines in how exactly you can time it. You basically can set like a specific counter that could be determined by your die. For example, you can use a d20. Let's say it actually is 20 long rests. So, you start at the 20, one long rest happens, you just move the die face to a 19, and so on and so forth. And of course, the more complex the project is, you can also add more things to it. Maybe you can add some checks here and there to basically figure out if the project progresses or not, or maybe if it just moves back depending on the result, and all those kinds of things. So it leaves you room to play with it, and it gives you like the foundation, the baseline on how to think about it, and then from that point on you can build upon it. And that's kind of the theme with most of the system. And they even, so yeah, I find it really cool because it's simplistic, but it with a lot of room for you to add more to it, to adjust, to modify, to improve, to improve in the sense of altering it to your own liking, altering to this type of game that you want to play. It has that possibility. It offers you that room to do it. It's not restrictive. I haven't seen anything that feels too restrictive to me to the point where I feel like I probably would prefer something from a different system or use a different system entirely, instead of just simply be like, oh, well, this is a good start, it's not necessarily in the direction I want to go, so let me just quickly change it, or maybe add something additional to it so it goes more in a direction that I prefer to run as a game master. And maybe at the same time, maybe also my players would prefer that as well. But anyhow, I think that would probably cover, as I mentioned, the general basis and overview of Daggerheart. So let's jump into the current changes that have happened with the version 1.4 that has been received, I think, a few days ago. I forgot exactly at what date we got the changes, but it was recently, it was this week. So yeah, I'm gonna initially go through this. I'm gonna go up to the point where I kind of covered everything, because I've looked into most of the character creation stuff. I've looked into how to play the game as a player mostly. It has some game master kind of perspectives here and there, but today I'm also gonna check out the how to run the game as a game master kind of chapter. So whatever changes happen there, I'm not necessarily gonna go too much into details because now it's the first time I'm actually covering it, so I'm just gonna cover it completely with the changes already in play. And after that fact, we'll see, because there are some elements here and there that we can still probably look at in future streams. Maybe we can look at how exactly the enemy system works, like how the monster stat creatures are and that kind of a thing. Maybe there might be some other elements here and there we can check. I'm gonna let some stuff unchecked, like for example the adventures and that kind of a thing, because just so you know, I'm not here to reveal everything and spoil everything that is part of this game. Especially if some of you may run the game or be players in a Daggerheart game right now, or you know, because I'm also considering it myself to at some point either to run it or to play it myself. I'm still thinking about it, exactly how to do it. So yeah, I just want to mostly cover elements about how the game functions and runs and what are my perspectives on it more than anything, and not too much into the how exactly, you know, what exactly are the world building elements, the adventures, that kind of a thing. Those are things that I'm probably gonna offer an opinion later down the line, maybe when I play them, when I run them myself, that kind of a thing. Yeah, let's just jump into it now. So yeah, as I mentioned, this section covers all of the changes since the last version update. But as a reference, some changes may be permanent, while others may be just a kind of a comparison to their to other mechanics that they might have considered. They might have done something that it's usually called like A/B testing. Maybe you have like you have two things that offer you like two. Basically, let's say you have two mechanics that offer like two different results, but you as a designer don't necessarily know which one would fit best, because you see both the pros and cons of it in a way or another. So you just let it to A/B testing and see how both as a player and other players as well, both you as a player and other players themselves receive these mechanics on their own and make an informed opinion based on their feedback. So usually the way you do it is one playtest you just run with one of the options, and then in a future playtest you run with the other option, and based on those two you then make a finalized decision. As it was mentioned here, they reverted back to the D6 advantage disadvantage die. Initially in the version 1.3 they used the option of basically re-rolling your hope die as a way to represent advantage and disadvantage, which I'm considering, this is just my speculation, probably one of the issues they run into is because they had a clarification rule when it came to advantages. When you rolled your hope die, you were able to choose which one to keep in case you were rolling a crit, even if it meant it was a lower roll than your actual initial hope die. But I think it then probably jumped into the issue, okay, would you also apply this rule for disadvantage? Like, would you apply this kind of requirement, like you roll with disadvantage but your roll cannot be a crit? So basically if the lower roll was considered a crit, you do not apply it and keep the higher roll, which then at that point it's not necessarily a disadvantage anymore. So it probably, they wanted to remove that kind of confusion or the possibility of adding additional disclaimers and complicating it further to just simply, okay, we're just gonna revert back to the D6, which can be an addition or a subtraction of your current result instead of a reroll. Apparently here they mentioned like actions have like some further clarifications. I'm probably gonna check into it later down the line. On the introduction stuff, they mentioned that the rulings over rules have been clarified. Ruling was over rules. It was probably they made some clarification mentions about, because ruling over rules talks more about the idea that, you know, the rules here are not overly the script. in Daggerheart. They more kind of give you a reference, so it's up to you as a game master as well as to the common sense of the players to be like, okay, just because the rule doesn't tell you specifically up to what point this applies doesn't mean that you can apply it indiscriminately. I think they gave you the example that there was like a grappler feature that allowed you to basically move a creature close to you or move an object close to you, but it didn't mention any kind of size or kind of, you know, or size or weight descriptions or like limitations or anything of that sort. But at the same time, as a game master, it would probably be advised if the player is utilizing the grappler as a way to, let's say, I want to basically remove the wall or move a big chunk of a boulder or something like that. You as a game master should probably be like, okay, just because the rule doesn't mention a limitation, I'm not gonna offer you a ruling where you can do it. I'm just gonna be like, okay, I'm just gonna give you something a bit more reasonable and within common sense. So that's kind of the aspect of it. And with the flavoring of the game, I'm guessing they offered more mentions in how exactly you could adjust certain effects and elements of your character to better reflect maybe a thematic or maybe an aspect of your character. There also mentions later in some other chapters where if you are creating a character with disabilities, how exactly can you interpret them and add elements to basically make sure that, you know, you are not actually hindered. You can still utilize the features that you obtain as your character within the same effect as any non-disabled and as any abled character. With Adversaries, he adjusted the flavors and mechanics. Adversaries now have two features. Mix Adversaries allow you to mix and match these features. Okay, so now they basically allow you to, because yeah, I've seen a few Adversaries here and there where they have you two options and some of them didn't. So I'm probably gonna, I saw it like lower in the list. All of them were like, all of the cards were like mentioned, but actually maybe I should just simply jump into it. So actually, let's see. So for the clank, which are like the this kind of like robotic ancestry, you now have purposeful design. Decide who you were created by and for what purpose. Choose an experience you have that reflects this and increase it by 1. So yeah, you can this one is the same one as before. You gain an additional experience, which is a +2, and you also have efficient. When you take a short rest, you can substitute a long rest move for one of your short rest moves. Oh, interesting. So you can benefit from one of the long rests benefits as part of your short rest. That's neat. Demon, which are basically kind of like the fiends, not fiends, the tieflings of the system. You'll have Fearless, which I think it's the same as before. When you roll with fear, you can mark 2 stress to make it roll with hope instead. And you also have Dread Visage. You have a roll to intimidate a hostile target. Oh, I think they removed the mention that it cannot be a demon, because initially it was like you can do it to any ancestry that is not demon, but now it's just generic, I guess. Dracona, which are kind of the dragonborn and draconic, like half-dragon race. It can be like a mixture, because again, the system allows you to basically kind of play into it however you prefer. Like they mentioned that, you know, you can be kind of anywhere in the scale of you know, of a draconic race. You can be like more dragonborn style, like full-on draconic, or you can be something more like half human, half dragon. So we have the elemental breath. You choose a type of elemental breath, and then you can use this breath to a group of target that's in a very close range, treating it using as an instinct weapon that deals d8 damage using your magic damage using your proficiency. Yes, you choose the damage type, but at the same time it doesn't really matter, because in Daggerheart the damage types are separated into 2 types: physical and magical. There's no like fire damage, ice damage, lightning, slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, that kind of a thing. It's just physical damage, which is usually represented by normal weaponries, and magical damage, which is represented by spells or like magical items. And also you have scales. Your natural scales as a protection increase your armor score by 1, which is nice. dwarves, you have increased fortitude. You can spend free hope to halve the incoming physical damage. And you also have thick skin. Whenever you permanently increase your proficiency, also increase your minor threshold by the same amount. Nice. So they kind of play into this kind of if hardy type of character. So now I see that minor threshold is kind of also something that's affected by ancestries. I don't think I've seen it before, especially with the last change that they've done in 1.3. And I've saw mentioned that, which I'm gonna talk as we're gonna get to it, that our minor threshold can be also increased by default with any class, meaning that multiple classes now can play into this kind of idea of having a slower damage threshold that basically does no damage to them, which kind of plays into this idea of being kind of this kind of more resilient character. And then we have the Elven race. You have Celestial Trance. During rest, you can drop into a trance and make an extra downtime move. So whenever you're taking a short rest or a long rest, you can choose 3 options instead of 2. And you also have quick reactions. You can mark a stress to take advantage on a reaction roll. Reaction rolls are mostly, in most cases, are basically you reacting to some kind of attack, kind of like the saving throws, that kind of a thing. It's not necessarily you don't really have options here like in D&D where you have like attack of opportunities and that kind of thing. You might have abilities that would open reaction rolls, but aside from that, you don't necessarily have some like baseline reaction rolls from what I've seen. Fairy, which are kind of this kind of like fey, small winged creatures. You have wings. You can now fly. While flying, mark a stress before an adversary's attack roll to increase your evasion by +2 against that target. Oh, so I think they now made it default, because I think initially it was something that was limited, that you can activate using a stress. And you also have Luck Bender. Once per session, when you or an ally in close range make an action roll, you can spend free hope to reroll the duality dice, but you must take the new result. Yeah, kind of like a halfling luck type of kind of a, not really halfling, more like kind of the luck feat from D&D. Also really neat that you can now fly is basically default, and you have, and it's more about kind of being a mixed feature, mixed result. Kind of not necessarily being more about like an evasion, kind of like a damage mitigation option. Then you have fawns, which are kind of like a satyr type race. You have leap. You can easily leap up to close range across a gap or chasm without using an agility roll. And because in the system, basically up to like close range, you can make movements without any agility roll. Anything that goes from far to very far range requires an agility roll for you to get there. And I'm guessing here it also kind of mentions that anything that is within close and very close range still might that requires a bit more of an body exertion, would probably still require an agility roll, but you as a fawn would not necessarily need it. Then you also have kick. On a successful attack, you can mark a stress to kick yourself off the target, adding 2d6 to the damage and pushing either them or yourself into melee range. Yeah, basically, I forgot exactly what was the ruling for the melee stuff, for the unarmed attacks, but basically I think you add a proficiency and you do like a d4 damage, from my understanding, and I think you choose between, I think strength and agility, I forgot exactly. So basically you add the 2 additional dice to it, to that kind of unarmed attack. And also I like that it kind of gives you the option either pushing yourself or the target out of melee range, which is kind of also an open ruling depending for the DM as well, for the game master. In case maybe the creature is a bit too large or harder to move, they can offer you the possibility, okay, you weren't able to push the creature, but at the very least you can push yourself. Then you have Furbolgs. You have naturally calm. Whenever you should mark a stress, roll a d6. On a 6 you do not mark it, which is kind of a really good option in case you have a lot of abilities that require you to do a stress. And you also have charge. When you succeed on an agility roll to move from far and very far range into melee with 1 or more targets, you can mark a stress and deal 1d12 physical damage to all targets. So basically it's kind of like a bold charge attack, which is really neat. So yeah, I have something a bit more utility and as well as something more combat this kind of like combat option. You also have Fungriel, which are basically kind of this kind of lichen race, which I thought that was like really cool. You have the Fungriel network. You can make an instinct roll with a DC 12 to speak with others of your ancestry across any distance using your mycelial array, kind of playing into this kind of hive mind concept. So they kind of brought it back, but you know, I think initially it was probably removed because it was really utilitarian, like really vaguely specific, and probably in many ways it felt niche. But now, because you have like 2 features per class, they they thought, I think, to bring this back and also keep the dev connection, which was the replacement of the Fungriel network in 1.3. While touching a corpse that died recently, you can mark a stress to extract one memory related to a specific emotion or sensation. I think I think they changed it. I think it was something else initially. I think it was something a bit more combat related. I forgot. I think it was. You were gaining like a hit point or something like that. Then you have Galapa, which is kind of like a turtle tortoise type race, depending. You have the shell protection. When your shell provides a natural shield, you can add your proficiency to your armor score, which is something that was still part of it even beforehand. And also you now have slow and steady. During your combat, you can make an attack roll with advantage by placing an additional token on the action tracker. Oh, I see. So basically, at the cost of giving the game master an additional resource, you can do your own actions at a higher chance of success. Neat, kind of a risk reward kind of choice. Then you have giants. You gain an additional hit point slot at character creation, and you also have reach. When you wield the weapon, its range is increased to very close. I think this one was added because I think this one was the initial one, if I remember correctly. But yeah, basically, again, going to this idea that, you know, giants are like this kind of like big, hardy creatures that, you know, roam the hills and mountains of most fantasy settings. Then goblins, you have danger sense. Once per short rest, you can mark a stress to make an adversary re-roll against an attack. Reroll an attack against you or an ally within very close range of you. And you also have sure-footed. You ignore disadvantages on agility rolls. Ooh, that's actually really interesting. I don't think I've seen something that allows you to ignore disadvantages or something like that. That's kind of cool. And also having this one kind of like a cool kind of protection ability. Then Hufflings, you have Youthful Spirit. At the beginning of each session, you give everyone, you know, party hope. And you also have Little Lucky. When you roll a 1 on your hope die, you can re-roll it and must take the new result. Although, well, actually no, you can re-roll it. So if you roll a critical, it's still up to you to keep it or not. So yeah, that's totally fine. That was like initially, it's basically the Huffling luck, this one. But I do like it that they also offer you this option of, here, have a next, everybody has a die. So it's not just them being an insane class when it comes to rolling, but at the same time still give some benefits to your body. Humans, they have high stamina, so take an additional stretch slot at character creation, which is nice. They basically open you to a lot more ability uses. And you also have adaptability. When you fail a roll that utilizes your experience, you can mark a stress to re-roll, and you must take the new result. So yeah, it kind of plays nicely into those two options. Katari, which are basically cat folk from full-on anime like cat boys, cat girls, to full-on furries. I mean, let's be honest here. You have Feline Instinct. When you make an agility roll, you can mark a stress to re-roll your hope die, and you must take the new result. And you have Retracting Calls. You can make an agility roll to scratch a target in melee range. On a success, they become vulnerable. Ooh, interesting. It's more of an ability to add a condition more than anything else. So basically, you can now take advantage basically all attacks are at advantage up until the game master's turn, where they basically can remove it, probably if I remember, utilizing a fear token. And also orcs, you have sturdy. When you use armor, you roll a number of d6 equal to your armor slots. You should mark for every result of 6. You don't mark an armor slot. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. So basically, if you also utilize more than one armor slot, and basically you roll as many d6s as you roll armor slots, and if you are lucky enough, you can maybe even mitigate to not utilize no slots at all and still mitigate the damage. You also have Tusk. After making a successful melee attack, you can mark a stress to also gore the target with your tusks, adding a 1d6 to the damage roll. Damn. And playing dirty. You also have Ribbit, which are basically frog people. Oh my god, look at this boy. Look at him. He's so fancy. You have Amphibious. You can breathe and move underwater just as easily as on land. And you also have the long tongue. You can use your long tongue to grab things close to you. You can also mark a stress point to unleash it as a finesse close weapon that does d12 physical damage using your proficiency, which is pretty hard hitting, to be fair. But honestly, but at the same time, it's at the cost of a stress point, which doesn't really allow you to use it after the fact. Also, you have Simia, which are kind of like this more kind of like monkey and ape race. You have Natural Climber. You have advantage on agility rolls that involve balancing and climbing. And you also have Nimble. Your evasion score by default is increased with an additional 1. So this has nothing to do with your armors or anything like that. It's basically a baseline increase. And then, yeah, as they mentioned again, you have the mixed ancestry. Now, you know, when you take a mixed ancestry, you can basically choose one of the two options from each ancestry you have to kind of have this kind of combo option, which I really like, because I think I've mentioned it before in the when I was covering the more in depth the ancestries, that it would have been really neat if all of the classes would have been as featured. They would have had like equal amount of features, so you can have this kind of pick and choose between the mixed ancestry, so you have this kind of interesting combos with your characters, because at the end of the day, they're not like extremely overpowered. Maybe you can make some cool synergies here and there, but you know, to be fair, if your player wants to play into that, let them be. I don't think would be malicious enough to actually cause a problem. But yeah, I like overall the changes for the ancestries, and I like this idea that it basically also adds some additional benefits for the mixed stuff if you want to be a lot more custom. Now, Minor Threshold Guarding now has a Minor Threshold of 3, while Warrior and Seraph have a Minor Threshold of 2, and Minor Thresholds can be raised as a leveling up option, which is really neat. Let me see. I think I'm actually gonna check the Bard to see the character creation, to see what exactly it mentions for the Minor Threshold. But basically, it tells you that, you know, these kind of more hardy, tankier classes now have a damage threshold where they don't take any damage in any way, because they also don't mention anything about bringing back the stress feature. So yeah, that's neat. So let's see. Actually, yeah, Bard has a change rally feature. Let me look at the rally before jumping into the character sheet. So once per session, you describe how you rally the party as they head into the fray. Give them each of your allies a d6 rally die. Anyone with a rally die can spend it to roll it, adding the result to an action roll, reaction roll, damage roll, or clearing stress equal to the rally die result. At the end of each session, all unspent rally dice are cleared, and the rally die you distribute increases to 1d8 at level 5. So it has a baseline improvement without getting into like subclass improvements and that kind of a thing. I don't remember exactly what was different to the last one. I think the clearing stress one might have not been it, or something different, or maybe the mention with the unspent rally. I don't remember for sure, but overall feel it's mostly the same because the action roll, reaction roll, damage roll, that was part of it, I'm pretty sure, since the beginning. It was a d6 from the beginning. Yeah, I don't remember. I probably have to look back into it and check it out. But I also want to check the character sheet. Let's view it in full size. Oh, it's mentioned as an increase of, as a separate, like, minor damage. You have it as basically 1 or 2 options. Yeah, you have it as a 1 option at your first tier, then you have it as 2 possible options at your upper tiers, which is totally fine. And yeah, and also an additional mention that I didn't yet get to it, but I saw it as I was quickly looking through the changes. Now, whenever you jump into the new tiers, your proficiency is increased by 1 by default. Aside from, I think increasing it further, because I think you can also do that still. Let me see. Oh yeah, you can do it starting from level 5 and 8. Which I think it's a lot nicer, because I think probably one of the issues that the game had is you had a lot too many options when it came to that you had for increasing stuff, and proficiency being such like a crucial stat for a lot of the characters, especially the martial ones. They probably would have focused with their resources in increasing their proficiency. So having their proficiency at the default of, I think 4 would be 4. Or yeah, at a default of 4 by level 8, it's nice without even jumping into the additional increases. I think it's a lot better because it also shows you that you're increasing power by default, not just in damage resistance. They added guidelines for beast forms and modified the beast form feature sheet and the features and shit at druids. Okay, let me check. So, beast form, you mark a stress to transform into a magical creature of your level or lower from the beast form list. While transformed, you can't use your equipment, cast any spells, but you gain the features, attack trait, and armor score of the creature. Using the beast form for details on these statistics, you can drop out of this form at any time. When you mark your last hit points or stress, this form automatically drops. Okay, so now let's look at the list. What exactly? Added guidance for beast form and modify the beast form sheet. So I'm guessing this was not part of it initially. When you use a beast form, you choose a category of creature of your level and lower. At the game master's discretion, you can describe yourself as transforming into any animal that reasonably fits into that category. Though you can't use your equipment spells while you transform, you can still use features or abilities your character has access to, such as wild touch class, your wild touch class feature. So yeah, abilities and features are still available to you, so you can make some interesting synergies with either your current class features, or in case you multi-class, maybe with some of your multi-class features. The beast form list divides the creature category by level. Each entry includes the following details as seen in the Agile Scout example above. You have the creature category. Each category's name describes the common role or behavior of the creature in the category, such as Agile Scout, which is then followed by a few examples of animals that fit in the category, as mentioned here: fox, mouse, weasel. You have the character trait. While transformed, add the listed trait bonus to your relevant trait, so basically your trait is improved. For example, when you transform into an Agile Scout, you add a +1 to your agility. When this form drops, you also lose the bonus. So yeah, depending on what you transform, you also gain like some benefits, but I do like that your baseline stats are affected by it. So you don't necessarily jump in those situations like in D&D where you transform into a creature that has a really good stat that you really wanted, but the other stats that it has, they're not necessarily up to par. Although in D&D, Wild Shape had the benefit that wisdom, intelligence, and charisma were the ones that you had as a score. It only affected constitution, dex, and strength. Attack rolls. When you make an attack while transforming, you use the listed ranged, trait, and damage dice. For example, as an agile scout, you can attack a target in melee using your agility. On a success, you deal a d4 physical damage using your proficiency. Evasion. While transform, add the listed evasion to bonus to your normal evasion score. For example, if your evasion is usually 8, with the agile scout form, you add a +2, and now your evasion becomes a 10 while you are in the form. Armor. You can access your armor or other equipment while transformed, but you don't lose all protection. Each form lists an armor score which replaces your normal armor while in that form. For example, if you transform in an agile score, your armor score becomes a 3 regardless of what it was before. So depending on what you were, your armor score could be a benefit or a downgrade. It could be a boost or a downgrade depending. But yeah, it kind of plays into this idea that you have natural armor, not the equipped armor. Advantages. When you make an action or reaction roll related to the verbs listed in a form, your form makes you especially good at it, so the game master will usually give you an advantage on that roll. For example, agile scouts gain advantages on rolls made to sneak, search for objects or creatures, dodge hazards, or any other related activities. Yeah, they basically kind of give you a guideline of activities and kind of actions that you would take, and this form would have benefits over it. And you also have features. Each form includes a couple of unique features. For example, agile scouts excel at silent agile movement, but they're also fragile, making you drop out of beast form faster. Yeah, when you take major damage or greater, you drop the beast form, which is basically a lot quicker than necessarily losing all of your hit points or choosing to get out of the beast form. Okay, 1 second, let me just grab a drink. Okay, so I'm probably gonna quickly skim through this because I think they mentioned like they made some changes to the list, but they might have not made that big of a change. So we looked at Agile Scout, Pack Predator, Wolf, Coyote, Hyena. The strength is increased. They are good at attack, sprint, and tracking. And they have Pack Hunting. When you make an attack on the same target as an ally right before you, add an additional d8 to your damage dice pool. You also have Aquatic Scout. They are good at navigating, sneak, and swimming. You can breathe and move naturally underwater. And they are fragile, so they drop out of beast form. You drop out of this form if you take major damage or greater. Winged Beast. You can fly at. They have the bird eye feature. Actually, let me double check what exactly they changed. Modify beast form feature and sheet. I think they might have simplified it from the looks of it, because overall it seems similar. Yeah, because you can look at an attempt to understand the situation better, make an action roll, success, you gain a new useful information here. Take a d6 bonus die you may use or give an ally to add to their action roll while acting on this information. Hollow Bones, you reduce your damage threshold by a -2 in this form. Rampage looks the same. I'm trying to look if there's like anything different feature wise, because if there's just like small changes in like in like the number stuff and things like that, I'm not gonna look into it. No, I think the overall like that's feels look to be the same, so they probably made some small rebalancing and kind of reorganization of the sheet itself and not necessarily made some major changes about it. Guardian, modified background questions, increased damage threshold, rebalance evasion, and modified unstoppable. Okay, so I'm gonna check unstoppable because most of the other stuff is just a flavor or just simple rebalancing stuff, so I'm not necessarily gonna go into it. So Unstoppable. Once per long rest, you can become unstoppable. You gain an unstoppable die, which begins as a d4. Places on top of on the top right, starting with the 1 while facing up. Whenever you deal 1 or more hit points to an adversary, increase the die value by 1. When you increase the value by above the die's highest number, or whenever the scene ends, remove the die and drop out of unstoppable. At level 3, upgrade your unstoppable die to a d6. At a level 7, upgrade it to a d8. So yeah, if basically, oh, so you have basically, so technically you have this kind of like a, countdown, like kind of like a timer of how long this feature can be used. Although I do like it that it only increases if you do a successful hit, not necessarily whenever you attack. It's not. It's slightly opposite to the rage feature of the barbarian, which to keep rage active, it requires you to make successful hits. Actually not successfully, it requires you to attack, which basically kind of keeps you in constant rage. This is more like a resource that you can use for a small amount of time. It's literally a 1 point per long rest feature. While unstoppable, you gain resistance to physical damage. It increases your current armor score by a proficiency, which is a big thing considering that your proficiency now upgrades passively as well as you level up. Add the current value of your unstoppable die to your damage dice total. Oh, so basically, the closer you are to your legs to ending the unstoppable effect, you also start doing more and more damage, which I kind of like. And additionally, you cannot become restrained or vulnerable. So yeah, you're also immune to really powerful like status effects. And as an advice, if your unstoppable die is at a d4 and the 4 is currently facing up, you remove the die the next time you should increase it. However, if your unstoppable die has been upgraded to a d6 and the 4 is currently facing up, you'll turn it to 5 the next time should you increase it. You'll only remove it after it passes the value of 6. So yeah. So basically, you have you have a number of successful attacks that are equal to basically equal to the max value of dice plus 1. So basically, let's say that you have 4 successful 1 hit point or more attacks. That's like 4 instances of unstoppable that work fine, and then you can do another one that does all of this and gain the benefits, and then that's when it ends. So yeah, neat. Of course, I mean, still pretty powerful, and I kind of like how they do it with the whole dice thing. It's fine. So yeah, that's kind of neat. Ranger modified the companion sheet. I'm expecting that it's similar to... I'm guessing that they've modified this, so now it kind of probably represents some similar elements to the modifications of the current level up. Because overall it looks the same. Yeah, the same damage dice, the same stress. Yeah, it overall looks the same, so I'm guessing they probably did some reorganization how the sheet looks like. Rogue, rebalance evasion. Seraph, increase the minor threshold. Warrior, modified attack of opportunity and increase minor threshold. So I'm just gonna check the attack of opportunity. So, attack of opportunity. If an adversary attempts to leave your melee range, you can make an agility reaction roll against their difficulty. Choose one effect on a successful roll or two on a critical success. Keep them from moving, deal your primary weapon damage, and move with them. I forgot exactly how it was beforehand. I don't think... Maybe it had a critical success effect? I don't remember if it had it before. Maybe that's kind of the change, because overall it looks the same, I think. I think there's some like small adjustments here and there, because overall I feel like it's the same feature from what I see. So yeah, that's fine. Now jumping into the playing the adventure, which was something done before. Gold coins. Coins are now an optional rule instead of part of the standard denomination. So basically, so basically gold is mentioned in handfuls, bags, and chests, but you no longer have the hoard. And one chest. Whenever you mark enough slots, give them the category should they reach the next category, instead of marking one in that following category, and erase all of the slots in the current one. For example, you have 9 handfuls in another. If you have 9 bags in another, you may mark a chest and erase all bags. Should you ever have more than one chest, you'll need to store some of your gold elsewhere or take more. So yeah, that's exactly the same rules. These values are abstracted, so they do not need to be tracked so closely. If you want to tip a coin to a waiter or flip a coin into a well, you typically don't need to worry about tracking it. Optional rule, gold coins. If your group wants to track gold more granularly, you can add coins as your lowest denomination, following the pattern above. 10 coins equal 1 handful. So yeah, okay, so basically if you not necessarily want to deal with the minuscule amounts, you can just simply jump into doing the gold coins. So yeah, that's totally that's totally fine. And I'm also getting that if you have I would also probably if you have this rule, I personally would also bring back the hoard rule, but again with the requirement that hoard cannot be something kept into. Hoard is not something that you can carry yourself. Hoard is something that's kept separately elsewhere, which utilizes the same pattern above. So basically 10 chests equal to a hoard. Just in case you, I don't know, maybe you want to bring something that it's like a ridiculous cost, which a party cannot carry on their person in any way. I would also probably bring that back as well. And who knows, if maybe even want to do it even more insanely from a hoard, you maybe even go something else, like I don't know. I'm not trying to figure out like a term that would be higher than hoard, which I'm trying to, because it wasn't necessarily be treasury, because it kind of is in the same factor, hoard and treasury. But I guess there could be something there that could be the next cap that would not be greater than that. Because if you have basically 10 hordes, you're basically getting to the level of a fucking kingdom. When it comes to actual money. So yeah. General rules, added end scene guidance and added ongoing advance guidance. Okay, I would like to check those. Domain cards, I'm not gonna check in because they just moved the chapter. Clarify that you can use the same downtime move twice during a rest. Okay, that's actually nice. Action tracker clarified section what counts as an action. I'm probably gonna check that afterwards. Actually, let me put it like this. Leveling up, change the leveling up options of all classes now, including the, and you know, proficiency now is included as part of their tiers, and minor thresholds can also be included as an option to increase for all classes. But let me check the end of scene. So when a scene ends, some certain effects, bonuses, or conditions state that they last until the end of a scene. At the game master discretion, a scene generally continues until the current narrative situation has played out. A chase scene might end when the player characters have caught their quarry or when they escaped pursuit. A battle scene usually ends when one side has fled, surrendered, or has been entirely dispatched. If there is uncertainty about when a scene is considered to be over, throw it to the table and see what they think makes sense. You generally don't have to linger in the scene after the most interesting actions and interactions have occurred. If you want to play out their implications or process the emotions but the heat of the moment has passed, that aftermath and processing can take place in its own scene. So yeah, basically, if something states the end of a scene, clarify to yourself or to the party what exactly is the end result that would be the determining factor, either to yourself as a game master or maybe something that you can throw to the party. Be like, what exactly would you consider being your end of the scene? So yeah, basically create an outcome, create a clear outcome that would define it. So that's kind of the idea for it. But yeah, it's a nice clarification that they added. I do like it. I'm not sure if I've seen anything that mentioned end scenes as an effect personally. Maybe there was, I forgot, could be. To be fair, I looked through this for a lot. I looked through this for like weeks now at the kind of Daggerheart stuff. So at this point, some of the information might be just melded together in my head. So I'm not fully sure. And with ongoing effects, once an effect is in play, if it continues until a player character or the game master ends it, or until the fiction changes in a way that would naturally stop it. This means that if you cast a spell, then switch out that domain card for another in your vault, the effect can remain active even though that card is no longer in your loadout. Okay, so they probably added this kind of. I'm guessing this was probably a question that some players and game masters added, brought to the table. Like, hey, I have this this ability that has like an ongoing effect, like let's say a fire damaging overtime effect. So, but now I removed the spell from my loadout and added something else. Does that effect still active even though I no longer have access to casting that effect anymore? But yeah, this is like a nice clarification that the effect only ends when the condition is met in some way, or if there has been some change in the narrative that would imply the ending of that condition. Again, let's say maybe the fire has a mechanical mention where it ends after a certain amount of turns or like a certain amount of time, but at the same time it might also have a fiction condition that could be something like, you know, you jumped into the water, or, you know, dropped on the ground and rolled yourself to put it out, that kind of a thing. Okay, let's check the action tracker. What exactly did they mention as a clarification? So they added section what counts as an action. Okay, what counts as an action? You only place a token on the action tracker when you're either making an action roll or using a move that tells you to use an action. Certain features like could be certain features, switching weapons, and so on. For example, unless your consumable says use an action, you can use it without a token. As always, the game master can decide that if certain moves require an action token when it keeps the spirit of the rules aligned with your unfolding story. So yeah, if it's something that maybe feels meaningless, like let's say maybe the consumable is just a pitcher of water or something like that, like a wine skin, something like that doesn't give you any kind of effects or benefits. It's just purely for some kind of narrative reason or like in moment reason that you do it. So the game master was not necessarily going to be like, okay, that cost you an action, that's going to count in the action tracker. But there could also be like certain passive, like small effects here and there that are not necessarily too impactful that could pass from being tracked. So yeah, okay, unarmored. Clarified rules for unarmored characters. Okay, so unarmored. Going unarmored doesn't give you any bonuses or penalties, but while unarmored, you don't have access to armor slots. Unless you have a way to increase your armor scores, like the bare bones domain card. Which basically, while this card is in your loadout, if you choose not to equip armors, you have an armor score of 3 plus your level. So yeah, you don't, basically if you're unarmored, you have no benefits, only if there is a feature that would actually imply a benefit. Equipment rebalance all armor reorganized and squashed bugs in weapons and armors, and significant individual changes include okay, so they've added like a few more like baseline features from what I see, like, because now the Gibson armor is now the leather armor, and leather armor is now replacing the breastplate, so I'm guessing there is some changes there. There's some adjustments, but overall, you know, It feels... I'm not gonna go through this because most of them, these are items and that kind of a thing, which should be left for, you know, you as a player to discover them. Hi there, Pumpkin. How you doing? Hope you're having a nice Thursday, enjoying yourself. I'm just here checking out the changes, which I think I'm pretty close to kind of concluding most of the changes that happened in 1.4, because as I mentioned before, if I'm jumping into a chapter that is not that I have not yet covered, I'm just gonna go over them as I'm covering the chapter. So yeah, because for example, this one is the running adventure. I'm not gonna go into that. I'm just gonna go just directly into the running adventure because this is the chapter we're gonna cover today. Adversary environments, again the same way. Creating your world has no changes. Customizing has no changes. Adjusted the card, which I'm guessing they basically added the additional features. So yeah, but we already looked through them. Okay, adjusted the following cards. I'm alright, how about you? Well, overall I'm fine, you know, just enjoying checking for some of these changes here and having some discussions about, because after I'm finishing with the changes, I'm jumping into the running an adventure, which is basically the game master side of the chapters of how exactly you run a Daggerheart game and some guidelines in how to run it. And I would also like to use that as kind of a starting point for us to maybe even discuss more in general, like when it comes to running a game, a ttrpg, what it necessarily could imply as a game master, and using the whatever topics covered as kind of starting points. Yeah, let's see what exactly changed with the cards here. Know the tide. You can sense the ebb and flow. When you roll with fear, put a token in this card. You can hold a number of tokens up to your level. Before you make an action roll, you can spend one or more of these tokens to add them as a +1 modifier to your roll. At the end of the session, clear all unused tokens. I think this might have been changed. Nomadic pack for the Wonderborn. Add a nomadic pack to your inventory once. Oh, I think this is the same, yeah. They probably made some adjustments in how the card looks, I guess. And maybe how the card is organized. Ridgeborn, you have advantages on rolls to traverse dangerous cliffs. Yeah, it's the same. Oops. Oh. The preview's bugged. My bad. Yeah, the previews are a bit buggy on the website, but it's fine. I'm guessing these are like mostly rebalances that play into the some of the changes that happened. I'm really sorry, but I can't say going for far as a... Oh, that's totally fine. I understand it. It's okay-ish. To be fair, you know, as I mentioned here before, these ttrpg streams are usually a lot longer than I planned them to be as a minimum, especially if I cover extra stuff. Like for example, the changes happened today, so it happened this week, so I'm covering them alongside covering the running a ttrpg topic. So, and I'm always pushing myself to finishing the topic and not letting it you know, unfinished. So if I have to extend it by a few additional hours, I am doing it. So who knows, you might be able to find me here. But either way, I hope you have a wonderful time with your family, you know. Sure, but I doubt you'll be streaming for another 3 hours. You'd be surprised. I just started, what, 2 hours ago? You'd be surprised. On average, the ttrpg streams have been like 6 hours long on average, so I'm already at the 2-hour mark closely. So what's more, 4 more hours? So you'd be surprised. But either way, as I mentioned, it's no worries. I appreciate you being here, saying hi. I hope you have a nice dinner with your family. Also, Father's Day. To be fair, I'm not too much in the know because that's not something that really is celebrated around here. We don't really have like a specific date. I'm guessing it's an international thing. I have no idea. I should probably. I'll see. I probably should do something for my dad, but we'll see. That's a me issue. But as mentioned, I appreciate it. Don't worry. If I'm still here, I'm still here. And hey, you can just jump in and say hi if you wanna. It's totally fine. Yeah, War Mist Mastery. I think if your rally die is distributed. Okay. Oh, so yeah, I'm guessing they maybe changed it to a D10. I think maybe they didn't have the baseline like dice increase. I think it was like a baseline D6 without any kind of increase. I think that was the change. Maybe that's my guess. Stalwart, when you take this foundation, increase all your damage thresholds by 1. When you take physical damage, you can mark a stress instead of an armor slot to reduce it. Okay, adjustment, spellcast, finesse, syndicate. I think. Oh, I'm guessing this was probably added. Because I think like there wasn't like a mention initially with the syndicate if they had like a spellcast or not. Primal origin specialization. You can now enhance magical practices of your with your essence. When you help an ally or on a spellcast roll, you take the advantage die you roll is a D8 instead of a D6. After you help make them have the spellcast roll once per long rest. Oh, probably they change it back with the dice bonus as they changed the advantage rule beforehand. So I'm guessing that's most of the changes here, and I'm guessing some of the damage threshold stuff. They've also probably reworked that a bit. Yeah, it's a lot of yeah, they made like a lot of changes. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna check all of these. Mother of Nature is now Wild Surge. Phantom Life has been remade to Healing Strike. So I'm guessing these are like mostly reworks. I'm not gonna check them too in depth. Yeah, that's totally fine. Okay, so let's jump into where is it? Running an adventure. So I should probably zoom out a bit more. I just realized. That's my bad. So I think chapter wise, let's see. How long is it? It's probably gonna be similar-ish long to the player side. But that's fine. As I mentioned, I'm gonna stretch it for as long as I can and cover all of the stuff. But I think like before I do that, I'm gonna take like a quick break. I need to do like a quick refill and grab like maybe a snack or two, and then I'll be right back. So yeah, be there in a second. All right, so okay, was having a drink. So let's check out the running an adventure chapter. So this chapter is only required reading if you plan to be a game master in the game of Daggerheart, but if you're simply reading the book to create and play a character, you reach the end of all you need to know. But if you are a game master, can read on. Being a game master means you are responsible for guiding the narrative, acting as the rest of the world that exists around your player characters. You might be the massive sandstorm that is hindering their journey, the innkeeper that they make friends with once they reach shelter, the mysterious stranger in the corner who asks them for their help, or anything that comes up during the session. Being a game master can be one of the most fun, exhilarating, and fulfilling experiences at the table, but it can also be intimidating, especially when learning a new system. This chapter is dedicated to giving you all you need to know about how to run Daggerheart, understanding the core mechanics, creating memorable encounters, planning exciting sessions, how to select, create, and use the Game Master moves, crafting a full campaign, and more. Parts of this chapter are much more conversational than the rest of the book. The previous chapters were primarily focused on delivering the mechanics of the game. While we're going to cover mechanics here as well, but we're also going to talk about things that lend themselves much better to a conversation, things like story, structure, improv, and world building. Because at the end of the day, the big secret, TM, about game mastering is that you get to make it all up. Whatever you make up the week before, the day before, or in the moment at the table, you're always crafting an experience for your players through the decisions you make. So yeah, as mentioned, and for those who do not necessarily know too much about it, yes, the game master is kind of this initially looking like daunting role about handling and managing all of the other aspects of a game that do not that are not directly related to a player character when it comes to what they do in the game, act and anything like that, but at the same time you still could handle elements of your player character, like sections about their personal life backstory. There might be certain NPCs that are important to their lives, certain locations that have a meaning to them, that kind of thing, aside from the general, as mentioned here. You know, could be events, scenarios, NPCs, locations, all that kind of thing. It's something that in many aspects comes from you. Of course, the ttrpgs are a collaborative experience. The player characters can bring their own aspects to it and their own efforts, and in some cases they could have even a more involved they can be even more involved in the process than initially. I can also give you an example, because I was kind of having a discussion with my storyteller about like a faction that I was looking into for a possible future campaign, or like future like for something that might happen far in the future with the sessions. And I was like, I'm not really, you know, fond of how exactly this kind of thing is handled, because it doesn't really offer me a ton of the informations, or at the least it's very limited. So I was like, hey, what if we just have like some kind of discussions here and there from time to time and just make our own that feels more right to it and it feels accurate. And of course I'm gonna have the storyteller as kind of the referee and mediator when it comes to certain things, because there are certain elements of the overall setting that I might not necessarily be fully aware of how to handle, or might step certain boundaries or certain concepts that I'm not fully grasping yet. But I do want to make that faction because I have a concept, or I have an idea of something that I want to create later down the line that requires for me to have a more well-suited faction, or something a bit more grounded or put together, as the sources that I've currently searched didn't really offer me that, and I'm kind of a bit disappointed because I wanted a bit more. So yeah. But yeah, as mentioned here, the biggest secret when it comes to game mastering, it all happens in the moment. It's whatever you come up, it is true. It's part of the story now. Of course, you can revert back to it, you can make changes, you can write yourself out of the fucking corner that you put yourself into it. Our game master has told us a few times already that she's in a corner, struggling, but she's handling it somehow. Also, she mentioned that it's also her own fault, equally her fault as ours, to basically escalating the issues. But yeah, it's fine, we'll figure that out as we go along. But yeah, that's kind of thing. Whatever happens behind the veil is just for you to have. It's something that maybe the players will never know that whatever the fuck you did was a full-on improv moment, or just or it was fully prepped, or maybe something in between. Maybe you prepped some elements but then realized that it went into a direction that it wasn't necessarily as you thought about it, but just you roll with it. It doesn't matter as long as you crafted an experience that everybody enjoyed. You've done your thing. Yeah, core guidance. In this section you'll find some core guidance for running Daggerheart, Game Master principles, Game Master best practices, and pitfalls to avoid. These three sections go together to provide a foundation for how to get the most out of a game. The Game Master principles are your guiding star. When in doubt, return to the principles. The best practices and pitfall sections that follow give you examples of approaches to take and traps to avoid when game mastering Daggerheart. As you read, don't forget the golden rule from chapter 1. Make the game your own. Whether you are a first-time game master, a veteran behind the screen, or anything in between, we encourage you to embrace the parts here that resonate with you and modify any that don't. So yes, just the most important part is make sure that whatever experience you create with your players, it's an experience that all of you enjoy. If there are elements of this game that are mechanical, storytelling wise, world building wise, whatever that is in between or outside of it, change it if you don't feel like it's right for you. As I mentioned before, there are some faction elements that I was talking with about some factions in World of Darkness that don't have a lot of coverage and a lot of info on them, but they have some crumbs here and there that can be used as a beginnings of a foundation, because that's the thing, it doesn't even have like a solid foundation, which really bothers me, and be like, fuck it, I'm gonna make it my own. because I don't like how it's running right now. I want to make something that feels right to me, because I know what I want to do and I know what I want to cover. So that could be something similar to you here. Maybe there are certain mechanical aspects that you don't necessarily see here as part of the game and maybe want to add them. For example, I mentioned that I do like some of the risk reward elements of the game, and I would like to crank that up, like the whole thing that if you utilize abilities that require stress but you've already maxed out your stress, maybe we can bring in some kind of mechanical feature where stress can then, when basically overburdening yourself, you can still utilizing it. You can still utilize the ability at the cost of hit points. It's really a risk reward, but it might work. So yeah, that's kind of a thing that could happen. Additionally, I would so yeah, it could also be some, as I mentioned, could be elements about world building, could be elements about mechanically, could be mechanics that you don't necessarily enjoy and just throw them out the window and find a replacement, or just don't use them at all and just run with it without those mechanics in any way. The important part is making a memorable experience, making your experience enjoyable for both you as a game master and your players, because that's also the important part. It's not only about the players enjoying, it's also about the game master. A lot of, especially new game masters jump into this kind of pitfall of, oh, I need to make a good experience for my players. Yes, that's true, you do, but at the same time, don't forget about your own experience, your own enjoyment, because if you do not enjoy this game, sooner or later you're either gonna burn out, or you no longer want to do it, or you no longer want to put the effort in it, because you feel like you're just doing stuff for the players but not doing stuff for yourself, and you don't find enjoyment out of it. So always keep that in mind. Make sure that what you're doing you are also enjoying. Believe me, the amount of times, and that's also my focus, and in some cases that's maybe something that you should also talk with your players, like, hey, look, I'm also here to enjoy, and because your players could also help you out. Like I've always been there to facilitate, like the of course this also comes from someone that has also been a game master. So for me, whenever I'm interacting with somebody else who's a game master, I'm always with the, hey, look, I would like it to go this way, but if you rule it that you don't want it this way because of whatever reasons you have that could be personal or anything in between, or mechanical, whatever the fuck, I'm willing to accept or make whatever compromise if there is a need to make a compromise. But I'm not here to push any kind of thing just for my own enjoyment. I understand that, and I'm always kind of willing to go with the flow and whatever happens, as long as I don't feel like my experience feels hindered in any way. I'm fine to run with whatever, even as a player. So maybe that's also another thing that you mentioned, like, hey, I'm also here to make sure that I'm enjoying my time. If I'm making an effort, or at very least a reference mention that, hey, this thing that you're doing, it's kind of breaking the flow in some way, or to me it feels disruptive, that maybe you as a player should also take it into account, and not just don't keep this conversation one-sided. Don't be like, okay, I want my experience to be fun. Also think about the other experiences around you. Don't hog the spotlight. Don't try to break everything and ruin the game master's encounter. Of course, you can have kind of rivalry approaches with certain things here and there. That's totally fine. Just don't push boundaries. That's an important thing, because one of the things that I do that, to me, even though I haven't necessarily mentioned it too often, and I'm not sure if Ghost, our storyteller, is around here to mention, but hearing her that she said that, hey, I love your group, I love what you're all doing, I love you enjoying it, that's also amazing for me, because hearing a game master be like, hey, you're cool as players, you're cool whatever the fuck you're doing. So it's in a way kind of, aside from the enforcing us and basically kind of encouraging us and kind of giving us this kind of positive reinforcement, like, hey, all of it's cool, I'm also glad that from that side of the game and that side of the table there's also enjoyment. And I don't feel like I've created an experience I myself felt disruptive. Because to be fair, this could be me because simply because I've been behind the game master screen. But even as a player, sometimes I feel self-conscious about, wait, am I disruptive to the rest of the group? Am I disruptive to the game master? Am I making some shit weird? Because even as a player, I'm still aware of those aspects, and I'm still want to make sure that the experience is enjoyable overall. Do I push the envelope here and there? Maybe. I mean, we had some drama at the end of the session, but you know, I chose to do it because I knew it would be nice, it would be spicy. I wanted to sprinkle some spice. I was like, okay, let's see if we can push the envelope. Session 1 was okay, slow. We started, we're getting into it. Session 2, let's push the pedal. Let's see where we go, and let's see how fast we can get. So yeah, that's me. Okay, Game Master Principles. Daggerheart stands on the shoulders of a decade-long tradition of fantasy adventure RPGs that trace back to the beginning of the form as we know it, aka wargames. This game has many things in common with its predecessors: an attention to dramatizing combat, familiar fantasy ancestries and archetypes, shared touchstones from popular cultures and folklore, and more. In addition, you can also see the touchstone sections. The Daggerheart draws inspiration from a variety of RPGs inside and beyond that fantasy adventure genre. Yeah, I really find it cool that they offer you this kind of list of all of the elements from which this game system has been inspired. Equally has game systems, fiction, be it movies, books, video games, that kind of a thing. So it also helps you in case you need inspiration in how exactly you can utilize the system with some other elements or other settings. You have a list given to you to basically draw upon. Like each of the games that came before, Daggerheart has its priorities and tools for telling certain types of stories. Daggerheart is focused on collaboration in building a character-focused story full of emotions. Daggerheart's combats come alive when dramatic beats and rhythm of the battle highlight the conflicting motivations and combatants along the characters' bonds with each other. So the Game Master Principles are guiding stars for Game Masters running Daggerheart. Follow them as best as you can to help the whole table have the best possible experience to playing this game. And yes, as mentioned here, experience. Even though it's about collaborative storytelling when it comes to characterized and full emotion, that's something I've always discussed when I covered this game. For me, I'm not heavy, even though probably my role-playing antics that I've done last session, in my last Hunter session, probably would tell you otherwise. I'm not storytelling heavy, simply because it's not the kind of games I've run, simply because the group that I was with was not that heavy on those elements as well. So for me, I like to simplify the concept. It's not about telling great stories, it's about having great experiences, fun experiences, memorable experiences. Because an experience doesn't necessarily have to be some kind of story twist or dramatic moment like we've done before, like I've done, or something alongside with other characters or something like that. Could be just fun moments in the game that we just enjoyed and we all reminiscent back and just have a laugh about it. It doesn't, you know, because when you mention the storytelling, it can, aside from the whole already that has been discussed over and over again, that game masters are not, they are not authors, they are not storytellers, they are creators of a world and they are people that create scenarios, encounters, and challenges to then, you know, work collaboratively with the other players into creating an experience or a story. So I would also try to flip the mirror and also say the same thing for the players. The players don't have to create some kind of Shakespearean character or something complaining. Fuck's sake, could be three kobolds in a trench coat and that's it. That's nothing more to it. And still be a fun experience. If all of them had fun, that's all that matters. Okay, so the principles for the Game Master Principles in Daggerheart are the following: begin and end with the fiction. Fill the world with life, wonder, and danger. Make every role carry weight. Collaborate at all times, especially in conflict. Ask questions and incorporate the answers. Hold on gently. Play to find out what happens. So I'm guessing, and from what I see, they cover each of them separately. So that's a nice thing too. I don't necessarily have to just interpret it from that from the small phrase. So Begin and end with a fiction. The fiction refers to the world of the story and what's happening within it. Use the fiction to decide when to call for rolls, what the impact of the results would be, what game master moves to use, and so on. If you're not sure whether a role should have an advantage or disadvantage, what the difficulty should be, and so on, look at the fiction. Think about the situation in the story and decide how would that manifest in the mechanics. The rules of Daggerheart exist to facilitate telling a story together with the players, and when a role or use of the mechanics is complete, the game master connects those results back to the fiction and describe them in the story so that the play may continue smoothly. So yeah, basically they mentioned that it's all about kind of the experience and the story that you're telling. What they mention here, if you do not necessarily know when to apply a mechanical aspect of the game into an action, looking at the fiction could be something like that. Like, so let's say for example you're making some kind of you're in a conversation with a noble, with a really influential noble, and you want them to kind of move themselves into a deal that is favorable to you. Things might have gotten tense. Maybe the noble got into this kind of point of disagreement with you, or they are not necessarily overall in good standings with you or with the rest of your party, and this kind of thing. So those are elements of fiction. So basically, when deciding what's the difficulty for the role when it comes to negotiating, well, take those kind of relationship standings with the rest of the party into account. If the noble doesn't have good standings with the party overall, or with the individual that they are currently having the conversation with, most likely that difficulty roll would be higher, would be maybe above medium, or would be maybe challenging, something like that. So that's one thing. If you have advantage or disadvantages, you can utilize certain aspects of the background and the stories of the characters as that could go both ways. You can utilize the experiences and community and ancestry that the character has on the player character side, but you can also kind of think of it in a similar way even from the side of an NPC. Like if an NPC should have an advantage or a disadvantage at certain roles, they could be in a situation. For example, again, maybe putting the noble discussion, you uncover the conspiracy about the noble and you reveal it in front of a larger crowd alongside with the noble. So now every attempt the noble makes because of this revelation in the fiction, now any attempt that the noble makes into, I don't know, negotiating, making attempts at making like bad remarks against you or the party, are now at a disadvantage because the rest of the rest of the crowd that participates in this scenario might believe your side and the revelations you brought through more than necessarily whatever the noble is trying to convey. So yeah, take the situation at its core value, see how the narrative expands, and from that point on kind of build upon it. Of course, sometimes it may not necessarily be as black and white, it might necessarily be, but think of meaningful outcomes. Like think if this negotiate, like let's say for example a player makes a negotiating attempt, and think of the outcome. If you think like the outcome is not necessarily too meaningful, like even no matter if the outcome is good or bad, the overall relationship and perspective of the NPC where this conversation is taking part of is not changing no matter of the outcome, then that should not be a role that shouldn't take place, because you can just let the conversation flow freely and just purely built upon it on the improv and what you think would be best as a reaction in the moment without any additional roles. If it's something that would create like a really big outcome, a really big change, either in the moment or in the near future, then yes, at that point start thinking if you should on applying mechanics and roles, and how exactly you apply them depending on the other elements in the story. Yeah, fill the world with life and wonder and danger. Daggerheart is a game of action, adventure, and high fantasy. One of your biggest jobs as the game master is to present a world worthy of the heroic tales you've all set out to build together. When running a player-driven game, you can take the backgrounds and connection questions and other character details provided by your players and use those as a palette, along with any other palettes discussed in session 0, to paint a picture of an exciting world that honors the motivations and personhoods of everyone, from high nobility and demigods to everyday artisans, farmers, and everyone in between. You should offer hooks of wondrous places, connections to the characters' backgrounds, and potential threats to see what catches your players' interest. Then tease out that interest and present challenges that make them dramatic crucibles you'll all use to shape the player characters into heroes of legend. So yeah. 1 second. So, in a different way of saying this, as a game master, you'll probably have a fiction. You probably have, at the very least, a decent amount of an overarching plot already built out that you want your characters to be put together. You know, session 1, session 2, fine. You let it run as it is. But I would probably even say from session 1, I would say start looking at your characters, start looking at your players, start looking at what they have detailed about themselves, you know, as locations, connections of interest, and even relationships between the characters, and see how those things that they have can be added to or altered into being part of their characters through the overarching story. Maybe a location, maybe you have like an important location that will bring some kind of great conflict, and one of your characters has, as part of the background, maybe this community, or maybe this wondrous faction that they want to prove themselves worthy of. Why not make the shift and utilize that their location as the main factor of that conflict, instead of whatever location you brought them in, or somehow make that location have some significance to the community or faction that player character is connected to. So then, you know, so then when the character pursues that conflict and resolves it, it also has not only has an impact in the story themselves, but it also has a personal impact for themselves. Similarly, can be done with NPCs and other things. Like you can weave other NPCs. If you had like like a dark sorcerer NPC, or like some kind of dark mentor kind of type character with built together, and one of your characters already has this kind of mentor, why not make that mentor be the dark sorcerer, or whatever the thing, or whatever else could be the conflict, and basically build upon this kind of interpersonal conflicts and inter struggles that then the character has to face and has to kind of discuss about, and also equally play into the characters' relationships. Is there a character that is seen as a protector over another? Well, then put that other character into risk. Maybe create situations where that other character is into risk, or where their relationship is somehow put at odds, at challenges. Maybe they are separated. Maybe the character that the protector is trying to defend is somehow in grave danger, and somehow the fault is connected to them, like maybe backstory wise, or somehow created in the moment. Like, add friction. Of course, at the same equally, the players can pick up those cues. I don't know, I can give you an example of maybe a good old conspiracy theory figuring out that, I don't know, maybe a hitman that was sent to kill one of the people we were trying to protect, including one of our youngest member of ourselves as being the influence, and all of a sudden trying to kind of having a meltdown because, like, yo, you are connected with shady people that are looking for you and are willing to do anything to fucking get to you. Why the fuck did you not tell us anything and put these people that we were trying to protect, and at the same time that are really impressionable and still at an innocent kind of semi-innocent, let's say. Adrian's perspective of irises are a bit different than maybe Ambrose's or Samson's, but still, you put people at risk that, let's say, I would have not wanted to be put at risk. And I see this as an issue that is somehow connected to you. What's the fucking deal? So, you know, this was a moment where I, as a player, I picked up the pace. I picked the cue up, and I was like, because, you know, but initially this was a cue that the game master created. I was like, okay, It was initially initiated by the player, Ambrose, through the call, or like the mention, or like the discussion. Actually, yeah, through the discussion with the NPC. The NPC kind of mentions that the connection with Ambrose. I pick it up. Like, basically, that's a cue that or a hint that our game master gave us. As a player, I pick it up and I'm like, okay, time to make something out of this information and add some more friction to this relationship now. Because even the players can think on their own interpersonal perspectives or like personal views about certain situations and add to that drama. And especially if you have players that kind of play into it a lot often, maybe do that. Maybe offer those moments, offer those bring those little sprinkles or little cues of like, hey, look at this topic that could bring in some interesting conversations between the two of you, or some interesting conflict between the two of you. Why not here? Basically, let the game master, you as a game master for the players, can drop a seed and let's see what the and see what the players reap out of it. And that could also be a possibility, not just you fully committing or fully playing into it, because this could, again, being a collaborative process, this could be something that another player can be involved themselves. But yes, the overall idea is utilize most, if not all, of the things that the players give to you, and then put them in the story in the experience that you want to create, and make sure that because to be fair, that's also an additional reasoning for the players to be invested. Because yeah, there can be players that can commit just simply on being part of the adventures and resolving the adventures, but if you add that extra element, like, hey, this part of the adventure that is currently happening right now is connected to you and you are a big deal about it and there are some big issues with you, the player is gonna commit even more. As you've probably seen, if those of you who have been part of the Hunter Reckoning session last Monday, might have seen that. Of course, Ambrose is putting a lot of effort into it, and our player Charon is investing a lot into this character and investing a lot into this situation because it's related to him. He's in the middle of it, so he has to deal with it, and he knows that whatever outcome comes out of it, he's also going to be affected, and maybe in some way we are going to be affected as well. So he's actively involved. Similar to Samson, an NPC that is really close to Samson's character is currently in the crosshairs, and it's basically a target, so he's doing his best to make sure that doesn't happen, does not continue. And these two have been kind of the focus, although our game master has kind of hinted that for now we've seen there's gonna be some things here and there that's gonna happen soon. I mean, to be fair, the Iris thing has kind of been hinted in last session. I'm really curious where that fucking thing is gonna go. I am still waiting for my drop for the shit to drop on my end, and I'm expecting it's gonna happen soon, because I've always heard triggers, like some of the trigger warnings that I've been to, that our game master has told at the start of the sessions, always like scare me, not in the sense that I'm not comfortable with the trigger warnings, but more because I connect those trigger warnings with shit that's gonna happen to me, because I already suspect what kind of shit is gonna happen. Of course, I have some game mastering experience, so I can separate whatever I find out about out of game in game. I can separate my character from my personal information. I've always done that, but at the same time, to be fair, I don't know a lot, because I kind of intentionally kept myself at low info when it comes to Hunter the Reckoning, because I felt like it was really fitting for my character, for Damien to not necessarily be that in the know and be really clueless about most of the stuff that's happening there. Yeah, but yeah, as I mentioned, all of the stuff the players gives you, those are tools for you to use, and basically use with them and against them, or in collaboration with them or for them. So yeah, do not be afraid to, because those elements would heavily solidify your player characters into the story. They would feel more encouraged to participate. They have incentives, not just simply the plot as a general thing. make every roll carry weight. Action rolls in Daggerheart describe and resolve a moment within a story, which might be as short as a split-second dodge or an entire exchange of blows between combatants, all the way up to a montage of running down leads over the course of an entire evening at a gala. Because the Game Master gets the choice to make a move in response to whenever the player's roll results with fear or a failure, and it seems every roll generates meta currency used in play, hope and fear, only asks players to roll in meaningful moments to make every roll count, provide information freely, and validate the character's skill by giving them information they easily know or letting them just succeed at a task that doesn't present a dramatic challenge. That way, when you do call for rolls in dangerous moments, it carries more weight, for all involved in Daggerheart's rolls are designed to create heartbreaking complications or unexpectedly challenging obstacles with failures and exciting triumphant successes. So every roll, yes, as mentioned here, every roll matters because you have this as they call it, this kind of meta currencies. And I'm gonna talk more about the fear aspect, which is the more of the tool that the Game Master utilizes. You have this option whenever a player rolls with fear to respond in turn, either by when a player rolls with fear, you have two options. Either you choose to collect a fear token and to take that as kind of a complication that it's gonna happen down the line, or you can respond in return in the moment. An example that I think the game system offered from time to time, for example, you lockpick a door, the lockpick is resulted with fear as the highest roll. Well, you do lockpick it successfully. Let's put the implication that it was a successful lockpick with fear. You lockpick successfully, but a guard turned around the corner and noticed you, and they are about to call the alarm, or they are about to run in and call and to stop you, or make it to become like to kind of stop you in advance. That's a kind of a change in the moment. But if it was just a simple, you lockpick a door of a house that is currently vacated, and nobody is in proximity. But maybe that shouldn't be a thing that you should roll. If you consider that there is no possible complication or negative outcome out of this interaction, then just give it to the players, because that's also an important aspect. Choosing when to roll is also when to make a roll count and not, it's also an important thing. Offering the possibility of a player to simply succeed at a task or succeed at an activity simply because they are skilled enough. It's also even though it doesn't feel like much, it feels like you give them nothing. You're actually telling them that, hey, your character has progressed, your character has improved, so I'm not requiring you to actually determine the outcome using a randomized effect. I'm telling you right now, you're so good at this thing that the outcome is gonna be 100% positive without any kind of any kind of possibility of a bad outcome. That basically tells you that, especially later down the line when your character has gathered a few levels, it's a bit more advanced, that kind of a thing. It's nice to offer those moments of be like, hey, you are skilled enough. You don't need, for this thing that is happening right now in this moment, you don't need it. It's also a way to reward the player for their progress. So yeah, do choose roles whenever they have an impact. Again, jumping back to the I think the example that I saw in it was like Blades in the Dark, because Blades in the Dark has kind of a similar kind of system where it talks about complications when it comes to succeeding. So yeah, if you succeed with fear, to talk with a group of guards to into gambling, and the guards are like, yeah, sure, we're gonna go gamble, but you're gonna come with us because of the complication. Yes, you succeeded, but you succeeded with a complication. The complication being you have to go with them, and now which now kind of leads into this choice. Am I gonna make this easy on myself and just go with them and just without, or I'm gonna escalate it further and somehow try to wheeze myself out of there and push myself into additional roles, which more than likely, if I fail at them, would bring more and more suspicion to the guards. So here's kind of a situation where, you know, the more roles are involved, the more things could go badly. Like if you know that adding additional roles doesn't escalate the possible outcome, doesn't escalate how bad the outcome was going to be in the end, either in a positive or a negative way, then you should not necessarily do it. Especially because in some cases you can also slow down the game if the player has to constantly roll, constantly check modifiers. Of course, Daggerheart is one of the few systems where it's a lot easier to do it, but still, it could bog down in just keeping it for more impactful moments. It also adds value to your rolls, adds value to your modifiers, adds value to everything that that character is building upon. Because if you constantly push in rolling with the for a player to roll, after a while it might necessarily feel as valuable to improve it, because you know, the more you roll, the more you're gonna hit successes, hit failures, that kind of a thing. And if we are talking about like liquid resources, where you know, you need to some extent manage them. Of course, the game encourages you to use them as often as possible, but also having those situations where you kind of have to choose: should I use my resource now? Should I stockpile it to gain a lot more of it and use all of them for something a lot more powerful? That's also a choice. It's a risk that you take. So you know, that should also be something in play. But you know, if you constantly push the player into rolling, that means that they will constantly gain a resource, either the players in hope, or you and the game master in fear. So yeah, always plan out rolls in moments where they matter, in moments where they in moments where the outcome itself has a significant result, like a significant, be it positive or negative, depending on what the roles offer you. Collaborate at all times, especially in conflict. When you're the game master, the players are your collaborators and their characters are the protagonists of the campaign. You're all working together to tell an exciting, memorable story where heroes face incredible odds and often win in the end. Antagonism between the players and game master should exist only in the fiction of the game through the actions of the NPCs and the world. Neither the player characters or the players are your enemy. They're the opponents of the adversaries you play, but the game masters and the players are on the same side, the side invested in telling an amazing story together. When representing antagonists and challenges, the game master's main job is to balance presenting credible threats with maintaining the trust of the players so that the collaborative process can succeed. Part of a collaboration is being fan of the players and fan of the characters. Being a fan of the players means you're consciously including story elements and themes they have expressed interest in. It also means giving them the benefit of the doubt when they forget something small, especially that their character wouldn't forget. Being a fan of the player characters means that while you will make their life challenging up to and potentially including death, you're never rooting for them to lose. You're working with the players to ensure the character story is exciting and the world around them is behaving with internal consistency. Yes, this kind of, again, jumping back into what I mentioned with fill the world with life, wonder, and danger. Elements that you add to the game can also be picked up by the players, and the players should offer you that moment, should take those opportunities. Of course, you shouldn't force them, because even but as mentioned here, yes, all of you collaborate together. It's never about the game master versus the players, or the players versus the players. Having conflict, having conflict in the fiction between the characters or between the NPCs the game master created is important to the experience and is important to the story. But as long as that conflict remains within the fiction, like if you all of a sudden said break and everybody jumps out of the character and just goes back to their out of game discussions, relationships should be in good standings. We should not feel that antagonism should not continue outside of it. And again, yes, and as I mentioned, trying to this kind of collaborate, and honestly putting this effort to becoming collaborative, as well as the players, pushes into this kind of part of, you know, because also if the players are, because this is kind of a hint I'm gonna give to the players, you collaborating to the stuff that the your game master gives you would basically encourage the game master to become a fan of the things you're doing, because you're picking the hints and using them to your own benefit, but for the purpose of having a cool experience or a cool moment, a story moment. So of course that will also encourage the game master to become a fan, and that's kind of an important thing. Like, you should make characters that are enjoyable not only to yourself but to the people around you, because at the end of the day, all of you are playing together. If you're making an insufferable character to everybody else but you yourself have some enjoyment out of it, that's not necessarily fun for the entire group. That's just you enjoying their torture technically in some way. Yeah, because again, as I have mentioned with the again, I'm gonna bring in the example with Ambrose, Damien and Ambrose conflict towards the end of Hunter the Reckoning, which is like literally the perfect example I can give you. I saw the hint, I caught the kind of, I saw the hook that the game master gave me with the information that the Nosferatu that was sent for us and attacked Patrick was looking into Giovanni, was looking into Ambrose, was trying to find Ambrose. I was like, oh, so Ambrose is connected to this kind of shit, but he didn't tell us anything about him being possibly connected. Well, I'm gonna jump at it and jump into my own suspicions with it. Damien would be suspicious, so I waited for the moment that I thought would be appropriate for them to have the discussion, which would have been them on their own, not including the people affected in this situation, and having a heart-to-heart type conversation that has become a bit more antagonistic. But believe me, once that conversation ended, the session ended, the stream ended, when we were then basically having our off-stream discussions, we were fucking loving it. Both me and Karen were like, yo, fucking props to each other. That shit was amazing. That shit was delicious. That shit was spicy. We equally loved that, and equally our ghost, our storyteller, has told us like, oh yeah, I was there basically fangirling in the moment, just waiting to see where exactly we're gonna get to with all that conversation. I was loving every second of it. I couldn't get enough of that shit. I was like, yep, that's also a good example. And of course, Ghost has kind of confirmed overall that there's some interesting dynamics we've created, and some of them we've kind of built as we go, because to be fair, some of the dynamics I've created are like dynamics that I kind of figured out as our session went. And to be fair, in a certain extent, I guess kind of from the very beginning, I kind of thought, because we've had occasional moments where we did in our character creation process where we discussed between each other about like what is the deal with our characters, and and I kind of thought of ways of making Damien to be kind of a foil for Ambrose in some ways, and to be that kind of moment, that kind of person of friction, because it was very obvious that Ambrose and Iris have a very kind of kinship relationship. They're kind of on the same wavelength. Ambrose and Samson are a bit more antagonistic between each other, yes, and their relationship is a bit rocky. So, to a point where I don't think a lot of meaningful discussions are opened yet. But with Damien, I saw him. He's a man of reason. He's a man of logic. He's a man that he's willing to, put certain emotions aside to be like, okay, this is the shit. We have to focus on the problem. Yes, you've done some shit or some shit happened that I'm not necessarily in agreement with. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm gonna be fully antagonistic about it or anything like that. I am cooperative, but I have my own gripes about you, or I have my own perspectives that I consider that are a better approach than whatever your perspective is. Because that's kind of the thing. Because both of us want equally the same thing, but we want it in different ways. So that's kind of where our conflict arises. It's not like we are there to stop each other from achieving it. We're there just more like, you know, I want to achieve it, but I consider that the way to achieve it is this way, while you consider it's in this other way. And that's kind of where the conflict starts. But as we mentioned, yes, we've created a conflict between each other, between our characters. Once we stepped out of the game, it was totally fine. We were loving it. Like, you know, Karen was a bit surprised that I jumped at it, because he wasn't like fully expecting for me to go kinda that hard, but you know. And also Ghost, our storyteller, basically said the same thing initially when she started, because all of us are new. It's a freshly new group. None of us have played together in beforehand. Dokuro is the first time ever playing a ttrpg, which I'm gonna give him fucking props and respect, because I've game mastered for beginners before, and I've seen the struggle and I've seen the learning curve that the learning curve that many new players go through when it comes to learning a ttrpg. Dokuro fucking took the reins and said fuck it, we balled from the very get-go. It fucking amazed me. I didn't see it. I think it's the first time I saw a new player in a ttrpg not having that kind of struggle or like a learning period of be like, wait, I can do anything in the game. I can basically just say what I want to do and it happens. Because I've seen that with most players, like, because I've seen the issue with a lot of players having that kind of open question of, okay, what can I do? And of course, most game masters will probably tell you, well, anything you want to do, you can do. That is within reason, of course. Dokuro was like, nah, throw that all the window. I know what I want to do. I'm gonna do this shit. And I've loved that for him. I've loved that amazingly. To me, that's kind of the biggest things I've loved about this session. Seeing some people that I've been given the context that they've never been in a TTRPG scene, like excel and thrive so quickly. But yeah, as I said, Ghost mentioned that we all like for the first time we are ever playing a TTRPG together. So us jumping into these kind of things, doing this kind of back and forth, and all of us really quickly adapting to kind of our storytelling, kind of our role-playing moments has been a bit impressive. Ghost initially wanted to kind of mention it that she was kind of playing it safe with the idea that we might not necessarily be that pushy, we might not necessarily jump that heavily into it. But considering things that happened in the last session, towards the end of that last session, she was like, nah, you've proved to me that you're handling your shit with class. I'm gonna push the envelope further now. I'm gonna escalate this shit just so to see where you all going with this. I'm like, okay, we're in deep trouble, we're fucked. Let's just say we got a timer for some stuff that's about to happen, and that's not funny. It's not fun. It's gonna be, I mean, it's not fun in the sense that we're in deep trouble once that timer reaches 0, but that's stuff we have to see. But yeah, have those kind of moments, collaborate. Equally, you as a game master, collaborate with your players, like throw them hooks, throw them things that they would be interested in, and see how they respond, and at the same time respond back to whatever they are bringing there, and you know, add elements here and there to create those kind of collaborative moments between the characters as well. Like, that's kind of your whole thing as a game master. It's not just about you creating challenge in the sense of, oh, I'm throwing some monsters, I'm throwing some puzzles, no, create experiences, create moments of friction, but with a sole, but as mentioned here, with the sole purpose that they want to push and win, and you ensure in some way or another that win is possible. Do not just simply be there like, yeah, I'm throwing a dragon and wiping them all out and TPKing them or whatever the fuck, because I wanted to give them a challenge, because they asked for a challenge, so this is a challenge. But you know, yes, escalate, maybe put the risk of death, but not necessarily be there to root for that possibility. Be there to be like, yes, death is possible, but in this scenario has enough options for you to achieve the results you want. So I'm not gonna be here wishing for a downfall. And And that should be a relationship between game masters and players that I think everybody should have. I don't think, again, I'm not sure if there is a system in itself that should ever encourage that kind of adversarial behavior between the players and the game master. There might be, I do not know, but at the very least with this system and some other system I've played, no, it's all about you all telling creating an experience collaborative that you all enjoy and that you all love and that you all are a fan of. Because again, being this part of being a fan of players, I love all the characters that I've seen. Iris is amazing, Ambrose is fucking wacky in so many ways, but I do enjoy seeing the shenanigans. And Samson is just, I feel like Samson has not yet been fully revealed to me, but I know there's something interesting there. I know there's something that worth picking at some point with Samson, and I cannot wait to get it, because I don't think we've seen glimpses of what he is, what he could be, but I don't think we've seen enough, in my opinion. Iris, I think we're gonna get some interesting Iris moments soonish. That's my speculation. Again, we don't necessarily discuss too much what's exactly gonna happen, or we're not doing that kind of thing. Of course, we are players. We'll be like there, like yes, game master, wreck our shit, fucking bring us the pain. Let's see how you're gonna ruin us today. Because to be fair, there have been some interesting stuff going on. It's kind of building up from what I've seen so far in the sessions, and it's been just session 2. Yeah, which also kind of goes to show if both you as a game master and equally the players are fucking gushing about the fucking games you're playing and the sessions you're doing and all that kind of shit, that's also good indication that you're on the right track. You're on that whatever you are doing, it's there, it's good, and you maybe should lean more into it. And another good way to do it is, compliment, offer advice, be there like, yo, I love the shit that you do, we should do that shit we should do that shit more. Because that's basically what Kieran said to me, like, yo, I did not expect out of you, I was not expecting that kind of shit that you did, but I loved it and I want to see more of it. I was like, fuck it, let's do it, we ball. Ask questions and incorporate answers. In Daggerheart, the game master doesn't have to do all of the heavy lifting in terms of world building and narrations. Daggerheart encourages the game master to share narrative authority with the players. Many players will be drawn more fully into the world when you empower them and to add their own touches and details to the world of the story. You might ask the player whose character is from this town to describe the market rather than describing the critical success of the character's blow. You can ask the player to take the spotlight and narrate their triumph. In dramatic or even commonplace moments, you might ask questions about characters' motivations and their emotions and their history to see how the current moment relates. Some groups may even want to go farther, closing the gap in narrative authority between players and game master, with players taking authorship over entire regions and nations. Do your best to respect the player's contribution and fold them into the fabric of the story. Take those answers as an indication that of the player's interest and think about how to fold them into the story. As the game master, it's your job to maintain the integrity of the world and make adjustments where needed, but ensuring that every player's voice is included will mean that the story is truly representative of the creativity of the whole group. But yeah. In easier terms, with certain elements of narration and certain elements of character building, just leave it to the players. In certain situations, the players might know best in how to do things. I'm gonna, again, when it comes to utilizing abilities, describing them, how exactly they function, even though the players may not necessarily initiate, drop the ball into their court, be open about it, be like, hey, okay, you're using this ability, or you succeeded in utilizing it into this ability. Tell me how you use it. Tell me how this effect plays out. I've done it multiple times and I've done it myself. The best example, again, I'm gonna put it into example Hunter the Reckoning, the cafe section. I've detailed that I was using my foresee ability to basically improve my roll outcome. And they say like, look, I'm looking into my surroundings, I'm starting to see glimpses of possible situation, of possible location, of possible like scenarios that could happen because of me looking around, and where exactly I should be looking around. Maybe I'm seeing, because 4C has this kind of weird definition, kind of flair to it. So I was like, me seeing, kind of described it as me seeing glimpses into like all kind of alternate realities or like alternate possibilities in the moment of me looking around, and where exactly maybe I should be looking to find out the exact thing that I was looking for. But that came from me as a player. I wasn't there to say like, Game Master, I'm using 4C, and Game Master then starts describing what I see out of 4C, because maybe the Game Master would have not necessarily exemplified it in a way that I felt would have felt right to my character. Another example, my other ability that Damien has, Bluster. Bluster is basically this kind of reactive defensive ability where basically I offer the possibility for one of my players, for a player to basically, or a character technically speaking, to avoid an attack. And the way I kind of play it out is me basically Adrian being so enraptured into this creature that is attacking them, that he's having this kind of reactive guttural response of be like, oh look, this creature is really unusual. Basically, yeah, it's calling upon the creature, but not necessarily in a way that it's be like, yo, look out, but it's enough information to basically for that character to be like, yo, oh, I should probably wait, what creature? Oh, this creature, okay, I should probably avoid it. Because that's kind of how I flavor it. For me, it's not Damien, warning the character to avoid it. No, it's Damien calling notice on the creature, and and then somehow, then in some way, the other player responds. The character affected responds in a kind of reacting response. Yeah, open this kind of possibility, and equally, this jumping into some discussions that I had with my actually, I think I had like yesterday with Ghost. I'm not gonna get into too much detail simply because it could be a bit spoilery and it could get into some things. But I was looking into some like World of Darkness factions and trying to figure out something for like a concept that I was working at. But the factions that I was looking for weren't necessarily what I wanted, or at the very least they didn't offer me enough stuff for me to work with. So I was like, so okay, we had the initial conversation about what exactly am I looking for, what exactly do I want out of it, and how exactly what's my perspective on this on this current faction right now, and then we jumped to the conclusion like, okay, let's build it ourselves. And that's kind of another thing, like because this was one of the situations where I personally, as a player, because of my personal and cultural background, would have known, would have at the very least some knowledge and and a better idea in how this faction might be structured and how this faction might actually work. So the game master, the game master was like, okay, I believe you as being a better authority in telling you, in creating this structure and offering a better telling and a better kind of better information as how this kind of thing should work. So I'm letting you work on it, and then we can, and I'm gonna assist you on it, and then utilize that your version of it as part of the concept you were working on, instead of using the current information that is considered canon. So yeah, that could be also a thing, especially if it's like a cultural thing or that kind of thing. Is you have like a players that they want to have that kind of representation, they want to have that kind of personal touch to some of the things that are connected to their character. Let them, especially if out of everybody in the group they would be the best to know about it even more, like offer them this platform, offer them the opportunity to show themselves and to kind of be proud of whatever they're trying to represent or be a part of, because that's kind of what I want. I want to show elements of a faction, of elements of that are part of this faction, that have a significance to me and a significance to my own culture and significance to this kind of things that I've not necessarily seen represented enough or well enough. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it in my own way, in a way that I personally would enjoy. I'm not necessarily taking authority over the entire fucking culture. Not, I would be fucking idiotic to do that. But at the very least, for this game and for me personally, I do want to take the charge and I want to be there to tell my own thing. So you as a game master should offer that possibilities. Of course, be there as a guideline, be there as a mediator, be there as some kind of a referee in case certain things go into a direction that might not necessarily feel completely feasible for whatever setting reason or story reasons. Or, you know, maybe there are some elements where the player may be overstepping into some other connections or into some other like narrative elements that maybe you personally don't necessarily want the player to get involved into. So again, collaborate, talk about it, have discussions on it, but don't deprive the opportunity of players bringing their own things to the table and having them as as significant parts of the game that could be or could not necessarily be connected to a character. Again, I've done something similar with the D&D campaign that I've been a player at, where I was like, okay, I have this character that is part of a faction. This campaign was a homebrew campaign, was a homebrew setting, and I asked my DM, I was like, hey, are you okay for me to create some kind of baseline, are you okay for me to create a kind of a general outline of how this faction works and then give it to you? And because you said that, you know, this is a homebrew setting, I've asked him if he had anything thought out for this kind of setting, for this kind of element that I was looking for, because I was looking to kind of into a draconic faction. So I was like, okay, do you have anything like that? And I'm like, no. Okay, would it be okay for me to work on it, because I have some ideas of what exactly I would like to see out of this draconic faction. And my game master DM was like, okay, sure, go ahead, do it, and we jump from there. And because, you know, it would have been also an important part of my character as a backstory, or, you know, as elements in the story later down the line. So that's kind of why I wanted to do it, and not just simply be a passing comment in my backstory that, you know, neither me nor the game master would have been able to explore because there was no information given. Oh, okay, next principle: hold on gently. Improvisational storytelling isn't always perfect, and that's okay. Hold on gently to the fiction, enough so that you don't lose the pieces that matter, but not so tightly that the narrative has no room to breathe. Let yourself make mistakes and make changes. Smooth the edges and shape them to fit. You'll be the final arbiter and editor, but don't worry if you need to go back and revisit or retroactively change something that's come before. So yeah, simply spot, like, if you in the spur of the moment make the decision or made a choice, or be it narratively or in some role aspect, it resulted into something in which you realize later down the line that, oh no, this is gonna become problematic, either for, I don't know, logistical reasons, story reasons, mechanical reasons, whatever. All of them could be all of them are equally valid if you consider them as a problem. So don't be necessarily, you know, although this is kind of a gruesome way of hold on gently, it's a more gentle way of saying it, but this is also something that I kind of goes into game development. Don't be afraid to, you know, kill your babies. Basically, this kind of idea that don't hold on to your ideas. If you feel like an idea doesn't go in a direction that you want it, or it's not necessarily suited for whatever you're trying to create or trying to tell as a story, just remove it entirely or just change it. Don't hold on to it just because you thought that, yo, this thing was really cool, but it doesn't fit. If it doesn't fit, then alter it, change it, remove it, do whatever it needs. And at the same time, equally, do not feel bad that you have to do it. Nothing is set in stone in a setting. And, you know, you can find different ways of going about it. Let's say if you are, for example, you have a piece of lore that maybe you gave out to some players, and then you later on realize that it no longer fits with the vision that you've continuously built along the way, and you kind of went in a different direction. Maybe you can, instead of just simply saying to the player like, hey, this information that you got is false, and look, this is the true information, you might be able to play into it a bit. Be like, hey, actually, and somehow slowly built into the story that the information that they initially gathered was actually misinformed. So somehow you could still weave it into the story that the initial, you can somehow like retcon it vaguely into the story to be like, hey, this information that you had is no longer valid, is not the actual true information, this is the one that is true information. Of course, you can just be blunt about it and be like, yo, look, the thing that I created initially is no longer fitting my vision, I'm gonna make some alterations. If it somehow affects you, I'm gonna discuss with you and gonna make changes accordingly. Or, you know, or at the same time, you know, the game master could be transparent and be like, yo, there's some things that are happening and they are putting me into a rough spot, so I'm gonna make some changes in such a way that, you know, I'm not necessarily gonna have a hard time later down the line. For a good example, actually, our game master told us that because of the things that happened in the last session, let's say just things escalated really quick, a lot quicker than, you know, our than our game master anticipated, and she was openly transparent to us, like, yes, I'm giving you this timer, because she basically told us that, you know, you have this timer now that you, up until that situation that you've escalated is gonna happen, but I equally gave this timer equally for you to have enough time to prep, but at the same time I also have enough time to think on the implications and think of different ways for me to play out the situation, because even though she didn't went into details, she basically said that, you know, because it escalated so fast, it actually might be a problem for me as well to play it as it is right now. So at the very least, I need some additional time for me to kind of figure out how exactly I'm gonna get myself out of this difficulty, which is also totally valid, totally fine. You can make these kind of things. You can either figure out on the spot, like, oh no, this is a bad thing, I have to plan it carefully, or you can just simply make alterations. If let's say, for example, maybe an issue was something about like an item or something that you gave the players that is more like a mechanical problem, you can start maybe creating some diminishing returns. Maybe the item was cursed, maybe there is some kind of maybe there's a kind of quirk about it that you kind of maybe play into it a bit later on, and actually make it and actually, you know, weave it so that it's actually an issue that this item had from the very beginning, but it was not something that you can easily discover. You could have easily discovered, and that kind of a thing. And, you know, you can, at the end of the day, it's, yes, in certain ways you could retcon, you could make alterations, but at the end of the day, in some cases, if the player doesn't know, what's the issue? It's behind the veil. Everything that happens behind the game master screen, it's free game for the game master. As long as you're not extremely openly about it and extremely open about the things you're doing behind the screens, it's totally fine. You should not feel guilty for changing things, for altering things. And at the same time, do not, just because for the pure, I don't know, cool factor or whatever other reasons you had in mind to keep something as part of the story, if you at the same time realize that it's an issue, is equally an issue, or if not even more of an issue, to have it in this way than to just simply alter it. If you've created something that's problematic in some way, maybe it's best to just remove it entirely or change it in a way that it's no longer problematic. Okay, play to find out what happens. Daggerheart is a game about heroic adventures and the emotional journeys of the player characters. The group plays together to find out what heroes will do and what kind of legends they will become. As a player-driven game, the overarching plot of a Daggerheart campaign should emerge from collaborations with the players, tying the character stories together with one another and with the world and its major events. Daggerheart tries when the game master creates rooms to be surprised by what the players will do, the choices they will make, and the people they'll become. It's most useful to prepare situations without expectations about the solutions the players will find to create. Preparing adversaries and appropriate maps can help make for exciting scenes, but always know you can adjust or completely throw out plans to follow inspirations when it strikes at the table. Lastly, remember that everything should flow from the fiction. Listen to the other players and react to what they say and how they act. When someone rolls the dice, let the result lead you to what happens next and express that in fiction. So yeah, basically it also says this is basically a way of saying it. The way I would also say it. Yes, you can plan out the story. You can plan out an overarching narrative that's gonna happen in certain ways. Maybe you have some multiple outcomes planned already. But the more important thing that matters is pay attention to what the players do in the directions they are going, and even the relations that they create between each other. Because as mentioned here, you'd be shocked, you'd be surprised in some ways they can do it. In ways they can think of outside the box. You'll never be fully prepared to whatever the players would have in mind. You're always gonna throw a situation, you're gonna throw an encounter, you're gonna throw whatever the heck at them and be like, yo, this is not, and act in a way that you would have never thought of. But at the same time, go with it, roll with the punches, you know, especially if it offers you a better idea. Like literally, I think a lot of people that are in the ttrpg scene probably saw a variation of the meme of player makes a wild theory. You know, the note-taker player or whatever player makes a wild theory about a character who is connected to somebody else in the backstory, and you as the game master realize, like, whoa, shit, that's actually a lot better than what I thought about it. I mean, they'll never know. I'm gonna change it and make it as to be true, because for two reasons. If you think it's a lot better for the story, then do it. Secondly, because the players were involved into it, they'll think that, you know, they had a and they were smart about it, and they figured out that, like, they'll think like they solved the puzzle, they figured the conspiracy, they figured the connections long before you planned them. You can give them credit, no matter how true that fact is or not. It adds to the experience. And as I said, if you believe as a game master that whatever theory or whatever action the player takes is a lot better than whatever you had planned, then go with it. You'll be surprised in how many moments, by just simply going with the flow, you'll create things that maybe would be a lot better than whatever you would have planned, and create situations that would be a lot more interesting. As I've mentioned before, like some player dynamics you know, arise from improv moments, and, you know, things that happen on the fly. Our game master in certain ways kind of told us that certain elements that happened last sessions were kind of improv, and she was kind of surprised in how we took it and how we kind of reacted back into it. So yeah, don't be afraid to just throw plans out the window and let the players kind of go in a different direction and do their own thing, because you'd be surprised. In many cases, it'll probably lead you to something a lot better. Especially if it's important to the player characters, or at the very least it has to play out into the player characters' enjoyment. As long as it doesn't affect your own enjoyment of the game, then let them do whatever they think it's enjoyable for them. Okay, now we're jumping into some game master practices and best practices, which I'm guessing in here it's equally, yeah, kind of like a conversation. So cultivate a curious table, gain your players' trust, treat the characters as competent, cut to the action, keep the story moving forward, help the players use the game, create a meta conversation, ground the world in motive, bring in the game's mechanics to life, reframe rather than reject, work in moments and montages. Sorry. So, cultivate a curious table. Tantalize players with suspiciously coded line muttered under a character's breath. Illustrates the signs of a lingering magical threat. Hint at future dangers coming over the horizon. Throw out hooks and see what catches their interest. Fostering an environment of creative inquiry at the table, and that curiosity can lead you to incredible places. Another way to foster curiosity at the table is to practice it yourself. Ask questions of the characters to prime the players to think about the world through their character's interest. And here's like a few questions. I know, do you think Reyna has run across the Twilight Guard Inquisitor before? What does she think of them as a Seraph of the Dawn? Morris, have you been to this town before in the travels as a bard? What do you remember about the audience here? The Game Master is part of the table, so this can extend to you as well. Follow your own curiosity and share it with the players. Did you mean it when you said you'd never go home again? How is your character feeling after the confrontation with the Inquisitor? Asking these kinds of questions also gives you the table insight into the player character's internal monologue and helps you all understand these characters on a deeper level. So yeah, basically, yeah, offer hints, offer elements here and there that would stir a player's curiosity, and even stir your own curiosity. Maybe one of the players has kind of a offhanded comment that you think you can build upon it, so you want to expand it, and like, hey, what did you mean about this? Is there like something specifically that your character is feeling right now that would have made this kind of comment? And to be fair, me personally, it's something I also do as a player, and I've already done it here and there a bit. I believe there are certain words that I use to kind of leave the possibility of a follow-up conversation with because I think it's something I've done with some of the characters in the Hunter of the Reckoning. I've made some remarks or comments. I think some of them have happened I think in the Discord, because we also have a kind of a text messaging in character like text messaging thing on Discord, in our Discord group, that we occasionally kind of banter around in, and I kind of left things there to open certain conversations. Of course, I'm not gonna push them on it. I'm just curious to see if they're gonna look at that and be like, am I gonna have a conversation or not? If they don't have it, they don't have it. That's totally fine with me. But I do push that kind of a hint here and there. So yeah, you as a game master should do similarly, like have passing comments, have weird, interesting hints. For us, the end of that session was kind of a hint on its own. There have been hints for other characters as well here and there that have been mentioned that will probably gonna get explored soonish. And yeah, it's also important to kind of ask the character's perspective, because maybe it can also encourage the character to think more about, actually the player to think more about their character, and at the same time to maybe encourage them into more roleplay and be like, hey, tell me about your perspective, tell me about your character's perspective, your character's personal beliefs of this situation, and maybe even build upon your character's encounters. If let's say there is a character that maybe it doesn't have a lot of things built up as a backstory or as relations with certain elements in the current scene, bring that question forward, like, hey, because you are this kind of character, would you consider yourself connected with this situation, and if so, in what way, and what is your perspective out of it? Because you never know, maybe from that point on, then your DM could build upon it either in the moment or behind the scenes to then be used future down the line. So yes, build on the mystery, create a mystery, create things for the players to look into. Like, I don't know, a mausoleum filled with 100 undead, with that even to this moment we haven't fully figured out what the fuck is happening with it, what's the deal with it. So yeah, we kind of have to figure this out. Equally, why is there like a hitman that that is targeting one of our players, like allies, not necessarily allies, but more like family, and all those kind of things. What's the deal with this mafia personality that's all of a sudden is coming here, and why it's such a big deal that he's now coming here? So yeah, add things for a player to then later on be like, okay, I want to look into it, I want to check it out, I want to explore about it, I want to find more information of it, and that kind of a thing. And something I'm doing it, because I'm even doing it with my downtime as a character with Damien, with some of the stuff that's happened, some of the situations that kind of pushed us into me exploring some other things that I'm looking into in downtime here and there into making our situation a lot more manageable, that kind of a thing. But yeah, always have those moments, have these kind of things, have these kind of mysteries for the players to look into them, and at the same time, you know, scatter as many as you can, and just work on those who, you know, who the players, you know, actually catch on and actually put interest. Maybe, I don't know, you said like 10 hints, but maybe the players gravitate only towards 2 of them. Well, just build on those 2 hints. Don't necessarily go too much into the other 8 if they didn't necessarily look into them or showed any kind of interest in that. Gain your players' trust. The trust is essential for a successful game of Daggerheart or any tabletop role-playing game. The Game Master trusts the players to represent their characters' actions thoughtfully while keeping the shared goals of the table in mind. The players trust that the Game Master is acting in good faith, that when you're introducing challenges and doling out consequences, you're doing so with the interests of the whole table in mind. Make promises and then follow through on them. Let players' hunches be correct whenever you can. Let them feel like their understanding of the word is correct, even if it's incomplete. In resolving an action, deliver on the expectations you set before the roll was made. This also means admitting when you misstep or misspeak, and checking in with your players when you're unsure about something. Strive to believe the players when they bring their characters' experiences. The bonus they gain is no guarantee of success, and validating a player's vision of their character while still representing the difficulty of an obstacle honestly creates a healthy balance of dramatic uncertainty. The rogue is a skilled climber from her years as a sailor, but will that be enough to scale up a siege tower while it's carrying down up a bumpy hill and on fire? But yeah, obviously, yeah, acting good faith. Always make you know, decisions and respond in ways that, you know, show to the players that you're acting in their best of interest. You're there to facilitate their perspective of the game. You're there to encourage their own creative process and their own participation in the story. And as mentioned here, like, let them feel like they are understanding. Offer them opportunities for them where they've learned some information, or they're theorizing something, so let them in certain ways feel correct about it, even though maybe it's not complete, maybe in some way it's misrepresented, as I mentioned beforehand. Maybe the player's perspective on the issue fits a lot better than whatever you had in mind, so maybe change it into that if you consider that it's best for the experience as well as for the player's perspective in this. Like, if the player's theory would make the player a lot a lot more happy, you know, bring a lot more enjoyment out of it, make them a lot more happier about this kind of theorizing, and would probably push them into, you know, making these kinds of looking into these kinds of answers in the future, then go ahead. Yes, whenever you're setting up expectation, make sure that you deliver. Make sure that, you know, you're not just simply saying, oh yes, this is gonna be a good outcome, but not as good as you think it's gonna be. No, if this is a success, be a success. Don't monkey paw it in a situation where there shouldn't be a monkey paw kind of outcome. Because at the end of the day, that's why you have, you know, succeeding with fear, succeeding with the hope, failing with hope and failing with fear. You already have the threshold, those outcome threshold, those outcome possibilities. Don't add more layers to it and add more distrust, because at the end of the day, yes, because the players should feel like, you know, they should trust, they should feel like anything that you're bringing forth is there for you to, you know, for them as a challenge, and then for them to basically overcome and build upon a greater narrative story, a greater event. And, you know, and as mentioned here, let them, you know, whenever they're making assumptions, especially if they are assumptions about their own characters, let them in most cases go with it, because at the end of the day, they will be the best. They're the best referees. They're the best individuals when it comes to asking perspectives of those characters. Like for example, my game master, like I think I made like a downtime decision with Damien, and I think my game master like, look, the way you kind of formulated this downtime and this kind of thing, it pushes more into this situation than necessarily this situation. Would you be okay with it changing in that way, or would you want me to, or would you want to like talk about it and then find a way for us to move into the direction that you want it to be? And in that situation I was like, you know what, I'm fine with the, you know, changing it into the other thing and changing it into the outcome that the game master thought would have fit a lot better. But you know, having those open conversations and showing that, you know, not only you but also showing that you believe that the players are acting in good faith is a sign. It's a sign of trust. You know, equally show that you trust the players at the same time as showing that the players should trust you. And of course, most of this should be shown through actions, not words, through whatever decisions you make and whatever choices you and whatever outcomes you create in the story. One sec. Treat the characters as competent. The characters in Daggerheart are skilled adventurers and heroes, even early in their journey. Don't call for a roll when a task is simple or without danger. The rogue probably doesn't need to roll to pick a standard lock, especially if they have a burglar experience, but if the lock is warded by a powerful wizard, that's another story. Because every action roll can cause consequences and complications, as well as generate hope and fear. Asking for more rolls or letting players roll for tasks that wouldn't require a roll can cause an imbalance of the system. Primarily call for rolls when the character takes bold, dangerous actions. If you don't see an interesting result from either success or failure, you can skip the roll. I don't think Ariel needs to roll to cross the bridge. I'm not really interested in what failure here would be like. What do you think? Yeah, I think I mentioned it with the game master. I think they're called pillars. I forgot, like principles. You know, let rolls be a part of the game when there is an actual outcome, and treating characters as competent is a positive. And letting them basically occasionally automatically succeed in tasks that are either simple or don't have any kind of risk. Because as I mentioned, it shows that a character has grown, it shows growth to the character, it shows that they've gained experience, and that not every challenge that they might have encountered in the past is now a challenge to them in the present. Equally to that, as mentioned here, and as I've also mentioned it before, because fear and hope are such a such a core aspect of the system, constantly asking for these roles would or overusing this system basically would either push into generating way too many resources, generating way too many complications in situations where there should not be any, especially if there is no interesting reason for there to be a complication. As mentioned here, you know, if you consider that if there is no dangerous action or the complications and consequences are not of importance, then you should not encourage a roll for it. These kinds of roles should be encouraged and should be put in use in situations where things actually have a consequence. Things could have bad outcomes and it could result into players having difficulties. If you constantly push into using it at every opportunity, it can bog down the game, it can slow it down, and it can affect how the balance of the existing systems basically behaves. It probably becomes underbalanced or overbalanced. Like, you know, it's the characters would necessarily would feel maybe overpowered, or maybe the encounters would feel, or maybe the encounters themselves will feel overpowered, depending on how much fear the game master has accrued. But I would like to also mention the example statement that was made here. In some situations, maybe also throw it into on the player's perspective. Be like, hey, I as a game master do not believe that your character would have difficulties in these situations. I don't see the reason for you to fail, or I don't see what exactly failure could bring here. But at the same time, tell me about your perspective. Do you think that I'm viewing this right? Do you believe that there's something different in here that I could explore? And have that kind of in the moment, like, open conversation about the character. Be like, because who knows, maybe the player can offer you some insight about like on how this situation could pan out in a way that could be important for them. And take that factor into consideration when making the decision. So yeah, in some cases, open the discussion to the players and be like, yo, I don't see importance for you to roll here, but I'm open for you to, to give me your perspective. If you consider that this is a reasonable thing for you to roll, then go ahead. Let's see what exactly would be the outcomes of it, and if we should do it or not. Cut to the actions. Sorry. Heroic fantasy stories are generally comprised of dramatic scenes, travel montages, and down-tempo moments around the camp as the heroes decompress and prepare for what's ahead. If the travel between two places isn't going to result in much danger or interesting challenges, there's no need to depict in the scene. You could instead say something: so you travel to Old Home, clear all your marked HP, stress, and armor slots. We pick up on on the edge of town. It's only twilight, but you haven't seen anyone in any of the outlying farms, and there is no sound coming from the tavern just as you head right on your right. Just what do? You might tell the players they can flash back to the details of the plan or get their story straight later. When the scene feels like it's dragging or going in circles, you can always ask the players to trust you to cut away so that you can keep the story moving. Note that actions doesn't always mean combat. Actions can be a tense political drama as the party tries to maintain an alliance hanging by a thread. Actions can be navigating an archmage's warded and trapped hedge maze. Actions here mean anytime there is a tension and uncertainty. It means situations that will challenge the character. If the player characters have an enemy on the ropes and the player's interest seems to be wavering, go ahead and have the foe run off, surrender, or just ask the players how they finish out the fight. You should do your best to not let any scene becoming a grind where everyone feels obligated to see it through, but no one is having fun. Part of being the game master is picking up which moments to focus on. Yeah, simpler put, don't let things drag on. If you feel like there is nothing of value here either that you yourself as a game master could bring, or the players themselves through their collaboration doesn't progress into anything of value, then just simply say, okay, you gain whatever benefits you gain out of it, the scene ends in whatever way it ends, and we move forward with the plot, we move forward with our story. An example I can actually offer you is the session 1 I think we had with Hunter towards the end of our session 1, because the storyteller actually intervened, because there was a discussion that was happening between me and between Damien and Ambrose, me and Charon, and our game master wanted to basically, because we were getting close to kind of the time we were supposed to end, but our game master wanted to have some closing remarks with both Iris and Samson. So it was like, okay, we can cut the conversation for now. Let me just at the very least progress the plot forward, and if there is any time left, we can retroactively go back to that conversation and continue it from there. So yeah, that's something you can make a decision, especially if there is like some kind of like a situation where the player characters are planning or having conversations, but they are just moving in circles, they're not progressing in any kind of way. You as a game master can intervene and be like, okay, This is not moving forward in anything else. It's just we're stagnating here. So let's at the moment just put a pause on this conversation on this topic. Let's move forward, and if anything of importance is coming out in the meantime, we can revert back to that conversation and continue it from where we left off. So that, you know, scenes don't drag out, especially if not everybody is involved in those scenes. Because equally, even if the player characters might be involved, all of them might be involved. Maybe you as a game master aren't necessarily involved in that situation, or not necessarily don't necessarily see any involvement out of it, and you see like and for you it feels like it's dragging on for no reason, and it's just a slog. Because you should also make that decision for yourself as well, not just for those situations where this thing is happening where not all players are participating. Maybe there is a conversation between two players out of the 4, but you feel like the other 2 players that are not they're part of it are just waiting for it to end. Maybe you're also waiting for the conversation to end, so maybe you should also make that decision for yourself, not only for the players. Equally, as mentioned here, it should also apply to combat. If you feel like the combat just simply becomes like a back and forth, like I hit you, you hit me, and that's kind of it, or something like that, where there is no more tension, there is no more it feels like the risk has faded. You can make the call, and at the next attack that the character is making, that a player character is making, to be the definitive attack, to be the finishing blow, or to just simply be like, you know, the character just simply flees or just decides to no longer fight anymore and just push with the scene forward, because maybe you feel like from this point on the character would just, you know, have a conversation instead of fighting, or just would no longer be part of a scene, or just feel like, yeah, the players have earned their challenge, they've been challenged for long enough, and from this point on it's no longer a challenge, it's just kind of a grind. So just let's end it here and give the PCs the reward that they've earned. So yeah, for the sake of pacing and for the sake of you know, not bogging it down, not making it stale, and not, you know, wasting anybody's time, just, you know, cut to the chase, move and progress the plot in moments where you feel like there is no more, and there's nothing else to build upon. Keep the story moving forward. Every time a player makes an action roll, the story should move forward, success or failure. On a failure, the game master says how the world responds and keeps the story moving. This is often referring as failing forward. A character might not get what they want if the roll goes poorly, but the story advances through escalations, the new information, or some other changes in the situation. If there aren't any interesting consequences for a failure on an action, you don't need to call for a roll. Yes, as mentioned before, if there are no consequences, you should not ask for a roll. But if there are, just because there has been a failure, that doesn't mean that the story just halts. It means that maybe something happens, but not necessarily in the character's benefit. It might progress in a way that, you know, the characters now have to react differently. It's still progression, but in a different way. Is, yeah, failing forward. It's a progression in their disadvantage. Maybe a noble escalates a conflict because of a failed roll that you made in, I don't know, discuss in negotiating. Maybe, you know, you're trying to solve a puzzle, and now all of a sudden the room has become kind of a death trap, and now instead of figuring out the puzzle, you're figuring out how to get out of the room. You're still pushing the plot, but you're pushing it in a different direction. But it's not just about like, oh, I failed the puzzle, but I can reattempt it, and that's all there is, or I just get some kind of bad outcome that it's not necessarily permanent, or it doesn't necessarily alter my decisions. It's just something that I received in the moment, and that's it. I can deal with it and continue to move in the direction that I wanted. Yeah, and maybe, I don't know, depending on how things happen, maybe you have to improv in the moment. Maybe you have to change how this kind of situation happens. But, you know, go ahead, just go ahead and do it. You never know. Sometimes if you maybe weren't necessarily planning on how exactly this would evolve, you could yes, improv it in the moment, see where exactly this could lead you. Maybe you didn't necessarily fully plan for a failure or how exactly this failure would play out, but maybe there is something there that's for you to find. It's totally fine to play in the moment, and as it was mentioned beforehand, if for some reason the choice that you made in the moment doesn't feel right later down the line, you can slowly change it. You can make adjustments on it. You should not necessarily commit 100% if you feel like it's not gonna be for the better of the story and for the better of the group. Have the player use the game. If you're the game master, there's a good chance that you're the person who has spent the most time learning the rules of this game. Regardless, work with players so that everyone understands the rules. If you have a question about something, another player might have the same question. Help players get to the point where they see the game's rules as a toolkit to help them get the story together, not as an obstacle that stands between them and enjoying the experience of play. The Game Master plays the opposition to the characters, but the Game Master is working with the players to tell the story. If they're missing something obvious or seem to be forgetting a mechanic or ability, ask if they think that ability might apply here. If they seem stuck, you might outright state that you think they have an ability or an item that would help. Yes, even though you might not necessarily be the overall authority in the group that when it comes to knowing the game, you're still the game master, and in some aspects, one or another, you are seen as kind of the mentor. You are seen as the person to guide the rest of the group when it comes to following the pacing of the game, following the rules, and following kind of how exactly they should utilize their features and abilities. So yeah, do your best to assist the players. Think of the players' experiences whenever you're building your encounters, building a situation, or however, or in how you're running the game. Like if you're running a game with new players, maybe don't necessarily be too pushy. Take it slow. Let them have a bit more time to think with certain situations. As mentioned here, be a bit more, offer a bit more guiding, offer more hints. Be there like, hey, look, do you want to use this ability? Do you think like this could be an ability that could offer you some use? Or be like, hey, you've made this action, but additionally you also have this ability that can benefit be a benefit for the action that you've made. Do you want to utilize it? Like, be there. Of course, there is a point where you know, the players should take the responsibility of learning aspects of the game. You know, the game master shouldn't constantly be there to remind them 24/7 of every aspect of their character or every aspect of the game. But yes, equally, nobody is perfect. Everybody's gonna forget something at some point. We're gonna maybe the stress or the kind of the pressure in the moment for whatever scenario that is happening right now, it's, you know, is blinding the player. But maybe you as the game master have that kind of foresight moment at the time, so you're like, hey, remember, you have this ability. You want to use it, and at some time, in some cases, maybe even be a bit forgiving. Like, be like, oh, I just after, you know, maybe a player makes a choice, and then after making the choice, the player realizes, oh wait, I had this ability that I could have used instead of doing the thing that you want. From time to time, be forgiving of those choices. Be like, okay, if you wanna, we can revert back and you can make that choice if you want. Of course, this is a thing that you have to gauge with the experience that your group has and how familiar they are with the rules. It's not something that's so black and white. And yes, by basically saying that you should 100% always be there to... You should 100% always ask the game master about everything, or you should 100% let the players to their own devices. If they don't know a rule, that's on them, and they should play with whatever the decisions they make. You know, take the context into consideration. Look at the nuances. Take in consideration for the players, because there could be also IRL aspects. Maybe the player has been out of the game for a few weeks and it takes them a while to get back into the flow. Maybe there's a tense moment currently in the session, which kind of puts some level of, I don't know, like level of stress or anxiety, not necessarily to a malicious level, no, to a dangerous level, just, you know, that kind of like in the moment stress of like, oh no, I need to figure out like a solution, and they might forget. So yes, be lenient about it. Don't feel like I can understand that sometimes it feels like a chore, but honestly, for many players, you're seen like as the guide, you're seen as the person that's mediating this and the one that truly feels the passion. Because at the same time, if you are out there, you know, denying the player the advice, they'll be like, well, they're gonna lose enjoyment out of it, because they're gonna see that you are annoyed by them asking questions and trying to learn and trying to offer a better experience for the games themselves, because they're not simply asking them out of simple, you know, maliciousness. There can be purely, you know, pure reasons or innocent reasons of why they don't know something. So don't come up there with the malicious perspective and be like, ah yes, I'm not just your, you know, guide, especially for the newer players, because basically harbor that collaboration and harbor that kind of perspective and that kind of outlook on being helpful, being a guide, because later down the line maybe that player would then assist other players and you no longer have to do it, because that's also, which by the way, this is a trick that you could do in case you don't want to necessarily be constantly interrupted. If you have like other players in a game system that are also familiar with the game system, weave them around the unexperienced players. Like if you do this physically, like in a physical game, you know, put the experienced player next to the unexperienced one, so they could also ask questions towards him and not necessarily directly to you. So then only the questions that neither the experienced players knows are asked towards you, and you can still focus on the other aspects of running the game. There are tricks you can do it. Other ways, you can just have like info cards. You can have like reference cards here and there about like certain for mechanics that are used more often, in case you feel like they are constantly forgotten about. If there's like for example the essential kit in D&D gives you like an initiative, a combat reference sheet, basically, which gives you like quick details of the most common actions that you do in combat, and it gives you like 5 copies of these cards that you can give to the players that as handouts as a reference whenever they're in combat, to know what exactly they are doing. So you can also do that. There are also other ways you can guide them, which doesn't necessarily have to be just interruptions of the game. They could also be things like, and that you can do post game or passively in the game by positioning them, having handouts, having reference sheets, that kind of a thing. And simply be somewhat, or just simply be accommodating, taking things slow, and be there as kind of a as the helping hand whenever needed. Second. Okay, creating a meta conversation. Ensure that the players always feel comfortable utilizing the safety tools in place for the game, and know that it's okay to shift out of character to ask something at the player level as creative collaborators, or at the table level as people enjoying a game together. Additionally, while characters live in the world and have all their senses to experience it, the players only know what it is established at the table together. Help the players by sharing details about their environments, giving them critical information, and offering facts and realities that their characters would easily know or have already discovered. Yes, the first part is kind of important in making sure that everybody has a comfortable experience and nobody is here, nobody's stepping in nobody's boundaries, which of course needs to be clarified in session zeros with whatever safety tools you're using. If you have, of course, you have probably a safety tool, a safe basically a safety tool like form, where you mention your lines and veils and what exactly you're willing to cross, what exactly you're not willing to cross, as well as maybe having other other options. As we mentioned in our Hunt of the Reckoning, we're using lines and veils as kind of our prior main element of the safety tool, where we clearly mentioned what are our hard no's and where exactly we could be okay with it with certain warnings. And at the same time, we also utilize X's. If there is a situation that happens in game, we're gonna utilize, and we're gonna basically offer a warn of an X, be it in chat or in some other way, maybe vocally, or so that from that point on we can take a break, discuss about it, and see where things are going. We have those those pillars built already, so that experience is comfortable. But at the same time, there are certain things that feel like they blurred the line when it comes to the safety tools that have been already put in place. Have that out of character conversation, even in the moment, if you feel like it should be something that needs to be addressed right now. As I'm gonna mention here, because probably the players people who watched the Hunt of the Reckoning session when Damien and Ambrose had our conversation, I realized that I probably pushed it a bit, because I've noticed a kind of emotional reaction out of Ambrose, or better said, out of Charon. And I was like, and me internally, I was like, oh, maybe I kind of pushed the envelope a bit too hard, so I kind of backed down a bit. Like, I took note of that kind of more meta knowledge of like, hey, I realize how the player is currently reacting, so I should probably be careful how I'm stepping on it. Out of game, we had the quick mention. We've mentioned about it. Charon gave me the all clear, like it's fine. It got emotional because of the topics that were discussed, but it had nothing to do with how you approach the situation. It was totally fine. It doesn't bother me, so you don't feel discouraged for doing that. So yeah, we had those kind of meta conversations, and you should always feel like you should have them. And in some cases, I think I've seen some tricks here and there that some people utilize, of sending messages or like making it clear, like, hey, maybe our character should have a moment right now, or maybe we should do something in this situation. I feel like it would fit us to, like, this is obviously a meta conversation to create like an in-game situation, an in-game scenario for them to interact with. So if you feel like it adds to the story, it adds to the narrative, and it plays into this kind of like create collaboratively, and you add a bit more to the characters, do it. Have those kind of out of game situations, because nobody's a mind reader. Nobody's gonna be there like, oh yes, clearly this player wants me to have a conversation with their character, I have to check this out. But yes, at the same time, you as a game master, when describing a scene, describing a situation, describing a scenario, offer as many details as possible, especially if you're playing theater of the mind. If you have no visual guidelines, you have nothing as a reference, you're just your words, be as descriptive as you can be to paint a better picture, and for the player characters to get the better understanding of the location. And as mentioned here, take into account the characters' backstories and experiences, and be like, and offer the information that you feel like would be fit for that character. And when it comes to when it comes to describing and the scene, and how exactly maybe they would react, or what exactly would they dawn up, what exact information they would probably dawn about the situation. Because yeah, because the more bare bones you are with the on table experience, like maybe you don't necessarily you play theater of the mind, you don't use maps, you maybe don't even use playlists, you just simply talk, and you just simply have the conversation, roll dice, and that's kind of it. Then add all of the, especially the important description, especially the description that would offer critical information. Don't assume that the players will actively pursue aspects of the scene that will then reveal information. Hint at them, offer hints, like as mentioned before. Encourage curiosity, encourage exploration. So If there is something that you feel like the players should look into, somehow hint at it, because maybe otherwise they will never explore it, they will never look into it if you don't mention it in any way. Don't think, because which is also like a general like kind of like game design issue, like kind of creative issue. Nobody knows what's going on in your head, so don't expect that people will understand or people will behave in the way that you think you will behave. So be as descriptive as possible. In many cases, meta knowledge is not disruptive for the game, as long as it's not like out of character information that your character should not know about. It's totally fine. Ground the world in motive. The characters in Daggerheart are driven by their motivations. An ambitious baroness wants to gain status and increase her sphere of influence, so she acts in ways that extends her powers. A large swamp serpent is motivated by hunger and the desire for safety within its territory, so it hunts outsiders, but it might not chase them beyond its territory if it's full. Each adversary stat block suggests a couple of general motives, but when you're depicting important NPCs, consider both their short-term and long-term goals and desires. A renowned thief might be most immediately driven by a desire to steal crown jewels from a caravan traveling through the forest, but their ultimate goal might be avoiding being caught by the king's guard. If both of these impact their decisions, this helps create a multi-dimensional character. The player might not always know a character's true motives, but if you keep the motivation in mind, you can depict the world with depth and consistency. When you hint at or reveal an NPC's motives, this helps the player make move to push and pull on those hopes and fears. Show how motivations leads the party's allies to act in solidarity with them even at personal risk. Action without motivation can feel like choreography. I think I messed up pronunciation. Anyhow. When a supposed ally betrays the party, your story will probably hit harder if the players understand those motivations, truly making the betrayal both sudden and in retrospective inevitable. So yeah, don't make basically take in account situations, take in account NPC perspective. Don't let everything be two-dimensional. Don't be like, oh, he's just a skeleton that has been summoned and things like that, and just he's there about to kill. Of course, maybe the skeleton is a simple example. The Baroness and the swamp example given here are decent enough, are good enough actually. But yes, when using stat blocks and that kind of thing, think of the possible motives. Think of ways that they can interact, because especially let's say for like combat encounters that maybe initially are simply thought as combat encounters, think of on the motivations, because if for some reason, let's say the player is in some way pushed towards more of a social encounter and more of a kind of puzzle solving encounter instead of something competitive, having the motivations already thought out can offer you the opportunity to basically think of those perspectives and think on how this encounter can play out in different ways. Like a good example I can give you that I've done before, and this was purely an improv situation. That was like something that happened like completely out of the spur of the moment. I was running my the Dragon of Icefire Peak adventure, which is the starter kit, essential kit starting adventure. I think I was already in the I think I was still in the initial 1 to level 5 adventure, I think, or towards the end of it. Anyhow, that detail doesn't matter. And I rolled like a random encounter table, and that resulted into a fight with I think a set of like 9 veterans, something like that. It was like there were like a lot of them, a lot of veterans, and yes, the combat started, and I knew for a fact that they were gonna get the veterans. They were gonna get wiped. The players gonna wipe the floor with the veterans. I was like, okay. So I made sure that I kind of buffed their HP a bit more, just so you know, their challenge. They would have been on the battlefield for a bit longer than just 1 or 2 turns. Because the idea with that random encounter, I initially played it out like, okay, they have this random encounter of being attacked by veterans, so I'm taking this kind of like a they are basically getting raided. They are getting assaulted. They just want to steal something. They want to steal from the players. That's kind of what I thought of. That was the initial motivation. They would just want to steal from the traveling players. That was the initial motivation. So you know, the combat starts because they were slightly beefier on their HP. One of my players froze, I think like a pretty high damage fireball, or maybe like 2 of them, something like that. I think he throw like 2 fireballs and something like that. I think something like, anyways, 2 big AoEs anyhow, and they survived. And one of my players was like, wait a minute, I threw 2 fireballs at these guys, and they're still alive, all of them? I was like, yes. Okay, hold on. So basically, literally, they like put a break on the combat. I think they put them into a state of where they were at pretty low HP or something like that, all of them. And it's like, okay, I want to talk with somebody that looks like the leader of the group. I was like, okay, let's talk with him. And my player started, the player started having this kind of conversation with the veteran, asking him like, hey, why are you doing all of this? What got you into this kind of life of into this situation? Why are you pursuing us and want to steal from us? And in those moments, in that moment of improv, I thought a bit about it. I was like, these raiders are using the veteran stat. So I consider like, okay, veterans, so there are some kind of soldiers. Maybe they are soldiers that, you know, have basically served, they have kind of received the short end of the stick. They're out of benefits, they've served their time, but in wars and fights and other kind of stuff, and served the crown in some sort of a way, but they never got the appreciation, or at the very least the benefits that they should have deserved, which put them into a really bad spot. So they decided to defect, and basically now they lived in this kind of more like pillaging lifestyle, where they just ransacked any kind of traveling merchant or like traveling caravan that went across their boundaries. So like, okay, so their motivation overall is like, they've been screwed over by the king. They've been screwed over by their own military force, and now they're left into this life of crime. And my player was like, what if I give you a job? What if I pay you instead as being our bodyguards, as being our kind of defending force? Because I think at the point they were about to like look into having a guild or something like that, like have a house of their own, or like a fortress of their own, that kind of a thing. So like, what if we hire you instead and give you like the money? And I was like, and I thought about, and I was like, honestly, they are in a point that they're trying to just make ends meet, and simply because they've been just abandoned veterans, they simply can't really go back to normal day-to-day life. But but even though they're still capable of being fighters, still capable fighters and all that kind of thing. So I was like, not only they are still able to do the thing that they're good at, they are getting paid and getting a normal kind of lifestyle out of it, and in some way it gives them more of a higher purpose than just simply pillaging other people's, up to the point where they might find a target that was too big for them and just get killed. Especially because this, for them in this moment, was a learning moment where they realized that, oh, we can encounter people that are way beyond us, and they could just probably kill us at the drop of a hat. So like, yes, this is a better situation than us continuing doing this thing. So yeah, I took in consideration. In the moment, I built up motivation, I built up research, and all of a sudden, this two-dimensional, like random, full-on, it was a random encounter. It was nothing. It had nothing to do with anything the campaign was written, because it was a pre-made campaign. It had nothing to do with with the campaign. It had nothing to do with any of the characters. It was purely something that I chose to do out of randomness, to add a bit of combat here and there. And like, I was like, okay, let me think. Okay, you started this conversation, let me think a bit more in depth, and let me think why exactly they would be like this. I found out their motivations, I found out their desires, and I'm like, yes, based on the conversation and based on what you're offering, this is playing into their motivation. So yes, they are willing to cooperate. So always think of that. You never know when because this can open additional ways in how a player can you know, handle an encounter or handle a scenario. It doesn't have to always just be about fighting the NPC, or fighting or socializing, or even doing the puzzle. Offer, you know, think of the other possibilities and think of what motivation would bring those possibilities forward, or maybe think of the motivation first, and through that motivation think of what exactly would happen after the fact. Because yeah, that kind of depth would also give more reason to the players, and in some cases they might even believe that, hey, this was something that maybe would have mattered to us, maybe something that should have happened to us, or it should have been part of the story. Because later on down the line to my players, I told them, because they were like, yo, that was actually really cool, the whole thing that you did with the veterans and things like that. And then I went like fully transparent with them. Yeah, it was a totally random encounter. I didn't plan it at all. I just went with the flow. You guys started talking. I started thinking about their own perspective of the situation. I was like, yeah, this makes sense. Go ahead. You have them as bodyguards now. You have like a small military force. Good, like, congratulations. And of course, because of it, I also played because of their motivations of trying to have like a decent life where they want to utilize their skills, but at the same time they don't necessarily want to get fucking killed at the first god threat. I was like, okay, they're willing to bodyguard, but you're not gonna convince them into fucking going out there and fight a dragon or some kind of cult or whatever the heck. They are willing to defend your property and your valuables, but not fucking die for, you know, king and country, that kind of a thing. So no, because it's still part of their motivation. It's still part of them having a normal lifestyle and them being kind of back into normal society without having their life at risk, to having their life being at risk 24/7. So that's going to also be a motivation, and that's also a motivation you can build up in case those kind of situations arise. Because initially the players started using the veterans as kind of an additional fighting force for combat scenarios and having them kind of as an escort. And I realized that it's soon enough it's going to become a problem, and it's going to fuck the bell curve, or it's going to, you know, trivialize some challenges, or it's just simply going to bog down the combat, because now I have to fucking 9 veterans that I have to roll initiative for and have to play in my combat turns. So like, okay, let me find them. What would their reasoning be for them to stay behind and just be guards and not also active fighters in the group? So yes, this could also be ways for you to kind of retroactively balance or proactively balance aspects of the party composition if you feel like things are not necessarily going your way. Because believe me, in many cases the players are gonna look for allies and are gonna look for ways to, you know, make their challenges a lot easier. It's second nature. It's, you know, it's human nature, and it's in the player's nature to, you know, make their challenges easier. So think of situation where it would be worthy for them to have an ally, and in which situation it wouldn't be worthy for them to not have an ally, and think about how you could weave that into a story and weave that into the narrative to actually be believable, and not just simply be there and as the game master and say, no, I'm not giving you the ally because I don't want you, because I want you to have a challenge, and you having an ally means you'll have a challenge. Like, it kind of breaks the veil. It kind of at the same time kind of denies the agency. It kind of more upfront kind of tells you that, you know, you no longer don't have agency in this decision. Build upon it. Motivations, because it makes the world feel more alive. You feel like everything in the world is there for a reason, has its motives, has its own reasons to do whatever they're doing. And it's not just a simple number that you need to bring down to 0 and that's it. Bring the game's mechanics to life. The game's rules are here to help facilitate the storytelling process. They're a good example of how fiction and mechanics work together to enhance the experience of a game for everybody involved. When there is an oncoming storm that will bring disaster to the nearby port town, place a countdown on the table labeled "The Storm Ravages Port Emerald" to show that the threat is real. Be clear about stating the risk of actions should something go wrong. When a player character rolls a failure with fear, go hard with your descriptions of the consequences to convey the gravity of the situations and the difference between failure with hope and one with fear. Embody the enemy's fatigue and desperation as they mark their last stress, but continue to goad the party on. If the heroes are ambushed by a large band of raiders, lay out your battlement and set out figures for all 14 enemies to show how outnumbered the party is. Yes, I am all about this. This is something I've always talked about it. Something that I always enjoy and something that's, to me, it's always been key about ttrpgs is it's mechanical storytelling. It's always having mechanics are not that just there to set out the wins and losses, successes and failures of a game. They're also there to tell something about the game, to tell something about you as a character, to tell something about the story. So emphasizing story through mechanics is important. Here it gives you some examples on how you as a game master can do that. Yes, when a big story threat is about to happen in X amount of time, actively create a countdown that is there visible for the players is important. Yes, play out, go into heavy details and why a failure with fear is so so bad, and why exactly it's so risky to act in those situations where you could get those kind of results, to kind of emphasize. And of course, even the simplest of things, we just simply say, oh, we want to see how a number it is. Let me just show you visually how effed up you are, how fucked up you are. Like, let me just show it to you visually. Equally, this can also be shown in how yes, it mentioned here how an enemy reacts when certain mechanics are lost or gained. If a villain gets powered up, or in this case like Adversary, gains a surge of power, maybe visually they change something, or they gain access to an ability, they also change something visually. But at the same time, you can also go the other way around. Maybe let's say your character is a pirate. How exactly do you emphasize that mechanically? Maybe you have a lot of abilities that have stuff to do with agility, have stuff to do with dueling, have stuff to do with dealing with ships. Elements about you being really sturdy with really sturdy and on your feet, and kind of a higher fortitude than you're. So it can also go the other way around. Like, you can create yourself, like for example how in the World of Darkness it's called a concept, and based on that concept you make mechanical decisions. You decide what exactly you want as a class, what exactly you want as abilities. If you have like a character that is more of a tactician, maybe most of the abilities that you get are more about like changing the battlefield into your own advantage, not only to yourself but to your party. Maybe you assist them, maybe you have gain abilities to reposition, to offer buffs, debuffs, that kind of a thing. So those elements play into the story, and those are also things that you can build up on yourself, even as a game master. Do you want an adversary that has those elements as well? Then give them those abilities. Do you want to emphasize that he's a tactician? Give those kind of abilities of a tactician, while they are also accompanied by some kind of fighting force. Because obviously, for a tactician adversary, they would never fight alone. They would fight with a group, and they would emphasize their skills with by utilizing their abilities on said group. So yeah, it's not just so always play into the mechanics and show the gravitas of the mechanics into the story. Reframe rather than reject. If a player's suggestions or description is out of sync with what has been established in the game or is generally implausible, try to find a way to reframe the situation and work with them rather than rejecting their idea outright. You might ask the table what it would take if for an implausible task to become doable, or call out a part of the suggestion that is more workable, and encourage the player to build on that aspect. Well, you might not be able to fly up the platform using the telekinesis spell in your grimoire, but there are plenty of large rocks here you could move around if you wanted. So yeah, don't just flat out deny a player's the kind of desire, like not necessarily desire, a player's attempts at resolving a problem or an issue. If maybe it's something that either as a ruling in some way mechanically or simply in a story reason it doesn't necessarily fit, you don't have to outright deny it. You can just be like, okay, I see what's your outcome. You either figure out what is the outcome that the player wants, or you know, if it's obvious, like for example here the player wants to use telekinesis to reach a platform. You know, you either figure it, you either know the outcome, or you talk with the player about what outcome that player wants, and offer them alternatives, offer other ways for them to do that. As mentioned here, like yes, you cannot use telekinesis to fly yourself up, but you can use telekinesis to basically create like kind of a de facto set of stairs that you can then climb up to the platform. It's within the same parameters that the players has asked, but they are, you know, reorganized in a different way, in a more plausible way that doesn't also break the rules of the mechanics. And because that's also another reason, maybe certain things that if you were to allow would open a can of worms of basically then all of a sudden this spell is allowed for other aspects that they were not necessarily intended, like telekinesis is not an ability to use for flight. So opening this kind of allowing it to be used in this situation as a flight ability would basically mean that any future encounters where flight would be a benefit, telekinesis could be utilized as an alternative. So yeah, don't outright reject, just either compromise or look for alternatives in a way that, you know, achieve the player's wish and outcome. Like, but that's the important thing. Talk with the player of what is their desired outcome, what they want to achieve out of this effort. Once you have that in mind, plan accordingly, rework your options accordingly, and offer them to the player. Like, okay, you can't do it this way, but you can do it in this way, maybe a bit more challenging, maybe with some additional rolls, maybe with some risks here and there, but offer them the possibility to do it. Offer them the attempt at the very least. Work in moments and montages. When framing a scene or proposing a way to play a beat of the story, think about the moments and montages. If the stakes are high and you want to zoom in on the flash of blades or coded language of courtly flirtation, you're working in moments. Give those powerful or climactic moments their due. Linger on emotions and give players time to savor the scene. However, not every part of the story needs to be told in moment by moment description or full scenes. In those cases, consider using montages, sequences of short descriptions or summary that establishes what happens without lingering on the individual moments. A montage is especially good for actions that take place over time, hours, or days. As an example, you spend the evening working the crowds to find leads on the Scorpion Society, but I don't think we need to play it all out. Tell us a little about what that looks like and then roll with presence. So yeah, basically, depending on what exactly you want out of it, you can choose like working the moment. If you feel like there are elements here and there that the either as a story, they need to be paid attention. They add to the atmosphere, they add to the climactic elements, and or at the very least, or in some ways can be utilized as kind of hints for the players. Then yes, do play upon them. But if the moment-to-moment situations don't necessarily, more than anything, just slow down the pace, or at the very least put it in situations where actually getting into the heavy details doesn't necessarily offer you the big picture in any way, or push you into the big picture, then yes, just simply have a montage, simply discuss it in a short, like, descriptive manner of how exactly all of this pans out overall, and give the outcome. Especially, it was mentioned here, like minutes, hours, or days. This is especially important for things like downtime. You have like downtime activities, just to simplify it, both as a for mechanical reason and storytelling reason. Just outline the overall like activities that you want to accomplish, and in which way you want them to be accomplished, and across and in how way exactly this can be, and what exactly do you want out of it. And then, you know, you as a game master, you can decide, okay, taking all of this information in consideration, just make one roll with using X specific trait, and I'm gonna give you all of the information that you glean out of it, without asking you to do every specific roll for every specific activity that you mentioned. Like, you know, you get a summary, a glossary set of things that they are doing. Like for downtime especially, that's important, but it can also be for other elements. For example, if let's say the climactic moment, or at the very least the tense moment of a scene, like let's say put the ball, like the let's put the gala into example here. Like if the gala has ended, or at the very least the climactic moment of the gala has kind of finished, but the gala itself, it still continues, but there is no impactful information that can be gleaned, or no more impactful moments or emotional moments that can be created out of this, the game master could basically take the charge and be like, okay, the gala now you know, everything has died down, the gala continues as initially planned, or maybe with the change of plans that have happened along the way, and give like a quick summary of how that and how it comes to a close. But don't play into the situations of it. Just let it quickly end. If you feel like, if both you and the players feel like there's nothing else to add to it, and just wanna basically finalize it and add a conclusion to that moment, to that, just give a quick descriptor of what else happens along the way, and then just end it there and move on to the next scene, move on to the next scenario. Now finally, pitfalls to avoid. Like in any game that relies heavily on collaboration, the tactics and behaviors of people at the table would have a large impact on the way the game runs. There are areas where hang-ups are more likely to occur than others. Oops, sorry, just hit my pop filter. Here are a few things to look for when running Daggerheart, and ways to help your games run more smoothly if you encounter them. Undermining the heroes, always telling the players what to roll, letting scenes drag, singular solutions, over planning, letting fear go unused. First one, undermining the heroes. Even at level 1, the heroes are accomplished adventurers with talent and experience. This is a heroic fantasy game, and so the characters are assumed to be skilled at the basics of adventuring. On a failure, things go badly and the character doesn't get what they want, but rather than describing a player character as being incompetent, it's usually better to show the failure that comes from environmental factors or unexpected surprises. As an easy way to make this work is to start by describing the cool or smart move the character was making, then saying "but" and describing the surprise and complications or escalation. As an example, your blade slices through the air with grace, the cut coming in perfectly at the guard's shoulder, but she reacts just fast enough to bring up the haft of a harbor to block your blow. Swings her weapon to try to pin you against the wall. She's way faster than a random guard at an outpost. This should be. What's a soldier with skills like that doing stuck all the way out here? If the group has decided to on a more silly or goofy tone, this guidance may not apply, but the default for Daggerheart is to assume that player characters' competence as adventurers and to make the story exciting, depicting capable heroes struggling with extraordinary challenges. So yeah, basically, a similar way to say it, if a player character fails, don't start by kind of making a jab at the player's capabilities, and somehow more than anything kind of play into it as kind of something that either if it has nothing to do with them, it, as mentioned in the example, it might have been the guards, it might have been the NPCs reaction that led to the failure, which because, you know, as mentioned, yes, not everybody is here for necessarily like that kind of fantasy of, oh yeah, you're just nobodies that just started this adventuring thing and you don't know what you're doing and you're still figuring things out. Going into this kind of direction can, after a while, feel like you're kind of insulting the character and then kind of indirectly insulting the player, and it slowly becomes it can slowly kind of discourage the player into taking risks and taking like you know, taking part, or at least taking the initiative in certain situations. And who knows, in other aspects it might even inadvertently encourage other players in the party to kind of poke fun of this situation and kind of become this kind of laughing stock. It could happen, although if it does happen, that doesn't mean you have like an amazing kind of group. If they jump into this kind of things at the first moment it fails, it shows up. But still, yes, do not play too much into a bad role as being a player's failure or a player character's failure, as more as maybe the situations is a lot more dire than initially planned. As mentioned here, it could be something that the enemy themselves that they are facing, it's a lot more skilled, or the challenge that they are facing, it's a lot more grueling than they initially thought of. Always telling the player what to roll. An important part of the creative collaboration in Daggerheart is allowing the players to express their characters' personalities through creative problem solving. In some situations there might be really only one trait that's appropriate to roll. Traversing a slippery bridge is almost always going to be an agility roll, for example. But in many situations when a challenge or threat is presented to the characters and you know they'll need to roll to address that threat, you can give them the freedom to decide how they're going to handle the challenge and what trait they want to use to accomplish it. Game Master, the spell rider on the giant bat just broke the enchantment keeping your airship aloft. You're all going to need to give me a roll to deal with the imminent fall. What do you do? Player 1, I'm going to jump over and grab a hold of the bat and climb over and wrestle the spell rider out of the saddle. Can I do that with agility? I want to make a finesse roll using my pirate experience to cut one of the smaller sails free and use it like a parachute. So yeah, basically, yeah, as mentioned, in some situation, yes, you are the arbiter that would basically, the referee that would basically make the final call. If there is our situation where there is only one or two type or limited type of rolls that can be done for an action to be achieved, then yes, you put your foot down and make that roll. But if things are left a bit more open to the interpretation, let kind of the player tell the stage. I can even say as a middle ground, instead of telling the players, hey, tell me what instead of the players telling the ability roll, let the players describe how exactly they are achieving they want to achieve, in what way they are acting, in what actions they are taking in order to achieve a successful outcome. And then you as a game master, based on the player's actions, you decide what kind of a role it is. Like for example, in here, the player one, instead of asking can I do that with agility, they could just have been, I'm going to jump over and grab hold of the bat and wrestle the spell rider out of the saddle, and leave it at that, and then leave it up to you to interpret that statement when it comes to a trait. Or yes, you can just trust your players and be like, hey, I want to use this because of my experience and because of certain skills that I have. I consider it feasible. This is how I consider it. This is how I'm doing it in a way that I've considered that it would be feasible. Is this possible? And then you say basically yes or no. In most of the cases, you should go with it. As I mentioned, instead of it's, as long as it doesn't like make the situation feel like unrealistic, not necessarily unrealistic, it just feels like it doesn't necessarily feel grounded, then there's no reason for you to, you know, deny it. Like of course, if there is like some kind of, if one of the players comes up with a solution that feels a bit too detached from reality, or not necessarily something that would have been like seem viable or within the certain realms of common sense, let's call it, I guess, then yes, you can have that mention and be like, look, it's fine, you can look, what you're asking me, what you're asking to do right now, it doesn't seem feasible, doesn't seem like it would offer you an actual outcome, and it doesn't seem like it would reach to the situation that you want to achieve. So I'm giving you the opportunity to attempt something different in a different way. Maybe you can still utilize the skill, but rethink how exactly you want to use it. You can also have that, but again, don't abuse it. Don't try and use this kind of argument over and over, because after a while the player will feel like you won't necessarily let them have their own agency, and you're always going to be there to have the final say when it comes to what role to use. Let some leeway, because it opens to the creativity, and it opens to the kind of storytelling moments and that kind of a thing that the players have. And you know, it allows them to kind of play out the fantasy that they want to play out. And like for like this example, the example with player 2, if they want to have that kind of more like swashbuckling player fantasy where they're all about like making this kind of showmanship, like risky type moves, then let them embrace that fantasy. Take in account the kind of challenge it would require, the challenge needed. Like maybe the first one feels a bit more doable than the second one, so maybe you'll ask up, maybe the DC for the player 2 would be a lot higher than the DC for the player 1. So you can also, you know, adjust how every role is handled by player and by situation and by their actions. Not just simply be like, okay, this is an escape scenario where my DC is gonna be a 15, and I'm gonna let the players ask me, let them, you know, have a free reign over it, and one of them feels too improbable for a DC 15, but I decided to be a DC 15. Well, then just change the DC. Maybe it's 17, maybe it's 18, maybe it's 20, who knows? But let the players have that kind of agency, have that kind of freedom. And just jump in those moments where you feel like there is no, there are limited alternatives, or there is no alternatives outside of what you've suggested as a possible role. Letting the scene drag. Many actions can be completed with a single roll, and every roll should aim to move the story forward and build or resolve tension. So if the wizard gets a success on a knowledge roll to search a library for a book that will provide answers to solve a specific problem, give them the useful book, even if it's not a perfect one. Especially if it's just finding an applicable book won't automatically solve their next problem, but it is required to attempt the solution. If most obstacles take one successful action to address, major obstacle and threats will feel more significant and may take multiple steps to overcome. Many adversaries take several hits to defeat, but if a battle starts to lose its excitement, look for ways to shake things up and create resolutions. So yeah, don't let scenes drag just for the sake of feeling of the need to feel like they need to be earned, or more I think a better said, dragging a scene does not also equal that, you know, the puzzle or the combat has been challenging. By just simply asking for multiple rolls of different actions for achieving something that is maybe in the grand scheme of things not as meaningful as it could have been with all of those rolls asked, maybe could have been summarized in one or two rolls, or just the one simple roll as given here. And similar with combat. Just because you want the combat to feel like a boss battle or something like that, like something really impactful, doesn't mean that it needs to drag over like an hour or something like that. It has to be a continuous back and forth. Maybe if you want to add those elements of challenge, you know, and elements of stakes, maybe you can change it up, take in consideration other ways in how this challenge can be concluded. Like, yes, as a battle it might take a while to be concluded, but maybe you can add elements of kind of puzzle solving or tactics, as I think I've mentioned in other streams. Like maybe your boss battle shouldn't just be you are attacking the boss is attacking you. Maybe there's also elements of the scenario or elements of the battle that you can use into your advantage. Maybe there are hazards that you can utilize in your benefit, or maybe there are aspects about the enemy. Maybe the enemy themselves have a resistance or an immunity that can be either permanently or temporarily disabled in the combat scenario by exploring their surroundings and finding out how exactly they are immune. So you can add elements of puzzle solving in the combat to add a bit more excitement and to add more, not just simply be like, yeah, yes, he's resistant, I made him to be, you know, damage resistant, so, you know, in such a way so that, you know, the combat takes longer, but just simply to minimize the amount of hit points they lose, it's not enough. Maybe so actually adding that element, because then it changes things up. Be like, hey, this enemy is resistant, you could defeat him the way it is, but it feels like that resistance is not something that he has permanent. Maybe there's a way for you to negate it. So offer those hints, offer those possibilities for the players to rethink how a scenario or combat or any other kind of scene unfolds, by giving them alternatives. I guess you can offer the long version of it, like the one that kind of drags on, but you can also give them the possibility of be like, hey, look, there's a way to solve this a lot quicker if you take certain risks or you know, act in a, or look for specific things or do specific actions. Singular solutions. If the game master has exactly one idea in mind on how the player characters can solve a given problem, it can become challenging if the players get excited about another idea or solution. You might have a good reason for why that solution you have in mind is the best option, but if the players have a good idea, it's often smart to adjust in the moment and think about how to make their approach work. Not automatically, but something to work towards with daring actions. Puzzles are a great example of that situation where a singular solution can cause problems. Everyone's mind works in different ways, and a puzzle or a riddle with only one right answer can shut down interesting alternatives. If the player gets bogged down or frustrated with the puzzle or scene, it's usually wise to find a way to move things along and adjust the situation to let the character's action advance the story. This might involve showing your hand to give the players more context, or checking in to ask how they're feeling about the scene. Yeah, a good way of how I would see it, and a good method to do it, like, yes, don't have one solution, or maybe you have one solution in mind, but be open about it. A good way of kind of how I've seen it, I've seen a lot of game masters that actually utilize this kind of rule of, oh, I've thrown in a puzzle, but I don't know the solution. I'm just letting the players just, you know, run, you know, brainstorm ideas in the moment and see which ones to me feels the most probable, because that can also be a thing that could also be really cool. Like, if you feel like the players have offered an interesting response to a problem and you feel like it's within reason, or at the very least you can build upon it and be like, okay, yes, that solution can can be done if you give me these roles, or if you give me these actions, and then go with that. Don't be hard-headed about it and just be like, no, it's only this solution that is the right solution and that's it. No, don't be just, you know, my way or the highway. If the players come up with something creative and interesting and kind of more and that they are honest to God like excited about it, like let it play out. Maybe find compromises, maybe find ways where, or who knows, maybe you can build upon that solution for them to lead into their own. Maybe their solution can offer them the hint needed to actually find the right puzzle. The thing is that just don't simply say no to that solution, or simply say that, yeah, it didn't work this way, because it's a lot better to kind of play into their ideas and play, because it also basically lets the player feel smarter. It's part of it. It's, you know, the players feel smart, the players feel like they've accomplished something, the players feel like, you know, they weren't necessarily just you know, coddled or guided. Of course, you don't necessarily have to know that, you know, the solution that they gave to you is a random solution that you considered viable and that was it. Or maybe they can know in some way or another. But again, if it's there to enhance the experience and is there to, you know, make the experience enjoyable for everybody, then you should lean into it, not stick yourself to a solution that only you would have thought of and only you would have done. Overplanning. Daggerheart is designed to be played with a great deal of improvisation to allow players a large amount of creative agency. The group builds and discovers the world together. The game is also built to be player-driven, when the player character's background and connections serve as the primary fuel for the game's plot. For these reasons, it's recommended to leave space for the story to breathe. The game works better when more preparation time goes into situations for each character to explore and engage with than in scripting entire scenes and a set progression of story beats. Every game's master style is different, and you may find that you benefit with more time spent on certain forms of preparations while still enriching the game through player agency and creativity. Another reason to be wary over planning is that Daggerheart is designed for player agency. Your players will often surprise you with great ideas or by taking daring or unwise actions, keeping with the character's motivations. When those surprises come up, try to read the energy of the table and see if they're all excited to take actions in a new direction. And it's okay to tell your players that took me by surprise. How about a quick 10-minute break while I think about how this exciting change will play out? Yeah, simpler terms. Of course, it's evident that it's really dependent on the game master styles, and everybody is different. But Daggerheart, as it is designed, it's extremely collaborative. You know, the whole process, the whole concept of rolling with fear and rolling with hope and succeeding with fear and or hope, or the other way around, failing with fear or hope, is there to kind of build upon the idea of consequences in the moment, of like outcomes in the moment. And when it comes to rolling actions, you can't plan them. You can't really plan what kind of roles the players are gonna do. You can think of certain checks here and there, like for example, if there is like a treasure chest that, you know, is locked in a special kind of way, yes, you can have some predetermined roles in how exactly that outcome is gonna play out. But if you're gonna have like some kind of social conversation, some kind of like social interaction with some important NPC, you're never gonna know in which direction the player is gonna move that conversation. You might have the best way you could do it, probably, you might have some story beats, or might have some topics that would reach in a certain situation, but not necessarily full-on planned through conversations, because you'd never know what the player is gonna choose to say and that kind of a thing. So in some cases, yes, it's better to prepare less than to prepare more, because in many situations the thing that you've prepared may never get used and may be thrown out and never seen again. And you know, and at the same time, it's kind of goes back into the whole discussion of you know, letting the players go with their decisions, basically not undermining the players and or like offering singular solutions. Let the things play out. Yes, they might choose something extremely crazy and goes in directions that you would have never expected, which is totally fine to, as mentioned here, to be like, hey, this is not something I've planned. You took me by surprise. Let's take a quick break. Let me figure it out in some way and then come back to it. Again, for example, I can give you our Hunter Wrecking session, our session 2. By the end of session 2, you know, things got escalated, people got cold, and people are gonna come here and deal with us. And it's a problem, because they should not have been alerted this quickly. And our game master was not necessarily prepared for us to alert them so fast. So, to be fair, it was nice that it kind of, in that situation, was kind of a good moment where it kind of happened around the moment when our session was about to end anyways. But you know, our game master told us after the fact that, you know, they gave a timer when this situation is gonna arrive to us for 2 reasons. One, to help us to prepare. Secondly, to help her prepare, because she was also not ready for this kind of escalation. She didn't necessarily expect it, but she's like, okay, I am gonna run with it. I just need time to prepare for it and make sure that I'm not writing myself into a corner here, or putting myself into a bad situation, or you into a bad situation where things are not gonna turn out in a good way. So yeah, let those crazy moments go on. You know, go with the flow. Take, you know, fuck it, we ball kind of energy, and see where it lands you, because you never know. It might be, because especially if the players are excited to do the thing that they want to do, like lean into it, like go ahead, why not? As I mentioned with beforehand, my random encounter with the veterans, it was just simply planned to be a combat encounter. They decided to shift it into a like, hey, let's recruit you into our bodyguards. Fuck it, okay. One of my players' characters became the same one that negotiated with the veterans. He was the charisma character of the party, of the group. Makes sense. Basically negotiated with fucking with Lord Neverember. Lord Neverember? I fucking forgot the name. The Lord of Neverwinter, to be like, yo, I have connections in Waterdeep. I can help you out. I can offer you trade routes. I can offer you this kind of thing if you know, and that kind of shit. I was not necessarily expecting for him to go into these kinds of negotiation, but I was like, you know what, fuck it, yes, I'm gonna take you upon this discussion. Let's see where this goes. Like, you know, especially if it plays into kind of the characters' motivations and perspectives. Like, let them play out, don't deny them. So yeah, in many situations it's a lot better to not overplan and just be like, okay, this is the things that I've, you know, framed out, and have like some decent, flow of how certain encounters are gonna go, but then the details and, you know, the fine print is gonna be left for us to figure out in the moment together as a group, both the player and the game masters, based on the roles we're gonna get and the actions we're gonna take. So yeah, don't be afraid to underplan, I guess. To be fair, I've always been the type to overplan. That's just me. That's how I've always kind of prepped when it comes to game mastering. But to be fair, most of the stuff was D&D, which was honestly designed in the same way as Daggerheart is designed when it comes to collaborative storytelling. So that's also the difference there. Finally, always taking fear. Whenever the player rolls with fear, you have a choice between making a GM move and taking a fear. If a move doesn't fit the story at the moment, or if you're not sure which move to make, you can always take a fear. However, making moves is the main way to keep the story moving and raising the stakes. Taking fear defers complications until later. Sometimes that can bleed tensions out of the current scenes, and when you later use that fear, it can feel disconnected and potentially punitive. Try to find a balance between the two. Make moves when they're interesting or logical, and take fear when you'd rather not interrupt the party's flow of actions. Then plan to make a big dramatic moves later on. For example, you can use stored fear to add tokens to the action tracker. at the start of the combat, creating tension because the players now have a wave of adversaries of adversary actions you could hit at any moment. So yeah, basically this is the opposite. It's literally the game master side of, you know, always use hope, never store just over, because the game master has two options with their fear. Sorry, I was just getting something. And the game master has always two options with fear: either to respond on the roll with fear in the moment, or take a fear token that can be later on utilized at something else. But you know, if it drives the narrative, it adds tension, if it adds complication, it may be best to just simply do it now, do it in the moment, instead of just accumulating resource. Of course, as mentioned here, there is a balance. As I mentioned, fear is a great tool to basically dynamically balance situation, dynamically balance encounters. If you feel like you want the players to let them succeed continuously, and then basically full on retaliate in full force after the fact, go ahead, do that if that's something that you want to, because that's also an interesting thing. Like basically let the players build themselves up as being capable, and then all of a sudden being washed away by by a wave of enemies and a wave of encounters that they did not expect. But don't keep this as the constant. Like, switch around. Sometimes, you know, retaliate back. Maybe in some cases retaliating back is a lot better, as mentioned here. In some cases, you know, the fear that you accumulate and utilize later may not necessarily feel connected. The example that I give you with the, accumulate the fear and then retaliate in full force, that could be something that could happen in a combat scenario encounter where, the players are, are rolling well, they're taking great, they have like really good actions, they're rolling well, they're performing a lot better, and then and you play it like that, and then when your turn as a game master begins with your adversaries, you just start dropping fear tokens for abilities, for additional adversary moves, for environmental effects. Like, you start ranking up, you basically show them like, okay, you've acted well, you've acted so aggressively and you performed so well, okay, let me just shift the scale so now it actually feels like a challenge. But again, play it, just it's kind of a balance the scales kind of a situation here, because in that situation it would make sense, because everything is connected to the combat. But if we are talking about like the rogue tried to lockpick a lock, but they failed with fear and you chose to take the token instead of retaliating, well, and then later down the line when the wizard is trying to dispel a magic, dispel some kind of magical barrier, you retaliate with using that fear token that has been accumulated from the rogue. Well, where is the connection? Why are you retaliating for something that had no connection with the wizard? There was no failure on the wizard side, or at the very least there was no complication from the wizard side, so why exactly are you retaliating there? So look at the context, look what exactly could be better, because in some situations it might be a lot better to just add complications in the moment than later on. But again, but I think overall this is more of a thing that you kind of most likely most game masters will learn with time and will learn with experience, and how exactly they can utilize their fear to their advantage, and when exactly to choose to take fear and when exactly to utilize fear in the moment as a retaliation. But yeah, I think that overall kind of covers like the main discussion, like main guidance points of sections of basically game mastering. Of course, if you also have like your own perspectives about this kind of situation, you want to add your own ways about it, we can do that. Now we're gonna jump in some mechanical aspects of game mastering, which I think there are a few. Because the asymmetry of Daggerheart is a bit more obvious than in other ttrpgs. Like, yes, it's obvious in the sense that the game master as a role has different responsibilities than the players, but at the same time, the way the mechanics behave on the game master sides are or the mechanics that the game master uses on their side are completely different. Like they don't utilize they don't use D12s, they use different roles. They have the fear tokens instead of the hope mechanics, instead of the hope die, and those kind of a situation. So yeah, in their case it kind of alters a lot more drastically compared to other system where from both sides, like you equally roll like a D20 or like a D10 or a pool of D6s, that kind of a thing. But yeah, I'm gonna take like a quick short break. As I mentioned, I do want to go through the entire thing, which is probably gonna really extend the stream, because there's still like core GM mechanics, some safety tools, although I think I've covered some aspects of safety tools. I'm not fully sure, but I'm gonna look at it, and maybe who knows, depending on how long this kind of pans out with the core GM mechanics, I might split it into two. Like, you know, one of them is like this was kind of more like a guidance in how exactly to the game master side of it works, and then we can have like a separate stream where we talk about like actually running and running sessions. This was more of the kind of abstract side of game mastering, more like perspectives and in what rules they need to, in what rules they utilize as game masters. And then we could probably do next stream like session 0 safety tools and how to run general sessions. But again, I'll see how things kind of move along after I finish the core game mechanics. But yeah, as I mentioned before I jump into that, I'm gonna take like a quick break and then, you know, continue with this. Okay, I'm back. Hey there, dog. How's it going? Having a nice Thursday. Also, let me just quickly give you a shout out. I'm playing the Dark Pictures Anthology, Little Hope. Actually, I don't think I know about this game. Huh, neat. I'll look into it. But oh, no, don't worry about it. But if you're just here to lurk, it's totally fine. We can lurk. 1 second, let me just grab a zip. Anyhow, so jumping into the core GM mechanics, the game master just die, while the players utilize 2 D12 duality dice as their primary dice for action resolutions. As a game master, you'll instead use one D20. Oops. This creates a less predictable outcome for your rolls than those of the players. You're just as likely to roll abysmally high or low as you are to roll a middling number. Whereas rolling 2 D12s creates a more stable bell curve of results. When you succeed, it creates a new exciting challenge for the players, and when you fail, it is a relief and a boon for the players. The swingy nature of D20s results help facilitate both of these experiences throughout the session. But if you ever want to increase the chances of an adversary to succeed or fail, you can increase or decrease their attack modifier. So yeah, basically, in simpler terms, the 2d12 duality dice that the players use is basically there for them to have a more consistent level of results. So basically, it's a lot more their overall results are a lot more predictable. You know, they're a lot more closer to the average, which I think it's like I think it's like a 13 average, something like that. So yeah, it's like the bell curve it's a bit better, while a D12, you know, it's 1 in 20 chance of receiving any of the results possible. So yeah, it's a bit more swingy, which it kind of plays more into the randomness of it. So yeah, players are a bit more consistent, while the game master is a bit more on the random RNG side of it, which kind of plays more into the improv elements that usually a game master does. Making game master rolls. When an adversary attacks a player character, you roll the dice to determine the outcome. This follows a similar process to the player character's action rolls, except you are using a d20 instead of 2 d12s. You roll a d20, add the adversary's attack bonus along with any other dice such as advantage or disadvantage. If the result meets or beats the target's PC's evasion, it succeeds and hits the target. Otherwise, it fails and it doesn't hit. On a success, roll the appropriate damage die determined by how much damage the attack deals. Optional rules. Critical success. For a deadly game, you can allow game masters to roll critical successes, much like the game master does. Whenever you roll a 20 on a d20 attack roll, it is considered an automatically critical success. You succeed at what you set out to do and you gain a fear. Ooh, interesting. So you also gain a resource. Actually, I kind of like it as kind of like a baseline rule, to be fair. Personally, as a game master, I've enjoyed the critical rule. It can sometimes feel a bit gruesome, because I've had those situations where I constantly roll crits. But hey, considering that in this game it's considered optional, you can always have like a talk with the players and be like, hey, you are like wrecking shit because you have like insane dice luck. Could you maybe tone it down? So, and the best way to do it, you could just simply remove the critical. But I also like it that you also gain a resource, not just similarly to how the players gain hope when they roll a critical success. So yeah, that's neat. I personally probably would use it because it's fun to also do big numbers on the game master side. Just for sometimes it's okay to revel in a bit of pain or player pain, just a bit. Again, you're not there to kill the players, but you're there to enjoy the challenge as well. From your side of it, from your side of the screen. Calling for action rolls. When a player makes moves during the game, sometimes you want to ask them for an action roll to determine how the scene progresses. After a player tells you what they want to do, use this guide to determine if you should call on a roll, choosing whichever option fits best for the situation. You can skip uninteresting rolls if the consequences of a failure won't be interesting or significantly change the story. Let the player character act without needing the need of a roll. Similarly, assume the player characters are competent in simple tasks. Player characters generally don't need to roll to climb a ladder or open or unlock door, even if the consequences of a failure would be interesting. So yeah, as I've mentioned, it was also already kind of heavily mentioned in previous top discussion points in this stream. Yes, if it's menial, it undermines the player. Maybe do not ask for a roll, and equally so, it basically shows the player that they have progressed, they've become more powerful. So basically, making certain rolls feel like be automatic successes, it can also feel rewarding for the player. And, rewarding is not rewards are not just about calling just succeeding roll. A reward can also be an automatic success. Let the player character guarantee their success in exchange for a consequence. If there is an opportunity for an interesting consequence, offer them the consequences for performing the move without a need for a roll. If they decide they are okay with those consequences, let them perform the move without the roll and inflict the consequences as agreed. For example, rather than rolling to see if a player character can jump from one roof to another, you might allow them to automatically succeed in exchange of being noticed by bystanders on the streets below. Again, if you feel like there's elements there that you can just instantly offer success with something that adds to the story and adds a bit of tension, go ahead and do it. If both parties agree, that's even better. Because it's fine because it kind of plays into the collaborative aspect of the experience and of the moment. The player still feels competent, and the consequences are more of a thing that is outside of their own power. as mentioned before, do not undermine the skills of the player character. Just play the failures and consequences in ways that feel outside of their own agency. Not agency, they feel outside of their own kind of influence. That's a better word. Establish the stakes. If a move is a particularly difficult or dangerous one and offers interesting consequences that depend on their success or failure, establish the stakes for the roll so the player knows what to expect. Once everybody is aligned, ask them to make the roll to see how the fiction changes. For example, if a player character wants to jump from one roof to another and roll for it, you might inform them that on a success they jump without anyone noticing. On a failure, they fall on the street below. So yeah, making clear that at the very least the extreme outcomes of an action is important. It also plays into the idea that your player character would be conscious of what a bad outcome could be there. It's not necessarily just meta knowledge. It could also be common sense knowledge or just general knowledge that your player character could have, so you could offer them directly. And at the same time, it can also be basically kind of a warning sign that you get to give the players, be like, hey, look, these are the consequences, this is what's gonna happen if you fail or succeed, so I'm still leaving your choice up to you if you still want to continue. Because if you make the stakes clear, maybe the player then afterwards would decide if they want to continue through with that action or choose something different. That's also a valid result. Make clear any guaranteed consequences if a move is particularly difficult or dangerous, and if it will certainly have consequences regardless of whether the player character succeeds. Tell them that certain consequences that will come from their move, and establish the stakes for the roll. Once everybody is aligned, ask them to make the roll and see how the fiction changes. For example, if a player character wants to jump off the roof of a burning building to safety, you might inform them that after they jump, the roof will be devoured in flames, and they won't be able to return to that building regardless of how they roll. So yeah, kind of more of the extreme version of the one mentioned previously. If there's a guaranteed bad result, just always make clear of that guarantee, because in some cases maybe the player character will not necessarily, or the player themselves will not necessarily know of that possibility. In the game, having the more context they are given them, the better they can make like an informed decision and choose what a kind of appropriate action to take. Because who knows, this information could change the trajectory in which they take their actions. Experiences impact fiction. When determining whether or not a role is necessary, always consider the player character's backstory, including both their chosen experiences and their narrative history. For example, if a player character chooses expert climber as an experience and they are attempting to scale a wall with no other danger around, you might decide there is no need to roll to be made and they can just do it. If the climb would be tricky due to weather, but you don't want the story to focus on what happens if they fall, you might offer them the option of making a stress in exchange for climbing without a roll. If there's are archers shooting down at them from a parapet above, or if they're trying to avoid an onlookers noticing their climb, establish this danger with them. Then let them choose whether to roll or make a different move. If the wall is old and crumbling and putting weight on it will make it unclimbable for anyone else behind them, establish this consequence with the table and let them choose whether to roll. So yeah, when deciding if a character should roll or not, aspects of the character, the backstory, the experiences, the skills, the abilities that they have available to them should also be considered, and depending on the context and the challenges that they offer, you should make sure. Like the stress is a good example, because it has been mentioned quite a few times that stress can be utilized as an additional resource to offer kind of a guaranteed success for certain activities or actions, at the cost of basically limiting some of the abilities that they have access to, because some player abilities require to use a stress point. Yeah, it's not only just about making choices within reason. It's also making choices within the character, the player character's reason. Making moves, just like the players have moves, they can make them during game. You can also have game master moves that help drive forward the fiction in response to their actions. Unlike the player characters, you are not typically bound by rules of success and failure on a die roll, or given only certain effects you can do. Your job is to facilitate the fiction, whatever that requires. Game master moves provide inspiration on how you might make that happen. At its most simple, a game master move is anything you can do that guides the story forward. These moves often introduce conflict, reveal new information, and put the player characters in further danger, but they don't have to. They are simply your opportunity to change your scene in some way. The softer and harder move sections offer guidance on when your move should introduce danger or difficulty, versus when your move should simply nudge the story along. Moves are your chance to make things happen in the scene, so what should you do? The upcoming section provides suggestions, but these suggestions are hard to make in a vacuum. The best tool you have at your disposal is listening to your players and as they add to the narrative, then weave your moves into the shared story. So yeah, game master moves basically are your way of acting in the scenes. In some cases it could be your responses to your player action. It could be your method of offering information and offering context and offering conflict, and all other are basically kind of most of the aspects that you'd expect a game master to basically put in front of the player. But I guess we're gonna get a bit more into details as we get along. So when to make a move. Knowing to make moves and what kind of moves to make is almost certainly the biggest part of learning to game master Daggerheart. The frequency and severity of these moves depends on on the kind of story you are telling. The kinds of action your players take and the tone of the sessions you're running. But the general rule of thumb is you can make a game master move whenever you want. That's right, you're the game master. Your job is not to crush the player characters or always act adversarial. Your job is to help tell a story. You should be making moves whenever you see an opportunity to do that. So always consider making a game master move when a player character rolls with fear on an action roll, fails an action roll, does something that would have consequences, gives you a golden opportunity, or looks at you for what happens next. For what happens and say, yeah. A game master move, it's basically you reacting to either the context offered by the players, the actions offered by the players, or some other elements that, pan out along the way in the session. And at the same time, you have kind of the freedom to choose whenever you act upon these situation and these contexts. Okay, so when you're rolling, when the player character rolls with fear on an action roll, if a player character rolls with fear, you always have the opportunity to make a game master move. See upcoming fear sections. When their roll failed or succeeded, your move should usually build on the action the player just attempted. As a recommendation, you should only choose to take the fear when you can't think of a GM move to use in the situation, or would prefer the narrative to keep moving forward without interruption. Yeah, going back into what we mentioned before, don't stockpile a game master move. If there is like an interesting consequence that can happen in the moment, you should play into it. If your desired outcome is to progress the story, or simply you don't necessarily have anything meaningful to offer in the moment as a consequence, then yes, you should obviously take the fear token and move forward with the story. So when the player fails an action roll, you have the chance to describe the failure and what comes next in the story because of it. If the failure is with fear, considering choosing something a lot more harsh as a consequence or complication that you would have had otherwise. So yes, rolling with failing with fear is kind of closing to basically fumbling or basically rolling a natural one. It's kind of the worst outcome you could get. So yes, think of something a lot more harsher than just the normal consequence that they would have encountered if they failed. If they would have, if it would have been a normal failure with hope. Additionally, another move you can do is when they choose to do something that has consequences. Sometimes the player character makes a move that will definitely have a narrative consequence, regardless of whether they succeed or fail. In these situations, you can move to reflect that outcome. For example, if a player character wants to save someone from a building that engulfs is in flame, that player might say that they want to run inside the building. You can tell the player that if they do, no matter how high they roll, they're gonna take damage from the flames. If they move into the building anyway, you can deal them whatever damage makes sense for the story. So yeah, if there is obvious consequence in there, you should act on it and do your whatever move you feel like it's appropriate to the situation and the context. As was mentioned here, you're jumping into a flaming building, most likely you're gonna get damage because of it, no matter how well you try to avoid the flames. Additionally, another moment we can do it is when the player gives you a golden opportunity. Sometimes the player character's decision gives you the perfect opportunity for a dramatic move. Perhaps they move too close to a waiting predator or get distracted while keeping watch for intruders. In these cases, a roll doesn't prompt your move, but you can seize the opportunity for a great dramatic beat. For example, if the player characters are hiding from bandits while discussing the bandits leader's plans, the player character might say with dramatic irony, "But surely they won't look into the eaves of every barn in the district." In response, you might describe the bar door noisily swinging open as a bandit steps inside a lit torch in one hand and a sword in the other. So yeah, play upon the I think the best way I could say here, play into the player's jinxes. Like if a player jinxes something, just make sure it's a jinx. If it adds to the drama or in some cases the hilarity of the moment, why not? If it adds a bit of a twist, play into it. Even if you maybe have not necessarily planned about it, it could still be something you could do. Sorry. Basically in the similar way how a player can basically utilize your hooks and jump at the opportunity, or the player can jump at the opportunity another player offers them, you can do the same thing. If the player, even unknowingly, they offer you a hook that they wouldn't expect them to offer, but it feels appropriate or adds to the drama, adds to the tension, or in some way improves the current scene, then act upon it. And lastly, we can also make a move when they look to you for what is happening next. Your job is to keep the story moving, so when the players aren't sure what to do, they'll likely look at you for an idea of what happens next. This is usually a sign that you should move forward with the narrative. For example, if the player characters are conversing with each other during a dinner party, but they reach a lull in the conversation, they might glance at you to see if it's time for an NPC to speak or take action. Similarly, make a move when the player characters seem to be stumped as to what course of action to take in a scene, or when the players seem frustrated at the lack of information. When you need to get the scene moving again, a softer move usually does the trick. But sometimes a harder move is needed to provoke the player character's actions. So, the best thing to do is, the thing that you should always keep an eye out as a game master is, if things start to slow down and there's no, and basically everything moves into inaction or in some ways stagnates. It either means that in some way they're waiting for something to happen, waiting for additional information, or maybe their conversation just moves in circles and never offering a clear solution. So So you should at the very least in some way nudge the players forward by, you know, adding more information to the scene, adding something new to the scene, even if maybe initially you didn't plan it, but we're like, okay, I'm adding this to it, so I'm making sure that at the very least you can act upon it and push the scene forward yourself. But now that, you know, we know how to make a move, now we have to choose what kind of move to make. When a player makes an action roll, the result influences how the scene changes, but those changes depend on your chosen GM move. Consider the following example of what you might say to the player after an action roll and what moves you might make. As mentioned, that's a critical success. You get what you want and a little extra. You gain a hope and clear a stress. Tell me how this happens. Let the player describe their success. Give the party an additional opportunity or advantage in the scene because of it. That's a success with hope, so you get what you want and gain a hope. Tell me how this happens. Let the player describe the success. Then show how the world reacts to it. That's a success with fear, so you get what you want, but it comes at a cost. Here's what happens. Work together to describe the player's character's success, then introduce a complication or a cost, but don't negate their success with this consequence. Maybe they face an attack or gain a stress, or an enemy they're engaged with get a new information that raises the stakes, or realize their ally is in imminent danger. That's a failure with hope, so things don't go to plan, but you gain a hope, so here's what happens. Describe how the player character fails to get what they want and how the situation goes wrong as a result. By introducing a minor complication or consequence, maybe they spot a new danger they must now contend with, face an attack or take a stress from an enemy they are engaged with, or face collateral damage that puts them in a more difficult position. And that's a failure with fear. So it doesn't go well, here's what happens. Describe how things go wrong by introducing a major complication or a consequence. Maybe the information they get is no good news and also puts them in immediate danger. They become the focus of multiple adversaries, they are separated from their party, or an important opportunity is lost for good. As an advice, if you're not sure how to resolve the role, think of it like this. Success with hope is a yes and, a success with fear is a no, is a yes but, a failure with hope is a no but, and a failure with fear is a no and. So yeah, basically kind of apply improv rules into this situation. But yeah, overall kind of let it, certain aspects let them to the player's agency, especially the successes, and let them describe how exactly this success happens and offer them the rewards accordingly. And equally, when complications arise, when needed, let them set their side of their perspective of the situation and then add your own, and including with the consequences, especially in the situation where things fail with really bad situations. But again, it still should be kind of a back and forth, and your move is always to kind of describe more or less how outcomes that are not related to their own actions and their own behaviors. Obvious moves. Sometimes you'll know without hesitation how to make a move in a scene. A player character just rolls a success with fear on a melee attack against a powerful enemy. They get at what they want, but it comes at a cost. In response, your move might have the enemy strike back or throw the PC across the battlefield. Maybe you've set up the scene so they are fighting on a precarious ledge, and the attack from the player character was successful, but the momentum carries them dangerously close to the cliff edge. Now they must make an agility check to see if they can keep from slipping off. Other times the move might not be immediately obvious. In that case, you can draw inspirations from following the example GM moves that were offered above, or I think they might also offer below. No, I think it was offered above, or maybe it's, I mean, if it's below, we're just gonna get there when we're gonna get there, so it's fine. There. Player drive moves. If you're still not sure what to do, you might turn the decision over to the players, giving them an option of two different things, or simply asking them what happens next. They will sometimes put themselves in a more interesting situation than you ever would have done on your own. As a last resort, if the scene should have a cost or consequence and you can come up with something, you can always simply have the player mark a stress and move the scene forward. So yes, in certain situations, you'd be surprised how the players might actually play into the rules and actually not necessarily hold punches about it and offer you some interesting results when it comes to consequences. But at the same time, if even in the situations where neither party can offer something meaningful, you can always just utilize the loss of a resource or the loss of something more important to a certain extent and just continue the scene forward instead of just simply lingering there and deciding, okay, what's the worst move that could happen right now, what's the best kind of consequences to have in the moment. But yes, allow the players to offer their own perspective on it, because you never know, they might lean into it really well and just be like, okay, you need the consequences, this is the consequence I think would fit really good for my character in the moment. Because there are other players that like to roll the punches and they're okay with kind of the idea that, you know, they also fail, that they're not just there to succeed. Social moves. When you keep in mind these moves can be used in any situation you find them useful. While the mechanics of a combat naturally lends itself to tracking when enemies attacked, how much damage they do and so on, the concept of making moves applies across all scenarios within Daggerheart. A dinner between rivals, an important negotiation and emotional confrontation, all of these scenes have a back and forth between player characters and the game master. You can use to move to accomplish the single most important part of game mastering, listening to your player and responding in a way that builds onto the fiction you're creating together. So yeah, in another situation when it comes to making moves, you know, sometimes, you know, improving and basically reacting back and listening to the player character's kind of perspective, and then kind of having this back and forth, and you as a game master knowing maybe a bit more beyond it and knowing some aspects of the characters, you could find topics and you could find situations, social situations, especially if the characters bring them up in some way that could trigger internal conflicts or like personal characters, like player character struggles. So, you know, you have those informations, you know how to utilize them. So as long as they as long as they are not like it's not obvious that it starts to become like a meta knowledge that this character would have no information about, playing into this kind of situation of, okay, this character is starting to have this kind of conversation about things that you have a personal issue with, and all of a sudden this the conversation escalates. You can utilize that information to your advantage. Yeah, you are right. I told you I was right. I really told you. I'm not sure exactly for how this is almost absurd. As I mentioned, I kind of expected these to run like at the very least a minimum of 6 hours now. I've always, whenever I'm posting my schedule, I always mention that my streams are either 3 or 4 hours, but usually that's the minimum that I'm planning for the stream, not the hard limit. And with the ttrpg streams specifically, they are not a hard limit, they are a lot more malleable. And from what I've seen in general, my ttrpg streams have been around like 6 hours. And I've started around like 6 p.m. Then I'm already like 5 hours, almost 6 hours into it, so I'm getting close to that kind of average mark. Although my plan is, because I think that's probably where I'm gonna end it, is I'm gonna finish the core GM mechanics section, and then next week for the next ttrpg stream, I'm gonna jump into session 0 safety tools and running general sessions as a game masters. I'm just gonna keep it separate. Postures and hydrate check, no shipping. Okay. Hi there, Bunny. How's it going? Hope you're having a nice Thursday. I hope you're taking care of yourself, having a nice relaxing time. Let me also give you a shout out. Here we go. Yeah, I appreciate for the posture and hydrate check. It's it's well received. But yeah, I hope everything is fine with you, and you know, you're taking your well-deserved time off. I'm at work right now, but it's going okay so far. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so where was I left? Okay, so I mentioned social moves. I'll take time off after tomorrow. Yeah, that makes sense because you know it's still middle of the week. You go, get that grind. You know, get that paper. Go do that grind. You know, it's totally understandable. Oh boy, it is. Yeah, in my case, because to be fair, once I kind of shift the schedule into it's a holiday for me. Oh, that's actually really nice. What's it, like May? Is it like a midterm holiday kind of thing? Like not midterm. What exactly? Like I'm guessing like a school holiday. I'm expecting because I thought on my side of here, yes, it would have been a holiday because we had the the Orthodox Easter, so it would have been, yeah. Oh yeah, the Ascension. I don't think we have free. Do we have 3 days on the Ascension? I know we have like a holiday-ish, longish holiday when it comes to like the actual Eastern here, which was this weekend. I don't think we have like a full-on like vacation for the Ascension on our end. I don't think. I think we probably have like a free day or something like that, but not like a full week or anything of the sorts. But yeah, on my end, when it comes to resting, it's probably gonna be a bit. I'm gonna be honest, my resting is all over the place, because you know I have the once every 2 days I stream. But I think once I'm hitting that affiliated goal and I'm changing my schedule because of it, I think I'm gonna have some better hard set resting days after that, because it might get I think it gets a bit all over the place right now because of it. And also I'm probably gonna have to take into consideration with some of the other stuff that is now happening, like for example my weekly Hunter the Reckoning session games that I'm doing at the Ghost channel, because now it sometimes it kind of weirdly intervenes with my streaming sessions, and currently it's manageable, but I don't think I want to do it long term to kind of have streams around those sessions, as to be fair, those sessions happen really early in the morning for me, so I already kind of mess around with my general like resting hours because of it. Although I don't regret it. I'm all about those choices. I'm all about because I do love those fucking sessions. I've missed playing ttrpgs, so yeah, for me it's worth the compromise or sacrifice, I guess, of me just having to basically have like a few hours of sleep before the session and then another hours of sleep after the sessions. As I do, it's the shit is really getting crazy with the sessions, and it's been really fun. I've really enjoyed it, and you know all of the players and our storyteller are amazing. Ghost, if you're here and you're hearing this, or either of the players, you're amazing, you're cool, I love playing with you all. You're awesome. I know I probably don't say it too much because I'm not really good with this kind of stuff. I'm not good with words, but you're cool. I like being with you. But yeah, as I mentioned, probably once I get affiliated and rework my schedule, I'm gonna have some hard set, like rest days. That will probably take in consideration some of my collabs and all that kind of shit. So it's a bit more manageable to me. But I'm gonna push, obviously, I'm gonna still keep to my promise. Once I'm affiliated, I'm gonna do 4-day streams, like, per week. On my end of the channel. Whatever I do collab, that's a different thing. But on my Twitch, there are gonna be like 4 streams per week, at the very least. That are gonna be like consistently 4 hours, at a minimum. Because you know, once you know affiliated reaches, that means that you know you can also open channels for you to offer support. And if any of you offer me support, I do want to basically be there as available as possible, because you're putting money into me, and I want to show my appreciation, and I want to show that, you know, and at the very least have the opportunity for you to see me if you're investing any amount of currency into me. So yeah, that's kind of the reasoning for it. Currently, currently, guys, I'm still, you know, grinding for it. It's fine. But, you know, we're getting there. As I mentioned, we're still probably pushing to get away from some of the better metrics that I still have from last month, while at the same time getting some better results with this stream as well. And, you know, I think, like, I don't know, I think this week has been a bit weird. It's probably because of the vacations and all that kind of shit. I think it's been a bit more of a slower week, this one. But it's fine. I'm not here to bother about the metrics and all that kind of cheers. But anyhow, going back to the topic. Avoiding undermining success. On a success with fear, one pitfall GMs can run into is undermining the player's success when making a game master move as the consequence. For example, if a player makes a finesse roll in an attempt to move stealthily through a hallway, they succeed but roll with fear, don't use your move to sound the alarm bell or make some bump into them. The player characters succeed on the roll and that success should be honored, even if it comes with a consequence. Instead, you should consider options such as introducing a new obstacle at their destination. Similarly, if a player character does something cool, such as a cleverly cast of a spell, you may want to let them enjoy it, and instead of immediately foiling their schemes and decide to let the scene play out for a while. Once you feel like the player is satisfied with the effect, you can use a game master move and explain how the scene changes to the end of the effect. If the players are used to following this approach, then when a particularly dramatic moment or powerful adversary arrives, you can make a big impression by using your move to shut down an effect immediately, showing off how dire the scene is. Keep this principle in mind as you consider which moves to make and implement the harder actions with care. Stealing a powerful artifact from the adventurers can spark an exciting story arc. It can throw icy water onto the party's excitement and make them feel like all their work to retrieve it was pointless. As always, communication, collaboration are key, and hard action shouldn't negate players' agency or feel punitive. So yeah, even when succeeding with failure, they shouldn't the consequence should not affect their success. The consequence should be something else. Like maybe the stealth is successful. Maybe a thing that you could play out is that yes, your stealth was successful, but you're about to run into a group of guards, or you're about to run into that have not yet taken notice. Again, they do not know you're there, but you are aware that if you push forward, they might get alerted. Or, you know, if you really want to play fully into the idea that there is no alert in any way, whatever they're trying to stealth into it is heavily guarded or heavily protected in other ways that don't necessarily count to their stealth move. So yeah, never don't look like into undermining it, because it feels bad. It feels like even if when they succeed, they technically fail, which that shouldn't be the learning lesson, the lesson that they should receive whenever rolling with whenever succeeding with fear. Okay, so softer and harder moves. When play turns to you, you have options to how to respond. Some are soft moves that are generally easier onto the players. They give the party new information about the scene and offer them an opportunity to react to it. Others are hard moves that are usually harsher, bigger, or more direct. The fiction happens without the ability to intercede. The next section contains a few examples of softer and harder moves in approximate order of severity. Remember that your choice of move is a powerful way to set the tone for a challenge or threat. Before making a hard move, consider whether a softer move might be a better fit, but don't shy away from hard moves when they further the story. So yeah, basically softer and harder moves, it's kind of how harsh you want to be about it, how strong this consequence is. Is it a consequence that can be somehow negated after a while? Is it a consequence that it's really bad that there's no way for it to be stopped now? or to the point where maybe it's even to the point where there is a consequence that there's no way of stopping it, and you have to look completely at a different way, alternative to or maybe to a different, completely new solution that has no connection with whatever happened now. Example as Game Master moves. Game Master moves are your most important tool as a storyteller in Daggerheart. Everyone who picks up the game will interact with them in different ways, and that's okay. The way you make moves truly defines the story you're telling. So no Game Master should feel like they have to use the exact same way as anybody else. As long as everyone is having fun, you're staying true to the story, and you're acting as a fan of your player characters. That's what matters. The following examples span the gradient from softer moves to harder moves. Rather than jumping straight to a hard move, it's a good idea to look down the list until you find the move that feels appropriate. Don't describe your move in the terms used in this section. However, instead of saying I show the causes of collateral damage, contextualize it for the players. Describe it how it comes to be, and why the scene changes because of it. So yeah, don't feel afraid that your way of telling a story and your way of offering consequences, punishments, and that kind of and outcomes should reflect somebody else's game master style. You're your own game master. You have your own tactics. You have your own perspective and interpretation when it comes to game masters, and nobody should undermine that of you. Nobody's asking you to be Matt Mercer or Brennan Mulligan or any of the other amazing DMs. Nobody's even asking you to be just some kind of DM extraordinaire. Everybody's just asking you to be there and create a fun experience for both you and the rest of your group. Because let me tell you something, if there's ever a player that ever comes to you and says like, why aren't you like Matt Mercer? Then jump back and tell them, well, then why aren't you like one of the ex-cast member? Why aren't you like Leo O'Brien? Why aren't you like Laura Bailey? If they want to, if you want to be a bit petty about it, throw that argument back. Because believe me, the same way Matt Mercer is an amazing game master, the same way equally all of the players at the table are like amazing players. So yes, kind of put that a bit into perspective for them if you ever encounter these kinds of people. So when you make a game master move, you might show how the world reacts. So maybe there's something within the world or within the fiction that kind of changes. Ask questions and build on the answer. Maybe you kind of offer you kind of put the ball in the player's court to offer them a bit more context, and based on that context you can make a bit more an informed response on it. Make an NPC act in accordance with their motive. Lean on the character's goal to drive them into action. So in this situation, maybe you basically change something in the fiction, something in the scene that is something which is an element that one of the player characters desires in some way or another, and is kind of a driving force for them. So now they feel inclined to act upon it. Signal an imminent off-screen threat. Could be anything from like, I don't know, an alarm has been sounded, there's been an explosion in the distance, or anything of the sorts. Reveal an unwelcome truth or an unexpected danger. So yeah, there could be some kind of twist in the narrative, or something else appears to kind of stop to become like either like a stopping force for the player characters. Offer the player character what they want in exchange for marking a stress. So yeah, they basically this kind of they lose a resource, but at the same time they gain what they want. Make a move the character doesn't see. So something behind the scenes could have changed because of their actions, or because of the consequences that have resulted out of their roles. Force the group to split up. Oh boy, that's something. Although yes, you could diegetically do it. Like, I don't know, let's say you're in a, there's an earthquake and in somehow like the earth splits into a ravine or something like that. Basically that's a way to split the party, or similar things like that. You know, they are captured and they are holding groups of 2 in cells, but the cells are far apart or like in different locations, that kind of a thing. So yeah, there are ways to split the party if you want to do that, but damn, that's harsh. Show the cost of collateral damage, which I mean, as they mentioned there, it doesn't necessarily say it like that. Maybe there is some bigger implications. There is like a ton of destruction and mayhem that has happened because of some kind of bad result. Make a character mark a stress as a consequence for their actions. So something bad happens, maybe it's really bad and they have to mark a stress for it. Not necessarily like a failure with a roll, but maybe like a failure with a hope kind of a thing. And a temporary conditional effect, that's usually more about like a beneficial effects to be ended, not necessarily hindrances. Make an attack, so basically retaliate. Gain a fear on a roll with fear. Spend action tokens to basically respond back to something that the player has done. Capture someone or something important. Use the character's backstory against them. Ah, remember your daddy issues. Here they are, right in front of you. Take away the opportunity, an opportunity permanently, which yes, it is the harshest one. Like something bad really happens and there is no way for you to revert it. There is no way for you to kind of change it back to what it was supposed to be. And now you have to find a different solution that offers like a different outcome. That can be fine for like something a bit more like on the grander scale of things, or something a bit more apocalyptic, I guess. Yeah, so show how the world reacts. To show how the world reacts, simply think about the way the player characters move. Move has affected the world, and narrated that change in a way that drives the story forward. At its softest, you might describe them successfully breaking down a door. They give them a description of the next room and the danger they find in there. You could also make the person they negotiate with present an option for compromise, or have an enemy they just hit attempt to retreat. This is the opportunity to make the world around you feel around the player characters feel real and alive. So yeah, this one is kind of more like respond appropriately, like, you know, the world kind of responds appropriately to kind of the player's actions, and in a way that makes like it ensures that the player's actions have a meaning, felt like they were meaningful, to kind of ensure that kind of you know, that the world feels real and alive. Ask a question and build on the answer. This is perhaps the most collaborative move, presenting the player with a question and using the answer as a truth to build the scene. You might ask something like, what do you see here that reminds you of home? Or what about this place tells you somebody else has been here before you? Usually utilized when establishing information about the scene, or when you're interested in a specific character or player's perspective on the current situation. This can be a great way to tell the whole table involved in world building during the game. So yeah, basically let the player give you the informations and basically build upon the scene, and then from that point on you respond back with it and add more to it and add some additional layers, or they can offer you some inspiration and a starting point for something that happens slightly later in the scene, later down the fiction, maybe in the next scene or something down the line. Especially if the character starts referencing elements of their backstories and that kind of and that more, so it even feels even more connected. Make an NPC act in accordance with their motive. When a scene includes a character other than the player characters, you can spotlight what these NPCs are doing in response to the actions being taken. You might show the friendly NPC helping the party in a fight, a group of townsfolk taking cover, or an enemy moving in position. Make sure the actions always follow their motive. So yeah, depending on how the player characters act, the NPCs around them can also act accordingly, if they're like allied or neutral, maybe as the player succeeds, both the NPCs equally kind of respond back in kind of feel somehow like emboldened and brave, and you know, they kind of gain courage. Maybe the townsfolk begin to cheer. The whatever assisting NPC, friendly NPC that helps them in the fight, kind of retaliates as well, basically kind of as a follow-up from the player characters, that kind of a thing. And of course, on the negative side of things, you know, if they fail and that kind of or roles don't necessarily go in their direction, they can just the bad guy can just simply be like, okay, you're just gonna get effed, and just gonna respond back to it. Lean on a character's goals to drive them to action. One of the most powerful things you can do as a GM in a scene is something personal to the player characters, drive the fiction forward. If they have an NPC they care for, you might reveal something they desperately need or put them in danger. If they are seeking out a specific object or creature, you might reveal that there is where it is and why it's going to be so challenging to get there. Using a player character's own desire to drive them forward is a great way to reinforce why the scene matters to them. So yeah, utilize their goals, utilize their actions to push this kind of thing forward, because you never know, it might be something a lot more important for them. It can also drive them into action. It might also be a good way to kind of add hints and add a bit more information about the individual they are interacting with, if it is an NPC. Signal an imminent off-screen threat. The rustle in the freeze, an alarm being sounded, the clanking of armor of reinforcements headed their way. This move creates a ticking clock for your player characters in the scene, so they need to get moving now. So yeah, this is something a bit more simplistic, as I kind of gave a few examples back then. So yeah, in this one you can also utilize the timer, you can add some more elements of tension and kind of pressure with this alongside it. Reveal an unwelcome truth or an unexpected danger. This is a very versatile move that's usually applicable in any scene. You're simply heightening the drama or the tension in a narrative way. Maybe an unexpected person steps out of the shadows, or the characters receive is in bad news or information that makes them rethink the way they thought they knew. A soft version of this move might be to have a guard captain emerge to see what her guards are yelling about as you're fighting them, or simply move a group of dangerous foes into striking range at a party. A harder version of this move might be an enemy pinning a PC against a wall or tackling them to the ground, making a PC restrained until they make a roll to escape or the adversary's grasp. So yeah, basically reveal an unwelcome truth or unexpected dangers. Depending on how you want to escalate it, you can make some really you can really twist the narrative, you know, offering the information that could really change perspectives. It's a good one, but as well as, you know, making moves like combat wise that could be that could really put player characters or the group itself in difficult situations, or in a vulnerable state. And I'm not necessarily talking about the condition. Over the player character what they want to exchange for marking a stress. The player character can get it done, but it's not going to be easy. It's usually used on a success with fear when you're not sure what the consequences apply. When you have a player mark a stress, describe it why it's stressful in the narrative, or ask the player to do so. Is it physically taxing in some way? Does it bring up painful memories? Are they under a significant pressure? So yeah, if they have any kind of viable consequences, marking a stress is a good option. And also offering the players to kind of bring the descriptions themselves instead of you doing it yourself. It's also a good way to do it, and in some cases you never know, they might add some characterization to the to themselves that a lot better than you would have done it. So let the players have that opportunity if you think that they would do it better than you would. Make a move that the characters do not see. This is usually the most useful when you use something happening behind the scenes that you're waiting to reveal. You might mark a Game Master clock, take a current countdown, an additional time, add more damage dice to an enemy's upcoming damage roll, adjust a narrative situation the player characters have yet encountered, or anything else happens that they don't see the results of immediately. When you do this, don't tell them the move, but do create tension at the table by letting them know that none of your machinations have changed. Everything is fine for now. So yeah, basically the classic, you know, why are you rolling dice behind the screens? Don't worry about it. Just, you know, the Game Master does their thing. They're looking at us menacingly. I mean, yeah, so. But yeah, it do make some implications that something has happened, but don't hint at what has happened. And you know, if you want to mess with them, also make them just randomly, but for no reason, just to keep them on their toes. Because sometimes adding that extra tension at random times with no actual outcomes, it's fun as well. But you know, don't go overboard. Because it's gonna become kind of a boy cried wolf kind of a thing. Force the group to split up, usually used as either an environmental hazard or an enemy trap. Splitting up the party can make your players have to think differently than they normally would about how to accomplish a task. You can also make for some fun cutting back and forth between the scenes as the two groups work independently before finding a way back to each other. Yeah, to be fair, this is a good way to raise the stakes, especially if you have a party that collaborates really well as a unit, or if you want to, you know, highlight certain player dynamics that may not have. Maybe there are two characters that are in this kind of conflict, or they're basically foils to each other, and they now have to kind of fully work together on their own, while the rest of the party are dealing with something completely different. So it can also be a good opportunity for them for you as a game master to offer them the possibility for them to kind of progress forward and have some kind of character progression and become a lot more acquainted. And who knows, maybe their relationship moves forward and they progress in a different direction, and they see each other differently from after that encounter. Show the cost of collateral damage. This is a great move to use when players try to do something powerful, but there is a consequence. That fireball that missed, maybe it went wide, struck the side of a mountain, and now they hear rumbling from above. An avalanche is heading this way. Whenever the player character does something that could have had a significant impact on the world around them, you could use this move to show them the natural ramifications of that event. So yeah, basically nature responds back. In many ways it's not happy. Make a player character mark a stress as a consequence for their action. In a parallel move to offer a PC what they want in exchange for stress. This is usually when a player fails a roll and you're not sure what the consequence to offer. They don't get to what they want and they mark a stress because of it. Again, it's important to investigate the why here. What about the failure is particularly stressful for them? And again, in most cases, maybe the player could offer you a better reasoning for that. So, you know, let them offer you that kind of information. And the temporary condition or effect. You can clear a temporary condition or other effect in combat. You can easily do this by spending an action token, but you can use a move to end an effect at any time. If a player character just started using an effect, however, think twice before ending it. You likely want to wait until ending it would be narratively satisfying, giving it a chance to play out and affect the scene first. When you make this move, lead with the narrative, describe who or what causes the effect to end, then how it changes the player character's situation. For example, if an adversary is vulnerable because they are being held down by a tangle of vines, you might describe them as using a blade to hack away at the vines to break free. Or if the effect is caused by a spell, you might describe the adversary unleashing a hail of arrows towards the caster, missing them but inhibiting their ability to focus on the spell any longer. Yeah, in a way, like, let the effect play out for a while, at least it to feel like it has been successful, or if it's different from, or if the effect has no connection with the role itself, still let it play out, and then when the narrative kind of fits and when the moment feels right, kind of make the shift, make the change and the condition, and kind of especially choose a moment when it feels like most daring and most at a point where maybe the player characters felt the safest, and now all of a sudden, no, things have shifted and we are no longer safe. Make an attack. This moves raise the stakes overseen very quickly. For example, maybe a discussion in a tavern escalates to violence, or a shady diplomat is tired to being questioned and tries to stab the player character with a hidden blade in an attempt to escape. When you choose to do this, you can have an adversary move anywhere within close range and make an attack roll with your d20. Then you describe the attack and whether it succeeds or fails. If the player character decides to fight back, that's a good time to bring out the action tracker. Once the action tracker is active, you don't need to use this to move to attack. Instead, you'll use action tokens to make further attacks. So yeah, this could be also the consequences could also be a way to initiate combat in case there wasn't any reason to initiate combat, or at the very least the envelope has not been pushed too far for combat to be started. But you know, succeeding with a failure or failing in general could trigger the combat. Gaining a fear on a roll with fear, of course. On a roll with fear, you don't have to introduce an immediate cost or complication. Instead, you can gain a fear token and save it for later. When you make this move, describe how the tone or mood of the scene shifts, and tension mouse before passing play back to the player characters. See the fear section below for details on how you can later spend this token to augment the scene, such as by using an adversary's fear action or adding additional tokens to the action tracker. As an advice, if you are struggling to come up with the consequences of a player character who rolls success or failure with fear, this is the move that lets you just take fear and move the story forward. But try to avoid making this choice too often. Immediate consequences help drive the story in unexpected and engaging ways. Yes, as mentioned before, don't play too much into the kind of storing mechanic of fear. Like, look into ways on how they can the consequences can happen immediate, and how you can deal with them after the fact. But yes, in case there are situations where you really have no idea on how exactly you would move forward with the narrative, then yeah, the safest choice would be just to take the fear token and progress the narrative, and using that token for something else. Spend action tokens. If the action tracker is active, you can spend action tokens to activate an adversary or an environment. This is often means making an attack roll, but it can be anything that spotlights the adversary's tactics and moves and motives, or changes the environment in interesting ways. Sometimes adversaries and environment moves allow you to spend fear along with an action token. On especially unique or dramatic actions, you may also spend these tokens to end temporary effects and conditions. Once you are done spending tokens, the play should pass back to the player characters. Yes, this is more of an element about the kind of how combat runs. Once one of the players on their side of their action tracker rolls with fear or fails an attack roll, that's when play jumps into the game master side, and from that point on, all of the action tokens accumulated and all of the fear tokens that have been stored are used. And can be used in full force. Or of course, if the game master chooses to retaliate with an attack, they can also continue by adding additional elements. Capture someone or something important. Taking away something the party desperately wants or needs can quickly ratchet up the tension in the scene. You might knock a weapon from the player character's hand, capture a fellow party member or ally of the group, or steal an object of power right under their noses. These moves are an exciting fiction-forward way to advance the story. Yes, but as I think it was mentioned at the beginning of this subchapter, Be careful when you utilize it, because in some cases it might feel like their efforts are undermined, especially if they worked hard into obtaining one item. At the very least, do not push the consequence of losing that item immediately after it was obtained. Maybe give them like kind of a downtime period. My phone is on the verge of death, I have to leave again. That's totally understandable, Pumpkin, it's fair. I appreciate you being here for as long as you have been. Don't worry about it. Okay. Then, you know, using their backstory against them, integrating the player's backstory into your move you make can leave a huge impact on the player character, can make the story much more personal to them, and maybe someone from their past shows up here, or a mistake they made a long time ago catches up to them, or the same scene simply parallels to something they've already been through before, giving them a chance to make a different choice by grounding the motive of in a character's own experience. It makes the moments that happen next in the scene matter even more to them. So yeah, bringing elements of their character's backstory or elements of their own experiences can enhance the scene, add more importance for that specific character to the scene, and they would be more inclined to participate here, as it has more of a personal, close connection to them. And finally, take away an opportunity permanently. When things get really dire, sometimes the player characters forever lose the opportunity or opening they once had. A subtle version of this move would be collapsing the party's straightforward pathway through a cave system, forcing them to fight another, or more treacherous ways through. As a harder application of this move, you might instead kill a valuable NPC, destroy a desperate needed object of power. This move can be used to great effect when you want to twist the trajectory of the story in a new direction. So yeah, these are like, we've had like this is like a really harsh decision, like that can really shift, especially if you go really if you had kind of the harder application. So always be careful when you use it. Like in the sense, like, don't overuse it. Like, yes, you find moments when to do this kind of a thing, but don't feel like all of the extreme failures, like basically the failures with fear, should apply within this margin. It's always kind of a balancing act, and you should always choose something that feels fitting and doesn't feel like you're constantly punishing the group. Because yes, constantly taking away opportunities could feel like a continuous punishment. Now we're jumping one of the main mechanics. Let me just check where we are right now. Kinda not really even halfway there. It's a bit of a lengthy one, but as I mentioned, I'm gonna push through with this one. Fear. While the player characters have the opportunity to gain hope as a meta currency, during the game you have the opportunity to gain fear. Gaining fear. When you first start a campaign, you begin with 2 fear, just like each player character begin with 2 hope. Whenever a player character rolls with fear, you have the opportunity to gain fear as your game master move. You can also get fear by converting on the action tracker, as well as from certain abilities or spells used by the player characters. You can never have more than 6 fear at a time, so don't hesitate to spend it. So even the game master has a limited amount of fear that they can gain. It's not just on the player side, so which feels balanced. Tracking fear. You can track fear tokens in a pool, the fear pool, or a die, or other counting methods. You're encouraged to keep this pool visible to the players too. Between sessions, fear carries over, just like player characters carry over. So at the end of each session, note how many fear you have, and then start with that many during the next session. So I find a good way of keeping it track and making sure that you don't lose it. And yes, do be transparent with it. Because technically, considering that it's mechanically known that the game master starts with 2 fear, that information is kind of always in the know, and it should always be like open information, so you should keep it open information because of it. Spending fear. Whenever you spend fear, describe what changes in the world as fear manifests. What happens that interrupts the player character? How does the adversary prepare for powerful attack? Does it look, what does it look, sound, smell like when an avalanche crashes down the player characters? Yes, what does an avalanche smell like? When you spend a fear, you can interrupt the player characters during combat to take action, add 2 tokens to the action tracker, use the adversary's fear move, or use an environment move, sorry. As advice, as with any game master, spending fear shouldn't undermine the player's fun. Fear is a tool for you to enhance the scene, create dramatic tension, and raise the stakes, not to outright shout down the heroic actions of the player. So yes, again, balancing act in how you utilize that fear and how often you use it. You should use it as often as possible, but not just to constantly undermine the players and feel like their successes are not earned. Interrupt the player characters to take actions. You may spend the fear to interrupt the player characters acting during combat and make game master moves as if they had rolled a failure or with fear. This is most useful when player characters have been rolling successfully with hope for a significant amount of actions and you want to act in response. For example, if the player characters have placed 5 tokens on the action tracker but you haven't had a chance to spend them yet, you can convert 2 of those tokens into a fear, spend that fear to move immediately, and have 3 tokens left on the action tracker to activate adversaries during your move. So yeah, this can also be like a in the moment balancing thing that you can do in case you feel like, you know, the party feels like it's steamrolling the encounter. Add 2 tokens to the action tracker. You can always spend fear to add 2 tokens to the action tracker. This is most useful if you have a large number of adversaries on the battlefield and a decent pile of fear built up. When play returns to you, you can spend the fear to put more tokens on the action tracker and use them to activate those adversaries. So the same way you can consume 2 action tokens to gain a fear, you can also spend 1 fear to generate 2 action tokens. So it's basically a resource that can move back and forth when it comes to combat. And you basically can adapt based on the amount of adversaries that you have in play. You use an adversary's fear move. In addition to each adversary standard feature, some adversaries have a powerful fear move, which we're going to be mentioning in a later chapter. We probably are going to look at it at some point. You can use the adversary fear move by spending an action token, as usual, along with the indicated number of fear. Even for adversaries without fear moves, you can always spend a fear to have them do something big that might feel otherwise overpowered to your players. So basically, you can, I'm guessing you can add additional actions, additional rolls, or like additional ways that the kind of an adversary would behave that if a normal player would have done it, it would have felt too powerful. Of course, in this situation, probably could use references from other systems in how exactly the enemy themselves could respond back if you don't necessarily have a frame of reference or don't have an idea on how exactly you could do it. That is not necessarily just an attack. Use an environment's fear move. Environments can have their own moves that require spending fear to activate, which is also mentioned in chapter 4. You can use this environment's fear feature by spending an action token as usual, along with the indicated number of fear. If your encounter doesn't have a fear move, but you want to ramp up the danger, you can always spend a fear to improvise such a move, like you would do for an adversary. So yes, there is also open interpretation for you to these elements. Now, as a game master using the action tracker should always come into play whenever an encounter will likely last longer than a dice roll or 2. The first couple of times you use it in your campaign, ensure your players know that the game generally continues as usual. The action tracker's presence doesn't mean that violence is the only option left on the table, just that the narrative is shifting to a moment-by-moment focus, and you can use the image provided in the game material as your action tracker, or you can use something else like a ball labeled like a bowl, a labeled note card, etc. Just make sure everyone at the table knows what and where the action tracker is. Whenever a player makes a move that tells them to use an action or makes an action roll, they add a character token to the action tracker. When you make a game master move, usually after an action that rolls with fail or is rolled with fear, you can spend any number of these placed tokens to activate adversaries or the environment. It doesn't matter which player tokens you spend, they all work the same, but after you spend one, return it to the player who placed it. Yeah, we've kind of covered this last time when we talked about adversaries, because also action tracker, because you also mentioned a bit of the game master side of it. Activating adversaries. You can spend tokens to activate adversaries on the battlefield. For each token you spend, one adversary can take an action of your choice, such as moving within close range and making a weapon attack, moving within close range and using an adversary action, ending a temporary condition or an effect, which was also exemplified in GM moves, or sprinting somewhere else in the battlefield. So it's very similar to what the players can do within their within reason. Adversary actions work much like the player character actions, but instead of a player character adding a token to the tracker, the adversary actions spend the token from the tracker. Think of it as the adversary catching up to where the players are in the fiction. You can continue acting until you've exhausted all tokens or all you wish to utilize this time. Once you're done spending the action tokens, player returns to the player characters. Typically, you shouldn't activate the same adversary twice between player characters moves, no matter how many tokens you have available. If you feel like you'd like to activate an adversary again, wait until the next time you make a GM move. So yeah, basically, yeah, just make sure that enemies do cycle. Don't necessarily be too repetitive about it. So I'm guessing here is also kind of referring when it comes to retaliating. Don't always retaliate with the same enemy. Maybe retaliate with a different one. Just so kind of it also plays a bit into the narrative that everybody kind of has the same amount of reaction time, the same amount of opportunities. It's not like one enemy does all of it at once. And in the same time, it's also kind of a good balance where, let's say, maybe one of the adversaries that you have is a really powerful adversary, and it would feel really unfair for you to constantly utilize the powerful adversary for every retaliation and for every time they are active in combat. So yes, you should cycle. In certain aspects, you can make them act more often to kind of emphasize the threat that they are, but at the very least keep in mind that if you have other adversaries in play, they should also have a chance to, you should also utilize those as well. They shouldn't just be tokens thrown on a map and left to their own devices. When you begin a game master move, there are many tokens on the action trackers and numerous adversaries in play. It can be hard to remember which adversaries you've already activated during your move. You can help to track this by moving each active token you spend next to that adversary stat block or next to the miniature on the map, so you know that you've already acted during this move. When you finish your move, you can return those tokens to the player. So yes, use some visual references to make sure that you're not utilizing the same adversary twice or that kind of thing, or not mistaking, not confusing some order of actions. Activating the environment. Scenes can become more exciting when the environment comes alive. Sometimes these changes are simply descriptions you give as a game master. The ground shakes violently, for example. But if you like to include like mechanical effects, feel free to use the environmental stat block guide and how to use the world changes. So yeah. Oh, 1 second. I'll be right back. There's a thing that I have to do, but I'll join you right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. 1 sec, just get up. Drink. Okay, so moving on. exchanging fear and tokens. At any time, you can clear 2 tokens on the action tracker in exchange for storing 1 fear. While this gives you an extra fear to spend, it also reduces the number of tokens you can use to activate adversaries. Similarly, you can spend 1 fear to place 2 tokens on the action tracker, allowing you to activate more adversaries during a GM move. When the combat ends, or you decide to take the action tracker is no longer necessary for play, you gain a fear for every 2 action tokens left on the tracker, rounding it down. For example, if there are 5 action tokens at the end of the combat, you gain 2 fear. So basically no action token is left unused. It still remains as a usable resource for the game master, even if a combat scenario has been concluded. And as advice, if you got some fear built up with the action tracker when the action tracker comes out, consider immediately spending 1 and add 2 tokens on the action tracker, increasing the tension. If it makes sense in the scenes, you can also spend a fear to cut into the action first and activate the adversaries before the players. This is especially useful if you're running an ambush or using a particularly powerful adversary. So yeah, if you want to add some tension, you want to feel like what the party is dealing with is more of an immediate and dangerous threat than anything before, utilize these kind of tools and tricks to kind of put a bit more pressure and add a bit more drama to the situation. What is the purpose of the action tracker? When role-playing using theater of the mind, it's easy to remember that things are happening off camera, though they are not actively being described, and shift your focus between characters or scenes on the fly. However, when a battle ensues on a map with miniatures, it can feel odd to see portions of the battlefield change while others remain frozen. The action track can help shift between different parts of the battlefield, reminding everyone of who has acted recently and who might have a chance in the spotlight. This helps focus the group's attention on major events without worrying about exact passages of time or turn order. For more on using action trackers to spotlight players, visit the Game Master section of Sharing the Spotlight. Additionally, the tokens on the action tracker can help players anticipate your Game Master moves. When the players take a large number of actions in a row, the tracker fills, raising the stakes by providing you more currency to spend. Okay, I think I'm gonna pass the combat example, because it's basically the player is facing off. The party is utilizing their own actions to attack. One of them gets to a point where basically they roll with fear or they fail. It can be either one. It doesn't matter which. It doesn't have to be every party member gets it. It's basically the first party member who rolls with fear or fails the roll that triggers the Game Master move. Initially, I thought it was something more about like the Game Master move starts once every player has rolled with fear or rolled with or has failed the roll. But no, it's the first player that gets that roll. It's when the player side ends and the Game Master side begins. And from that point on, the Game Master chooses the amount of tokens they want to use. Maybe they can use tokens to activate some adversaries. Maybe they want to activate environments, that kind of a thing. I'm not gonna jump too much into the example. I think I'm gonna go into the next one because as I mentioned, I think I'm already pushing quite a lot today with the session, so I'm just gonna basically finish the Game Master, the core mechanics, and where the examples honestly feel fit for me to kind of go over them, I'm gonna skip them. So yeah, setting roll difficulty. When a player makes an action roll, you'll often have to set the difficulty of that challenge to know whether they succeed or fail. Setting a target number of difficulty can feel like it relies on a lot of factors, but it's best not to overcomplicate the question of how hard it is they're trying to accomplish it in the scene. Use the rubric below as a general guideline when setting difficulty. 5 is considered as being very easy, 10 is easy, 15 is a medium challenge, 20 is a hard challenge, 25 is a very hard challenge, and 30 is nearly impossible. Difficulties don't need to be like multiples of 5, so feel free to choose numbers between the two above options. Additionally, while most difficulties fall between 5 and 30, you can select a number outside that range to fit the story. You may always choose to keep this difficulty secret or tell the players what they are aiming for up front, whatever playstyle you might prefer. Remember to only have players roll when the outcome matters. If the things they are doing is easy, the scene remains the same whether they accomplish what they want or not. Then there's no possible consequence there's no possible consequence to failure. Then you can and should just let it happen. Basically, yeah, as mentioned before, you know, if there's no consequences, there's no like different outcome for failing or succeeding, or nothing meaningful for the story to progress, then it'd be best to just let it go without any kind of required rolls. As I mentioned before, for those who are a bit more familiar maybe with some of the D20 systems, it's kind of in that range, the difficulty margin, so it's probably an easy to get the reference. And yeah, as it was mentioned before, these are mostly as guidelines. You can choose any number in between. Even the game itself offers you guidelines and DCs with numbers in between these threshold marks. So choose whatever fits best. Degrees of success and failure. Often, instead of setting a single value for success, you might instead give a player different outcomes based on the relative success or failure of their role, especially on rolls to see what information someone spots in a scene or can remember from their past. Simply pick a target number and scale it up or down the amount of information you give them based on the player's relative role. Yeah, so basically, the more a player succeeds, or maybe the more a player fails with certain roles, the more the difficulty might shift. Of course, one good example is like if the player is attempting maybe, let's say, a lockpick, and initially they fail. Okay, they fail the DC, but they also want to reattempt it. Well, you know, you've already failed the challenge, and because of it, as kind of as an outcome out of your failure, your challenge becomes increasingly harder. So your next attempt is going to be at even a higher DC, and if you can continue to fail, it's basically is going to continuously escalate up to a point where either the player chooses to no longer like do that, or simply put, maybe you as a game master just rule it out, like, you know, it got to a point where it's impossible for you to actually succeed this task, so I'm gonna step in and just rule it out that from this point on, any attempt on this task is unsuccessful. And then we have difficulty rolls. When a player character rolls against an adversary, the stat block provides a difficulty for the roll. However, if an NPC doesn't have a stat block, or if you like the unpredictability of rolling, you can instead have the NPC make a roll to determine that difficulty, though this can add to the times it takes to resolve the scene. It can also be a useful tool in situations where you're unsure what the difficulty should be. To make difficulty roll a d20, add any relevant experience the NPC or adversary has to its total. So basically you just have like contested rolls, and whoever has a higher roll determines the success or the success or failure. As an tip, attack rolls against adversaries use that stat block's assigned difficulty. For other PC action rolls, if an NPC already has an assigned difficulty and experience, it's often easiest to add the relevant experience to the current difficulty to get the value instead of rolling. Example difficulties included here are difficulty examples for each trait. Do not feel the need to refer to these during play, just use them as a sense of how difficulty works, and so you can make a judgment call on the fly as other players do. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna jump into these too much, because these are more like references that you should use later down the line, and again, there's not much to discuss about this, but it's really nice that they offer you this option and do these kinds of things. So, you know, you have some references here and there as a game master. Oh, I don't think... Sorry. And now I realize I don't think they've yet released the like a game master screen. I do wonder what the game master screen would on Daggerheart would look like. I would like to see one. I'm guessing it's gonna be in the works as they. I'm guessing they are not necessarily making too much. They're not necessarily doing too much of that. Or maybe there is a game master screen. I don't even know. Actually, let me check. Is there? I don't think it was ever mentioned. Yeah, I don't see any mention of it, so probably not. But anyhow, giving advantage or disadvantage. Whenever it seems appropriate in the narrative, you may give a player character advantage or disadvantage on a roll. This is often a tool you can use to explicitly show a player that the situation is helpful or harmful to the action they are attempting. For example, if a player is attempting to sprint through the deep mud or knee-high water, you might impose disadvantage on their agility checks. If they say something clever to the guard or use knowledge they obtain about an NPC against them, you might impose an advantage roll. So yeah, depending on certain context and certain environmental effects, or even simply just in certain aspects of the player character, you can rule out if they gain advantages or disadvantages. NPC advantage and disadvantage. Some player characters' abilities can add disadvantages to an NPC roll. You might choose to give an NPC disadvantage due to the circumstances of the narrative. If an NPC has advantage on a roll an extra d20 and take the highest result. Similarly, if an NPC has disadvantage, roll an extra d20 and use the lowest roll. Interesting. I thought wasn't it like mentioned in the version 1.4 that they also added the d6 to this? I'm guessing they didn't. Probably to simplify aspects of the game master determining outcomes. Because to be fair, on the game master side, like a lot of the rolling and all that kind of thing, it's a lot more simple. Considering that you only do a d20 and all that kind of things. Advantage versus difficulty. Because you control both the difficulty and the addition of advantage or disadvantage on a roll, why not just lower or raise the difficulty instead? You certainly can, but the advantage-disadvantage system allows players to feel good about their advantage and the chance to roll extra dice. For any standard adventurer, it would be a difficulty of 15 to sneak by and head to the guard without being noticed, but because you knocked out one of their lackeys and stole their attire, you'll have advantage on a presence roll to move by them without catching their eye. The world exists and the character's actions in their current situation can modify how successful they are interacting with it. So yeah, sometimes offering advantage is also kind of a way to kind of show the player that, hey, look, you are skilled in this kind of in this specifics area, or maybe you made an interesting decision or an interesting choice that actually offers you a higher benefit than I would have given you if you simply had a lower difficulty. So just to kind of reward your clever play, or just simply say that, hey, or just simply emphasize that you are really skilled in this activity in the moment, I'm simply gonna give you advantage at the existing difficulty. Especially if multiple characters are required to do the same role, it further emphasizes that, you know, the character with advantage really excels at it while the other characters do not, because it's a bit more annoying to set different DCs. Just keep the base DC, and to the player that made a clever choice or performs best, offer advantage as a kind of as a reward. Adversary action rolls. Adversaries aren't limited just to the attacks and unique actions in their stat blocks, which are presented later down the line. Those represent their special abilities, but they can do most anything a player character would do, such as picking a lock or climbing a cliff. However, other than the attack rolls described in the next section, adversaries don't typically make action rolls. When you want to make want an adversary's action to have a chance of failure, you can offer the player characters a chance to make a reaction roll or otherwise respond to the situation. This highlights the agencies of the player characters and keeps the story focused on them. For dramatic or difficulty tasks that the player characters can't influence, you may occasionally want to roll to see if the adversary succeeds. To do so, roll a d20 and add any relevant experience that they have. These rolls are more interesting if you tell the players the difficulty in roll whenever they can see the result. So yeah, basically, if if you want to utilize an adversary to make certain checks or certain actions that usually you would probably not see them in their stat block, could not see them, could be purely situational, purely to add to the fiction of it, to the narrative, to the experience of it. You can simply add, but yes, you can simply add any kind of relevant bonuses and do a general roll for it. And yes, you should initially emphasize the player, emphasize the opportunity to give the opportunity to the players first and foremost, as a way to react. But there could be certain situations where the player characters cannot influence it. Maybe the wizard is casting a spell that is extremely difficult, and maybe the player characters cannot influence it in the moment. Maybe they have done it prior to it, and by simply making a roll to determine that would be a lot better. Like what I said with the wizard could be something like, I don't know, the ritual has been affected in some way, that it's not something that has happened immediately. It maybe happened prior to the session or prior to the encounter, which forces now the sorcerer or the caster to now make an action roll instead of simply completing the ritual. So you can add that kind of element of tension, and by simply doing a roll yourself where the players are just there as witnesses. Oh, sorry, I was just bumped into a different page. There we go. So, adversary attack rolls. When an adversary you're controlling attacks the player character, you'll make a simplified version of the attack rolls made by players. Every adversary can make normal attacks using weapons in their stat blocks, and some adversary can also use special moves to attack. See adversary features later in the chapter. In the first step, add an attack modifier. Unlike player characters, adversaries don't use traits or experiences on their attacks. Instead, the stat block's attack modifier is usually the only number added to the adversary's attack roll. Set aside a number of extra character tokens equal to the attack modifier to help you keep track. Then choose dice. So basically, in this situation, similar to how players have tokens whenever they roll here, basically you are utilizing the tracker tokens, the character tokens used on the tracker, to also have them as a modifier reference when you're doing your roll, but you're not necessarily rolling with them. Or you could do that as well, I think, up to you. Or you could have like separate tokens that could represent the adversary's modifiers if you want to do that as well, especially maybe with some special NPCs that you have on your side of the table. Choose dice. You make an attack roll with a d20 instead of a duality dice. If the adversary has advantage or disadvantage, add an extra d20 to that roll, and you choose the high, and depending on if it's an advantage or disadvantage, you choose the highest or the lowest respectively. You roll the dice, you've gathered your d20 and any other dice and tokens for the attack modifier. Roll them at the same time, counting each token as a +1. Add the tokens to the dice roll together to determine the total. If you roll with advantage or disadvantage, don't count both d20s, only the highest or the lowest respectively, as described in the giving advantage and disadvantage rule. After that, you resolve the situation. You roll the total. You share the total with the players who were attacked. Ask them if to compare that to their evasion score. If the attack meets or beats their evasion score, it is successful and deals damage indicated in the stat block for that weapon. If a roll is below the evasion score, the attack misses and no damage is dealt. Invite the player to describe how they avoid the blow. So yeah, basically offer like the opportunity for the player to narrate the situation if they are whenever they are involved in it. Attacking multiple targets. By default, all adversaries can only hit one target with their standard attack. When an adversary's actions lets you make an attack against multiple targets with the same adversary, you make one attack roll and ask if it hits any of the targets. If you're making individual attacks with multiple adversaries during the same GM move, make an attack roll for each. So in Daggerheart, from what I've seen, when it comes to AoE attacks, you just do a singular roll. but only on separated instances of attacks you do separate rolls. Otherwise, you just do one singular roll that you compare to every score that you need to beat, or any difficulty score that you need to meet or beat. Attack rolls as story. Whenever an attack roll is made, there is an opportunity for you to show the way the attack changes the scenes. When your attack roll hits, you are taking away the resources from player characters like hit points, stress, armor, and so on. So ensure that you're providing the context for that change in the fiction. When your attack roll is a failure, it's an opportunity to celebrate the prowess of the player character. It's often a great time to ask the player to describe how they avoid the attacks. If a player character isn't sure how to describe their evasion, remind them that it's not just about how quick a character is, it's also about how skilled they are at not getting hit. This could manifest as a sorcerer reaching out and stopping an arrow in its tracks mid-flight, or the wizard throwing a magical barrier and at just the right moment. It could be the rogue transforming into a swirling mass of darkness for a moment and letting that axe pass straight through them. A ranger doing a backflip out of the way, and anything else that feels that it aligns with the kind of character they have built. So yes, this is purely flavor-wise. It should not, as long as it doesn't offer you any kind of mechanical benefits, choose whatever feel like it's fitting for your character when it comes to narrating that, you know, you made an attack, you avoided an attack, you've done you've taken part in some way in the scene. Adversary reaction rolls. Some player characters' moves can force adversaries or other NPCs to make a reaction roll. When you need to do so, roll a d20 to determine whether they succeed or fail. If you meet or exceed the roll's difficulty, the NPC succeeds on the reaction and avoids the consequences. If they roll below the target number, the NPC fails on the reaction and suffer the consequences. Because NPCs don't have character traits like PCs, you can add any of the adversary's relevant experiences as a bonus to their reaction roll. So yeah, I think this is on the game master side, from what I see, it's a lot more open-ended in how exactly you utilize the modifiers. You don't necessarily, it's an even more simplified, I think the monster stats in here are an even more simplified version of what you'd probably encounter in D&D with the creature stats, on the monster stats, where you still have ability scores, you still have certain skills, you still have other aspects that you also encounter in the normal character sheet. For example, Kraz is chasing a Qatari burglar, unleashes a fireball. The burglar has the very relevant experience of acrobatics, so the game master adds a +3 to their reaction roll. On the other hand, if you feel like the adversary would be particularly weak against the player character's move, you can instead impose a penalty on the adversary's roll. So yeah, the wizard again casts a fireball on a zombie horde and their commander a skeleton knight. The difficulty is a 13. The game master rules that the zombie horde is particularly ill prepared to avoid the fireball, being both weak against fire and unlikely to dodge as they move slowly and are bunched up. So they impose a -3 penalty to the roll. So yeah, again, this could also be something that is up to your own interpretation if you want to do it, and if you want to really emphasize, you know, clever choices on the side of the player. Of course, this game, from what I've seen, it's not as mechanically heavy and as mechanically restrictive. It doesn't play too much into this idea that, oh, there's no mechanic that tells me that I have a penalty, or there's no mechanic that tells me that I have a benefit. Yes, but if for the sake of the story or for the sake of the narrative, and in some ways to also make the player like feel like they made an informed decision, you can make your own you can do your own take on it and be like, you know what, this was an informed decision, I'm gonna make this be beneficial for you, so here I'm gonna add the penalty for my for the adversaries. The game master rolls a d20 for the zombie horde, getting a 13, which would have been enough to accept for the -3 penalty. The game master declares that they may take the full damage. The game master rolls for the skeleton light, getting an 18, which passes the reaction roll. The skeleton light takes half damage per the mechanic of the fireball spell. So yeah, that's a neat way to interpret it. Countdowns. You can use a countdown to track progress towards a certain event, adversary move, or consequences. Some stat blocks and adventures specifically call for a countdown, but feel free to use them in any scene you wish. Countdown die. When you want to track the passage of time or specific events leading to a dramatic moment, such as an impending adversary move or a significant narrative event, you can use your d20 or any other die as a countdown die to track its progress. Choose the die that has the needed starting value available to it and put it on the table with the desired number facing up. For example, if your starting value is a 5, you can use a d6 to set a 5 as your countdown die. Each time the countdown ticks down, you turn the die, reducing the value by 1. When the countdown ticks down from 1 to 0, which doesn't appear on the die, the countdown ends and triggers whatever you were counting down to 2. If you ever need to continue a countdown across sessions, make sure to record the current countdown value so you can continue counting at the beginning of the next session. So yeah, if you want something a bit more visible and a bit more approachable to you, you can use something physical like an actual die. Use the closest one that is to the value that you want to represent, and utilize that kind of thing. And of course, make note of it. We have our countdown of our own. To be fair, ours is tracked on on our Discord channel, and secondly, it's a bit more influential. Also because of how kind of our game runs, because for those of you who don't know kind of how our Hunter the Reckoning games run, Mondays are our starting session, both IRL and actually in-game. Our events happen on a Monday, the same day we also start in campaign. And it happens in the present day. When the session ends, that's also when the Monday ends for the session for our group. And the rest of the day up until the next Monday, that when we start our next session, it's considered downtime. So because of it, and because we are player in current present day, like literally like 10th of May 2024 present day, our game master, aside of telling us how many sessions it takes until the countdown reaches to 0, she also told us a literal calendar date. She gave us an actual calendar date on when exactly the countdown ends. So that's also an interesting way to approach it. If you feel like, if you plan your sessions to be kind of rapid fire, and in a way they always feel like they can conclude within the same amount of time. Of course, with a Sam Fantasy setting, it might not necessarily happen like this. With Hunter the Reckoning, overall, kind of our game master was able to play into it mostly, so we'll kind of have to see what happens after the fact. But that could also be a neat option to actually utilize your own actual, basically utilizing elements of real life as actual references for countdowns. I thought it was like really neat what our kind of the way kind of our storyteller organized this aspect of the game, and how exactly what exactly the time means within these sessions and within our downtime. Which also means that we have consistent downtime, which we constantly work upon. Even to, like, at the end of every session, we basically do a downtime and improve ourselves in some way or another. Of course, it takes a while to improve a skill, because the better we are at the skill, the more effort it takes, and that kind of a thing. And of course, with certain characters, you are more willing to kind of invest in improving existing skills to make them even better than they were before. Yeah, using a countdown. When you introduce a countdown, you can either directly tell the players you've done so. I'm starting a countdown when the army attacks, so what do you want to do before then, or imply it through your narration. The bridge is starting to crack and it won't last long. It's up to you whether to keep the countdown visible to the players, increasing tension each time it ticks down, or secretly to use it to track an event that they can't predict. When you're designing a countdown or using one from the adversary's stat block, consider 3 elements. Activation. When does the countdown activate in the narrative, prompting you to set the countdown line on its starting value? For example, a countdown might activate when the player character stealthily enters an enemy camp. Advancement. So when does the countdown advances, prompting you to take the die by 1? For example, the countdown might advance whenever the player character makes an action roll, or it might advance only when a certain roll results. Effect when triggered. So what happens when the countdown ends? For example, A countdown might trigger a powerful enemy attack or a wave of allies arriving to save the day. Oh, hi there, fella. So I've written plenty of fan fictions, never released, so don't ask. I understand. I have run into this thing called writer's block. Well, now I have writer's block for D&D. I'm just starting a blank page and screaming in my head, write something, anything. Actually, to think about it, I mean, maybe a good starting point could be taking into account what happened last session, where kind of the players progressed towards, and maybe take into account what the players want to achieve. Like whatever discussions they had during the previous session, take them as points of, as kind of a starting point. Maybe somebody discussed they want to go into X locations, or they wanted to meet with X person, or have this kind of conversation. They want to find, or they want to find X artifact or craft X item or something like that. Use the player's interest as your starting point in case you don't have an you don't have like a starting point for yourself, or like an arcing story or kind of a narrative that you want to build on your own. Look at what the players might want from what they've had, what they've chatted so far, or take a look at whatever they have in their backstories or in their personal characterizations that might be of interest to them, and also use that into building it. Because it's a good starting point, because at the very least you're ensuring that you're writing something that the players would have interest into investigating, or into, you know, looking into it. Like as I was actually you know, reading some of the stuff in here and going over it, play into the player's curiosity, cultivate curiosity. Basically, make sure add elements of things that the players might be interested about and they would want to explore, especially if they are connected to them, to their characters, their backstories, or other elements of that they might have an interest in. I don't know, as of now they are still thinking of how they're dreaming, or one guy is he thinks he took mushroom and all those are just furries. What if, considering that all of the players at the moment are still having this kind of internal conflict of what is this reality, maybe that's what you need to do. Bring forward kind of this heavy moment of revelation for the players to realize that, yo, you're not in a dream. This is reality now. You have to deal with it. So maybe create this tense or dramatic moment, or maybe not even moment. Maybe it could be a build up that makes them realize that, oh no, we are not in a dream anymore. We are in actual reality. This is our real life. This is our life now, so we have to deal with it. Maybe that could be the thing, and you know, that revelation could be through something like, you know, maybe some powerful caster discovers some unusual magical residue that might have been connected to the party getting into this world, and they are investigating it. They find the party, they have this conversation with this wizard, and somehow they are now seen as this kind of weird figures that they need to be you know, studied, or at the very least somehow they need to get a better understanding of who they are. I thought they might have a night party, and when they are sleeping they have a vision, which I've been planning a poem for. The vision is like a poem. I mean, yeah, I understood. Yeah, create a hook. Maybe that's kind of what you, maybe that could also be a thing that you could approach. Add some hooks, create a hook for the players to kind of latch on and move forward. The vision could be a thing. Now they realize that, oh, this is not as imaginary as we thought it was beforehand. So you can do that. Again, you can maybe somebody of influence of power might have found out about their arrival, and they find their arrival unusual, so they could be a target for that. There could be other elements still connected to that. There could be a higher power, like you mentioned with the vision, a higher power that actually brought him here, and somehow to kind of offer them agency be here and they have this kind of moment where they kind of break the veil and show themselves to kind of offer more context to their situation. It's written in fiction, so I'm not translating it. It's fine. I'm not asking you to give me the poem. It's I don't need the fine details. And the general, it's a 158 word poem. Fair enough. I'm not asking you to give me the fine details. Even the general concepts is more than enough to, at the very least, offer you a perspective from my end. Because if you give me the fine details, all I'm gonna say is, oh, that's cool, awesome. Most of my advice that I want to give is a bit more abstract or a bit more broader, not something in the minute details. Because the minutes, everybody can figure them out in time. Sometimes the broader concepts are the difficult side of things. So yeah, find ways for for the party to be hooked on. Maybe find certain plot points that would push them forward, or certain characters of interest that can push them forwards, or items of interest if the vision might have had some connections with that, anything of the sorts. And of course, the more you play, the more the visions play into their own interest, or somehow tease at things that could be of their interest, even better. Because again, if you play into the party's motivations, into the player characters, into the characters' motivation, and could also be the players, because especially for some of them, it's this being their first time, the player motivations and character motivation could basically could be the same thing. It's not necessarily different. It's not necessarily different. So also play into that. As of course, if you add elements that are connected to them or offer them interest, they'll be more willing to look into it. They're more willing to invest in it. They're more willing to take action upon it, especially if it's connected to them. Because it's an element of selfishness at the end of the day, but it's a good way to kind of push the story forward. And at the end of the day, you are there to create an enjoyable experience for all of you. And in many cases, you also need to shine the spotlight on certain players from time to time, and not necessarily the entire party as a group. As we've done with our Hunter the Reckoning games, with our session 2 right now, the people that have been so far in the spotlight have been Ambrose and Samson with his brother Patrick. Because that's kind of how currently that's been our initial plot hook of the campaign, and that's kind of where we are at the moment. But I'm fully aware as a player, as time goes on, there will be opportunities for both me and Iris. There've already been some hints at Iris is gonna have some interesting moments soon-ish, maybe a lot sooner than we would expect. And on my end, it also, from what I've been told, it's also possible depending on where exactly we choose our next point of action to be. So yeah, it doesn't have to always be about shining the light on all the players. It can also be, putting the spotlight on somebody for one session or 2 sessions, then jumping to somebody else, then another one, and so on. But anyhow, a standard countdown. Many enemies and events use standard countdowns in which the die begins on a specific number, such as a countdown 4, and takes down every time the player takes an action roll, regardless of the result. When the countdown reaches 0, the countdown's effect trigger is immediate after the last action roll is resolved. Short countdowns, which are like 2 to 4, work well when you want to move or event to quickly trigger in an countdown, regardless of how the players roll. But if you want the countdown to speed to vary with the player's roll, see the dynamic countdowns. Longer countdowns, which are 5 or longer, are best used for powerful moves or events that want to build up towards in the narrative. When in combat, standard countdowns for adversary moves are usually reserved for major antagonists of an encounter. Running more than one countdown at a time can be complex, so most encounters include no more than one adversary with countdowns. Of course, if you are a bit more experienced and you have some interesting interactions with it, you could do it. Nobody's telling you not to fucking do it. But yes, if you want to take it easy, and if it's especially if it's your first time attempting these kind of things, maybe keep it at 1. Dynamic countdown. When a certain situation is being actively influenced by the players, you may choose to use a dynamic countdown to track it. Unlike the standard one, this doesn't tick down every time the player rolled. Instead, it's influenced by the outcome of their rolls or choices. Dynamic countdowns are often used to track large-scale events or situations happening in the background of a complex scene. Typically, these countdowns have a starting value of 5 to 10. For example, if the player characters are trying to destroy a wall or other objects that doesn't have hit points, a dynamic countdown can track down how close you are to destroying it. Similarly, if the party's skyship is under attack, you might use a dynamic countdown to track their escape. Or if the player characters are chasing or searching for an enemy, the countdown can track how close the player characters are to catching them. Also, see chase countdowns below for guidance. Most dynamic countdowns can be categorized as either a progress countdown if you work towards a desired outcome, or consequence countdown if you're trying to avoid a dreaded outcome. The dynamic countdown advancement table suggests how much to take down to the countdown line depending on each action roll result. So if you, for a progress advancement, if you fail with fear, there is no advancements. If it's a consequence advancement, you take down 2. If it's a fail with hope, for a progress, there is no advancements. For a consequences, you take it down by 1. If it's a success with fear, you take it down by 1. And on the consequences, you advance it by 1. If it's a success with hope, you take it down by 2, and there is no advancement on the consequences. If it's a critical success, you take it down by 3 if it's a progress, and you don't make any changes if it's a consequences one. Advanced countdown features. You can use additional features to make the countdowns more complex or unique. Randomized starting values. Instead of assigning a starting value, the countdown might instead use a randomized value, countdown 1d6, meaning that you roll 1d6 and you use the result on the countdown starting value. Randomized countdowns are most commonly used when you want timing to be unpredictable, usually to keep the player characters on their toes. It's kind of, I find this one interesting. It kind of plays a bit into the chaos of it all, but it's cool. Loops. Some countdown loops are after they trigger. This is common with adversaries who can recharge an ability over time. After a countdown loop triggers, you apply its effect. The loop resets to its starting value and begins counting down. Again, for example, a countdown loop of 5 resets the tick after 5 ticks. So yeah, if you don't want to use, because there is another way to do this kind of thing. It's basically using a recharge roll, which basically simply roll a specific mentioned die, and if your result is a specific number, usually the highest number or a range of the higher results, that cooldown, that ability is recharged. But this is also like a more consistent way of doing it, which instead of just simply letting the RNG tell you if you get the ability or not. Well, poem is something along the lines like this, or at least to some level. Was a man who achieved divine power of omnipresence. Also, his soul is immortal, but nobody, and every 50 years he loses his omnipresent powers for a year. When he dies, his soul takes over a random body anywhere in the world. He has lived hundreds of years. That time his soul is weaker, and it takes longer to take over someone else's. Well, a group of heroes manages to kill him during that time period and break his soul into 4 parts. Okay, kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy kind of a thing. Interesting. I like it. increasing or decreasing the countdown. Some countdowns repeat like loops, but the timing between them increases or decreases with each loop, reflecting an event that changes frequency in the story. Each time an increasing countdown triggers, reset the starting value increases by 1. For example, countdown increases by 8, it begins at 8, then after its effect triggers, it loops resets to 9, then to 10, and so on. Similarly, each time a decreasing countdown triggers, its starting value decreases by 1. For example, countdown decreases to 8, it begins at 8, then it resets to 7, to 6, and so on. Once a decreasing countdown reaches 0, a major event triggers, such as a cave collapse, or in the example below. Okay, so this one can be, this one is a bit more evidently you can build. It's basically a build up to a climactic point that could be a really bad result or a really bad outcome that maybe in many situations you cannot not necessarily get out of it. You know, the BBAG does the kill all move, or you know, Final Fantasy 14 style, you know, the boss activates the raid wipe mechanic and you have to basically finish him by that point. Chase countdowns. You can use a dynamic countdown to track the progress of a chase scene. Whenever the player characters are pursuing or being pursued, when the chase begins, set 2 countdowns, one of the pursuing party and one for the escaping party. First, pick a die size for the pursuer's countdown, then the more time you want the chase to take, the larger die it should be. Then set that die at its highest values. Then use another die of the same size for the escapee's countdown, but at the same time at a lower value to reflect how much a lead they have. For example, a chase through a town market could use a d6. Each tick of the countdown could represent one range band, you know, very close to close, close to far, far to very far, and so on. For a chase playing out over a longer distance, such as a player characters pursuing a group of bandits across the countryside, each tick on the countdown might represent several kilometers or miles. Regardless of whether the player characters are escaping or pursuing, their action rolls advance both countdowns. As shown on the earlier dynamic countdown on the advancement table, when the player characters succeed on an action roll, it takes down their countdown, which is a progress countdown. When they fail an action roll or roll a success with fear, it takes down the other party's countdown, which is the consequences the countdown. Yes, this means that on a success with fear, both countdowns advance by 1. When setting the difficulty of this roll, consider the adversary difficulty plus any other narrative considerations. So as an example, the thief has stolen the wizard's spellbook, so the PCs are chasing them across the market. The GM decides a d6 for the thief as a countdown, as a consequence, and set it as a value of 4 since the thief has a slight head start. The rogue asks to go first, clambering up onto the market stall tents to run over the top rather than pursuing through the crowds. The game master asks for an agility roll against the thief's difficulty of 15. And then the rogue uses her second story experience to get a bonus. The sorcerer spends the hope to help an ally, describing how he channels his affinity with air to boost the rogues up. With the help of the sorcerer, the rogue rolls a success with hope. The game master takes the player's progress countdown from 6 to 4. This represents the rogue gaining onto the thief, helping the group catch up, providing a quicker route for the crowd. Next, the wizard wants to take things into his own hands. Using his Book of Sigil grimoire, he describes how he conjures an illusion or runs of a runaway horse, charging across the thief's path, forcing them to slow down rather than get trampled. The wizard makes a spellcast roll against difficulty 15, but rolls a failure with fear. The game master describes that the thief, seeing through the illusion at the last moment, moves through the crowd and forces the others to react to the horse at the bar of the party's way. the game master seeks the thief's consequences count down from 3 to 1 as the thief makes it at a far distance from the party. They are losing sight of the thief and are now in real danger of them getting away. If the consequences countdown ticks down one more time, the thief will be gone. So yeah, this one is like really interesting. It's kind of a cool like back and forth that can happen. I really like it because positive results are beneficial to your countdown, while negative results are beneficial to the pursuer, to the one that is being followed. Okay, they seal those souls parts into 4 babies in each follower of this man. That's still at this point. I have not come up with a name. That's totally fine. I know the struggle. Believe they can bring this person back if they kill all children. So heroes create a new spell to send these kids away, but because they can't really test spells, I get to know about a flaw that sends these children back one day. Like I have ideas how to, but can't really come up with the good lore around it. And I really have no idea what the player characters want to do. Of course, that's something that's gonna progress with time, and you'll probably realize some of their goals along the way. So yeah, maybe a bit unfortunately, yes, the best way you can do it is kind of roll with the punches, kind of go with whatever small narrative you have built up so far and see kind of what they pick from it and where exactly they pick their interests. Because as you I think mentioned beforehand, they had like multiple paths and ways where they can go in different locations. So maybe still keep those locations as an interest point for them to kind of pursue right now, and take into account the consequences that you mentioned before about because they chose a specific path, things change in other locations. So take that in consideration and maybe utilize those as kind of the next stepping point instead of just moving so far into the plot. Like main plot aspects in overarching arcs can take a while to build up and to progress. So at the very least, start with baby steps, see where kind of the party goes with whatever you have already built, and see kind of what they pick out of it and what exactly they find interesting in it, because that way later down the line it's gonna give you enough clues to see what exactly they like about what you're doing, what exactly they want to focus in a campaign. Because maybe some are more social focused, narrative focused, more political driven, maybe some are more combat driven, maybe they're a mix of both. Test the waters, see what sticks, see what doesn't stick before maybe jump into big plot decisions or plot changes, or not plot changes, plot progressions. Yeah. Long-term countdowns that can also be used to track long-term events during a campaign. You could count down towards the overthrow of a nation, the death of a powerful mage, or anything else that might take more than a few sessions come to bear. While you can use a die for long-term countdowns, it's often easier to use to make a countdown track to record the progress, across multiple sessions. To do so, decide how far out the event should be, usually between 4 and 12 ticks. On a piece of paper, create small boxes for each tick. Then starting from the first and working towards the last, write some events that may occur along the way that foreshadow the final event. These steps can alternate between the softer and harder moves to give a sense of variety in the growing tension. Example image, there's no example image, that's kind of sad. That's totally fine. So advancing a long-term countdown during a short rest, you should generally take a relevant long-term countdown once. During a long rest, you should generally take down a relevant countdown twice. When you take the countdown, let the consequences ripple down to the player characters, building tension as the events unfold. Often you can reveal this progression through something like the player character's witness, such as the banner of a rival leader painted onto the castle, or conversations overheard in the marketplace about strange lights NPC saw in the sky last night. Other times you might cinematically cut away to the scene the player characters are unaware of, narrating the accelerating effects of the players. This is best done without countdowns, where the characters are already in the know about the events surrounding the countdown, so that players aren't asked to completely ignore out of character knowledge. Yes, because this is also general advice, especially for new players. Don't bank on the possibility that players might know how to keep out of character knowledge outside of in-character knowledge. It's a learning curve. It's something that takes a while for players to grasp and for players to actually put in play. And in some cases, maybe some players may not even be able to. I use this as an olive branch for them to come curious and ask people of power about this. Thing is, they don't know how many regions have different versions of the same story and tell it differently, because this was like over 1500 years ago. Again, if you want to escalate the plots quick, yes, go ahead. Let the maybe start with this poem. And to be fair, honestly, this olive branch could be enough. Maybe build it in such a way where the locations that you've already built out can be points of interest where the players can ask informations from, and from that point on, like, let it go with the basically go with the flow. Let's see what the players are doing from that point on. Like, don't plan too much ahead, because you never know. You're not fully sure what exactly they're gonna how exactly they're gonna act upon this information. So just keep it within the things that they're already built and already have some elements determined, and see where exactly they go from there. Yes, yeah, give them the vision, give them the poem, make mentions maybe of the locations that you've already established. That would have been possible starting locations for their previous sessions, and see where they go from there with the vision given and these locations are already pre-existing. Example of a long-term countdown. Early in the campaign, the party crossed paths with Marius, a Galapa mercenary captain. The group suspected Marius would cause trouble, but pressing matters drew them elsewhere in the kingdom. Meanwhile, Marius makes a deal with the expansionist theocracy to the east. As an action, the party's seraph will likely view with concern because of her past with the theocracy. In exchange of helping the theocrats invade, Marius will be appointed as governor of a prosperous county once the kingdom falls. The Game Master wants this invasion to wrap up pretty quick, so they set up a count at 8, drawing 8 checkboxes as a countdown tracker. Next to each checkbox, the Game Master plans out story beats that can represent the countdown's advancements. The deal at 8, the deal is struck, and Marius's company mobilizes. Marius's company raids a border town. The theocracy troops begin to gather at the borders. Marius' company captures a different border town, having it misdirect nearby militants. The theocracy's army smashes into the kingdom, establishing a beachhead in the captured town. At 3, the refugees flee the region around the border town, bringing news of the invasion with them to the larger settlements. On 2, Marius moves to harry the kingdom's army and give the theocracy time to establish supply lines. On 1, the theocracy rededicates a temple in the captured town to their god and magnifies their priest powers in the kingdom. And on 0, the invasion becomes an all-out war, with Marius and the theocracy army executing coordinated strikes to divide the kingdom's defenses. The Game Master identifies that steps 6 and 3 are prime candidates for steps where news would reach the party. This gives them at least 2 clear prompts to get involved before the invasion escalates to a full-blown out war. And depending on the party's movement, the locations as the countdown progresses, the Game Master may be able to bring the edges of the invaders to the party's horizon or even to their doorstep. So yeah, interesting. I really like all of the guidelines that they kind of give you with the countdowns. It's quite encompassing, and it's a great tool to utilize when it comes to building up to events and especially things, because it's also something useful for you as well as a game master, because as I mentioned with our Hunters of Reckoning, our storyteller like told us that we advanced the plot extremely fast and now she decided like, okay, I'm gonna put a countdown for you all, so you know about it, and you should probably slowly start worrying about it, but at the same time I also have enough time to prep on the actual and look into the actual details and what exactly would happen as the event gets nearer and the day basically and the countdown reaches to its close. But yeah, that overall has been really nice. I don't think we have a lot more left. Yeah, we're almost to the end of it. Because they really have no world-ending threat. They just excited and to form connections, and those connections are ones I will attack. I really like this. This is not history story from Saga, but a history story of a diary. Of course, if they end up ruling a kingdom, then this idea flies out the window. Hey, you never know. Believe me, it happened to me as well. What do you mean you want to become connected in politics and want to have like a stronghold, an actual, and become basically nobility? Fine, go ahead, I guess. I was just playing here to, get loot and kill dragons, but sure, if you want to get into politics, go ahead, get into politics. Yeah, at this point, just take it slow, see where exactly the party wants to go and what exactly they want to build up themselves, because creating yourself expectations of the party wanting something specific out of the party, but the party does not commit to it because they have other interests. Maybe they want something a bit more social, maybe they want something more management sim, like I don't know, running how to run a tavern or that kind of a shit. It's up to them at that point. Some of the agents, of course, have an open. If things move in a direction that you no longer feel like you're enjoying it yourself, or you don't really know how to add to it yourself, then yes, have a conversation with the party and be like, hey, maybe we should look, what you're getting out of this campaign is not something that I want to get out of it. Maybe we can find some kind of middle ground, or maybe we can start something different that goes more into the direction that we all want. Middle of session, take half a great break, proceeds to learn how feudal Japan worked. Ooh. Nah, that's rough, buddy. That's rough. Gold, equipment, and loot. Which, within your campaign, it's up to you and your players on how much importance you place on gold, equipment, and loot. Your players might operate as a band of thieves who rob all adversaries they face. They might be a group of spiritual devotees who abstain from acquiring new possessions as much as possible, or they might take an approach to wealth and possession that lands somewhere in the middle. You can also utilize wealth and equipment to adjust the dial between realism and fantasy. If you like to add more survivalist zones to your game and players need gold to buy food, then they'll likely interact with opportunities to acquire wealth very differently than if you choose to hand wave a full pack of rations. So yeah, basically, it's again depending on what you want out of it and what also the players want out of your the play experience. It's a balancing act of what kind of how you utilize your equipment that they are given, how you put into play currency and use of currency, and how exactly both you and the players kind of interact with loot. Because I've had parties where literally they looted even the shirts of their body, the shirts on a corpse's body. Like literally they took everything. I'm like, logistically speaking, why are you taking all of their weapons and everything? Because at this point you just have an armory for what, for whom? Later down the line, as they started to build guards and basically an army force, like, hey, remember all those items that we collected? Yes, I remember. Well, guess what? Oh buddy, Isn't it how it can go? It can go like that, believe me, it's happened. To be fair, I don't think I've jumped into that, personally jumped into that kind of drastic situation. Was like, okay, full on 30-minute break, I need to research shit. Most of the times I was able to kind of weave around it until the session ended and looked for shit after the session. Because me personally, I also don't like to take too long of a breaks whenever I take them during the session play, but again, that's a personal thing of mine. Well, by the way, it's weird to use my whole screen after so long. I have a Odyssey G9, it's a 49-inch Ultra. Whoa, damn. That's really big, like a 49-inch one. Damn it. Mine are like decent size, like what you'd expect as a monitor. I don't exactly know the diagonal of it at the moment. I totally forgot, but it's a decent monitor size. I do at some point probably want to expand to a third one, just to have it for my either the stream setup or have it as a separate window for chat exclusively. And then, so basically one of my monitors could become like a miscellaneous thing. Would be probably a lot more useful. But that's just future me problems that currently I'm handling it with my two monitors. Okay, so distributing gold. Using gold as a quest reward can give your players a fun way to procure new equipment for future adventures. This book leaves the prices of items up to you, allowing you to decide how much importance you want to place on gold in your campaign. If you don't want to worry about gold in your campaign, you can just let the player characters go to shop and talk with the merchant there, abstracting payment and letting each player choose an item or two from their tier. When you do this, rather than letting them choose from the whole tier list, you can encourage them to shop around by only offering them a few that make sense for that locations or that you think the player characters would like. If you'd rather gold play a larger role in your game, the following section provides further guidance on pricing equipment. Ooh, nice. So, distributing equipment. At the character creations, the players have access to all starting weapons and armors. The remainder of the equipment is organized by rarity and should be made available to players as the party moves through the campaign. Often this looks like choosing a few options to make them available to shop along their journey, or providing a new weapon as part of an NPC reward. If you choose to give gold as a reward but don't want to... Oh! Hello there, Raiders! How's it going? Let me give you a quick shout out. Hello there, Hyperobo. How's it going? What were you doing? STG Shams? I don't know what that is, but I hope you've enjoyed it, and if you want to explain it to me, I would gladly listen to it. How is all good? How y'all doing? For anybody new here, hi, I'm Adrian Solf. I also go by Card. You can call me however you prefer, it does not bother me. I'm your vampiric casino owner. What happens around the casino? Usually, most of my machines and most of the games you find here available are indie related, ttrpg related. In some cases, they are like interesting popular game series that I like to play. Or, you know, I just like to chill out with some RPGs from time to time. Why do I focus on indies? Indies are the ones that, you know, are taking risks, trying new things, innovating, and keeping the industry fresh. So, you know, whenever we can, we should show support to the little guy. My way of doing it is playing them on stream, talking about them, showing why they are cool, and having them featured in my details page on the channel. And of course, if you want to know more info about those kind of things, you can use the command indie. It gives you all the info about my indie streams, with a link of all the more popular store pages of the current indie I'm playing, plus a list of all the previous indies. But aside from that, I also like to cover ttrpgs like I'm doing right now. I'm having a discussion on how to run game elements as a game master in Daggerheart. But at the same time, I like to also open this as a platform for anybody who's a fan of ttrpgs to have any kind of discussion they want. If they need advice, if they just want to vent or gush about their own ttrpg experiences. This is a platform where you can openly do it with no matter what game system we are talking about. You can, even though I'm covering Daggerheart, you can talk about Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinders, World of Darkness, Blades in the Dark, whatever you prefer, Cyberpunk, Red, whatever. Even though I may not be fully familiar with the systems, I still would like to hear or would like to offer advice wherever I can. I'm doing well, except the game I was playing, Mad Shark, tested my patience. I gave up at the final stage due to the BS. It happens sometimes. It happens. I've had issues with those kinds of games. I think I've done that with some of the Doom games. I've literally I think I gave up with some of the with Doom 64. Some of the quote unquote, that's their naming of it, by the way, fun levels. That's how they chose to name it. They were basically infuriatingly hard. Like, not fun hard or challenging hard. No, they were just here, have a fucking soup of enemies and deal with it. Have fun. I hated it. So I decided to just skip a few of those levels and be like, okay, I want to jump into Doom 3 at this point. I don't fucking care anymore. Just let me play the game, play my games in peace. I have it in basically corner of screen as second monitor, and have two full HD monitors hanging around all day. I have both of them. One is 24, one is 27, and have been thinking of putting one as a third monitor. I mean, yeah. To be fair, because of my game dev experiences, my work in the field, you kind of jump into setups where you utilize two monitors, and believe me, once I jumped into a two monitor setup, I cannot fucking go back. I couldn't go back to a single monitor. To me, I needed two minimum, and I'm afraid once I jump into a three monitor setup, I'm not able to go back to revert back to two either. So that's gonna be an interesting shift. So yeah, but anyhow, also, as I mentioned, for those who've come here from the raid, because I forgot to mention about it, if you want to do any kind of post-raid, self-care and aftercare, go ahead and do it. You raiding into the channel is more than enough support. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your stay here. If you think that the kind of content that I'm doing is something that you enjoy and want to see more of it, you can offer a follow here and there. As you can see with the graphic below me, I'm pushing to get affiliated approved. I kind of checked all of the boxes. Currently, the only thing that I'm pushing towards is that viewership average. So yes, your rating is more than enough support for me to get to that sweet number of free average viewers. So yeah. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. But hey, if you want to stay here and talk about stuff, we're gonna talk about it. That's totally fine. I have a quad monitor. I used to have a quad monitor, but you could not really do anything with it because my PC back then was not strong enough. I am imagining it. But then, what were you working on? Or like, was there like a work specific reasons for you to have like a quad monitor? I know in like a in the studio that I worked with, because one of my friends also like programmed some parts of the game, and he basically told me like, yeah, I basically jumped into a free monitor setup because I have the game preview, the code preview, and the miscellaneous screen wherever I can just have, I don't know, music or have something else as a reference or a tutorial or whatever the fuck. So yeah, I know at the very least for work reason in certain areas it can jump to 3, but I don't think I've heard the jump to 4. So yeah, oh yeah, you had it just because, I mean, fair enough. 1 second. Okay, so if you choose to give gold as a reward but don't want your campaign to be particularly driven by it, you can make most weapons and armors worth 2 handfuls of gold per tier. So 2 handfuls for tier 0, 4 handfuls for tier 1, 6 for tier 2, and 8 for tier 3. Okay, that's a nice reference. If you want to play a larger part in your campaign, you might instead make most weapons and armors worth 2 handfuls of gold per tier. Wait. Oh, 2 bags. I think it's a misspelling. It's a misspelling. 2 bags of gold per tier. So yeah, 2 bucks for 0, 4 for 1, 6, and so on. Regardless of your approach to setting the prices, keep in mind how common a weapon or armor might be in a particular city or region. and how generous or stingy a particular shopkeeper might be. But I mostly, you know, set my system as triple. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, distributing loot. When giving out loot, the lower the item or consumable number is on the list, the less impactful it tends to be. Consumables are often less powerful just by their nature, so if you want to give them something to every low-level player, consider common consumables, which were mentioning in chapter 2. I haven't really covered too much of it just because I do want to keep some mysteries about the system and for players to discover on their own. If you're looking for something a little more permanent, consider common items, which are also seen in items in chapter 2. On the other hand, if players are reaching the pinnacle of their campaign, you want to give them something very powerful, consider a few rare or legendary consumable and items. You're highly encouraged to make your own items and consumables as you see fit in your campaign. Mix and match loot and make it personalized for your story, or make choices of what to have in your world on the list and want to make unavailable. As with equipment, loot has no set gold cost. Instead, the gold cost should reflect how often you are giving gold as a reward, and as well as a commonplace that loot might be locally. So yeah, which is also on the tail end of it. Yes, I would also personally encourage, even for like starting DMs, here and there at the very least, to occasionally dabble in consumables or item crafting. Don't go more than that when it comes to homebrewing, because especially if you specifically focus on doing it for items that the players might be interested, so having them like be player thematic, because that's something I've done for campaigns. I was like, okay, my player likes these kinds of play styles, or it's this kind of character, so. And you kind of gave me, or sometimes I've even been inspired by players. I think a player, one of my players showed me a clip of showed me a clip of a guy that was like whipping a chain that sounded like a whip, but it sounded like fucking lightning. So I was like, wait a minute, a lightning like chain whip as an item, and I literally, I was like, you know what, you gave me a cool idea, I'm gonna build it and have it here. And I think later down the line, I think one of them kind of got it as an item. So yeah, that was kind of really cool. Or sometimes I've just built like custom items specific for players as kind of a reward for progressing in their stories or narratives. That's also a good way to do it, especially if they're like connected or have certain themes, be it subclass specific or deity specific. If they have some kind of connection to a deity or a patron, that's also really cool. Because, you know, add more character, add more, you know, characterization and player identity. Economy of the world, more guidance on that later down the line. Fair enough. It's not something I'm gonna jump too much about, and I'm not gonna talk too much about it, because to be fair, it's something that even I'm not too good at it. The economy side of things, I've overpowered one of my groups so quickly that I regretted it almost by next session. I was like, fuck, now I have to really rethink my challenge, my combats because of it. To be fair, D&D doesn't have like great guidelines when it comes to pricing or balancing, because the item rarity system that D&D has, it's not really good, because there are some really powerful items at low rarities that sometimes, in some cases, even powerful than higher rarities items. So yeah, they're not like a good reference, and they don't have a gold reference as either. So that was even more of a struggle to figure out. Or at the least, they don't have like a good gold reference. It's really menial for most adventuring partying, especially for the amount of gold you receive in pre-made adventures. So yeah, optional GM mechanics. There are a number of optional GM mechanics you can choose to implement if you or your table prefer them. Fate rolls. Sometimes the game master wants to use randomness when deciding something that is not dependent on a particular character's capabilities or some other existing measurements. In this situation, you can use a fate roll, asking the player to roll their hope or fear die to decide the result. Your choice of die doesn't affect the outcome, nor does the roll result grant hope or fear. The die type simply helps to add flavor to the roll. You might roll the hope die when determining whenever fortune smiles upon the character, or if if there will be a lucky circumstance. You might roll with the fear die when determining if a potential hazard manifests, or when deciding exactly how bad and dangerous the situation becomes. When making a fate roll, you can say that a particular result happens at a certain number or higher, or you may say that the higher the number, the more a particular thing has happened. For example, roll the fear die on a 8 or higher, the fire spreads beyond this house. I think it's really up to chance whether reinforcements will make it to you in time. Go ahead and roll a fear die. That'll determine the starting size of the countdown. When that triggers, reinforcements will arrive in your far range. Go ahead and roll a hope die to see how big the crowd at the inn is tonight. The higher the roll, the bigger the crowd. So yeah, this is a lot more impromptu, kind of more for like improv situations and this kind of thing. It lets you kind of build upon it. But they're like a good way to add kind of some tension here and there, and other elements of unpredictability if you want to make things to feel like spontaneous. Falling damage, interesting is that it's an optional rule. If a character falls a long way to the ground, you can use the following as a guide. A fall from very close range deals 1d10 direct physical damage. A fall from close range deals a 1d20 direct physical damage. A fall from far range deals 100 direct physical damage or death at the game master discretion. You may always increase or decrease the dice roll to fit the story. So yes, if we want to have a goldfish moment where you roll piles of dice that go way beyond 0, go ahead, I guess. If it's for the fun of it. But I do like how it weirdly escalates from, oh yeah, roll a d10, oh yeah, roll a d20, roll a d100. And also, if I remember correctly, direct physical damage means that it cannot be reduced, so you're gonna get fucked. There's no like barbarian rage or anything like that could help you, that could save you from this. Moving and fighting underwater. Attack rolls underwater are made at a disadvantage unless it makes sense for the character to fight easily underwater. For any creature that can breathe underwater, if you want to create tension around how long they can breathe, you can create a breath countdown die, set the starting value at 3 or more, and take it down as follows. Take down once whenever a player character takes an action underwater. If an action roll is a failure with fear, or with fear, you can use your move to take it down an additional type. If the roll is both a failure with fear, you can take it twice instead. I mean, to be fair, consider it's a starting value of 3. You can basically, if you make an action and you fail with fear, you take it down at 3 and you're already at 0. Now, once the countdown ends, whenever a PC takes an action, the underwater PC must mark a stress, and after they mark a stress, then they mark hit points, and so on and so forth until they either die or drown, or technically drown. Yeah. Conflict between player characters. Sometimes a player might want their character to act against another player character in the scene. Daggerheart doesn't have rules to support this, so before jumping into rolling dice, discuss the situation with both players to decide how to resolve the conflict. A roll might not be necessary to decide the outcome, but if rolling will be fun for everyone involved, come to a consensus on the terms on the roll, then add it after it's made, facilitate the scene accordingly. Of course, conflicts could be here something a bit more powerful, not necessarily competitions, because competitions are a different thing. Competitions can apply rules between both the player character and the game master. In this situation, it's something that could lead maybe into a player fight or a player conflict, or like a kind of combat-ish scenario. So if you want to avoid that and just do some kind of contested roles, which everybody is on board with, then yeah, go ahead and use that. But yeah, those are like a neat. I think they cover like most of the general aspects that you'll encounter in a ttrpg session. So they are like a decent guidelines. To be fair, this one is kind of small-ish, but hey, I think we're only left to how to run an adversary, right? yeah, running GM NPCs. So yeah, this is the kind of the last section. So when you run NPCs as a GM, you should always strive to follow your game master principles, make the NPCs act in line with their motives, and use them to bring the world to life. You can either describe the unique way they speak or act, or you can even use a new voice, posture, or mannerism to act the NPC yourself. Use whatever approach you're comfortable with that helps differentiate them from other NPCs that a party has met. So yeah, add flavor, add characterization, add, if you are comfortable with those kind of things, add them to them, especially because in some cases it can make the character a lot more charming, a lot more interesting for the group as well, especially if also the players like to play into the kind of characterizations with their own characters. It's obviously from that point on that it's a safe space for you to do it as well as a game master, so you shouldn't necessarily feel shy or like ashamed about it. Also, you should never feel ashamed about for fucking role-playing NPCs and being funny and being crazy about it. You should never be. It's fun. Be crazy, go wild. Fuck it, we ball. Choosing NPC statistics. Many NPCs don't need formal backstories or statistics. If the player characters are simply interacting with a friendly bar patron to gather information, you probably just need a name, description, and motive. But yeah, but the first requirement, it's a hard one. I mean, to be fair, you are asking me to give an NPC a name, like, good luck with that. These three things give your player character something to call the NPC, a way to recognize them, and a purpose behind their actions. If they are somebody the player characters might try to make a roll against, consider also giving them a difficulty. NPCs can sometimes become adversary. If this occurs, give them statistics by choosing or customizing adversary stat blocks from chapter 4. Yeah, this is also a good point of advice. If you build like an NPC in the moment, maybe before starting customizing it or homebreak it in your own way, look into existing stat blocks that fit the mark, or at the very least as close as possible, and just make any necessary alterations, especially if it's something that you do in the moment. If it's something that you do off, prep wise and behind the scenes in between sessions, yeah, go ahead, be detailed about it, be crafty and create your own one if that's what you want. Using NPC allies. NPCs can also sometimes become allies in fights. If this is the case, you don't need a stat block for them. Instead, describe what they do during battle, putting the spotlight on them as the story demands, and narrating how the fiction changes because of their involvement. And don't worry about tracking their movements on their action tracker. Instead, when they act in a way that they might help the player characters, if the party capitalizes on that help during their next action, give the player characters advantage on the appropriate roll. Okay, so NPCs allies can always get hurt or even die as a result of the narrative. Just because they don't have hit points or stress doesn't mean that they are immune to the ways of the world. During your GM move, don't be afraid to capture the NPC and threaten their life to drive the player characters to action. Trap the NPC somewhere and force the party to make a difficult choice, or push the NPC's motives so hard it makes them do something that puts everyone in danger. Hit the NPC hard when it feels justified, let them be beaten and broken as a result of a difficult fight, or have them die in the party's arms if the narrative says they should. Because you are running both the adversaries and the NPCs, they are under your control. Do with it as you see fit for the story. Follow the fiction, embrace your GM principles, and make moves that drive interesting conflict for the party. So yeah, if it adds spice, if it adds drama, if things become a lot more interestingly, characterize it. Of course, this is a lot more of a simplified version of how to handle like ally NPCs, which from what I see of it doesn't put too much into play the action tracker and the GM side of it, because I would have seen it as an interesting way to, whenever the GM side of the combat starts, they have access to both the player character, both the adversaries and the NPC ally. So it probably would have been interesting to also see the NPC ally act during the adversary turn. But from the looks of it, more to come from this section in a future draft, including potentially exploring more complex NPC ally options. To be fair, yes, I would love that, because in some aspects, especially with some maybe reoccurring characters or maybe some really powerful NPC characters of note, of course not to the point where they take the spotlight of the party, but you might want that in the party, especially for like really big threats, to kind of emphasize that, hey, you need all the allies you can get, so maybe have have the all-powerful wizard, have the, you know, the archbishop join you in some kind of a divine quest, or all that kind of things. And you know, in those situations you probably need something a bit more put together, like actual hit points, actual abilities, actual behavioral system, and how exactly they act within the game. But yeah, overall, from what I see, yes, now we are jumping into safety tools and how to run session zeros and general sessions over ttrpg. I'm gonna make the call, as I mentioned before, because it already extended a lot really long. It's like I'm at the 8-hour mark right now. I'm gonna make the call and let the session discussions as a next topic for next stream, because to be fair, today I also jumped into the version 1.4 changes, because they were new changes, and I wanted to see what exactly was different about them, aside from me continuing my topic. So yeah, I'm gonna make the call and ending it here with the discussions. If you have anything else you want to add in the meantime, I'm openly about it. Overall, yes, I really like how they are covering the GM section. They're offering really good advice, really interesting tools that you can utilize for your game to add a lot more tension, a lot more pressure, a lot more drama, and to overall make the experience a lot better. And so yeah, overall, I like the guidance section of it, like the principle, practices, and pitfalls to avoid, because these are elements that a lot of GMs either fail to see or jump into those really easily. So they should be aware of them from the very beginning. And core mechanics, yes, they cover. Overall, they are very similar to how the player side of it is. It's just overly simplified, because to be fair, a game master has many facets of the game that they have to take in charge of. So having their side of the screen be a lot more simple in certain actions and in certain elements of the game, it's better, because it helps a more scattermind game master like myself to keep track of other stuff as well, and not just forget, you know, important countdowns or important encounters and that kind of a thing. But yes, as I mentioned, I think this is gonna be the point where I end. But as always, I do want to jump to somebody else's stream. So let's see, is there somebody, is there like a friend that I would like to jump at? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I think I already know who I want to jump to, because again, I do want to support a good cause. And currently, Joe Java is participating in the May's charity month of basically fuck cancer. So, and you know, there is a link to donate and all that kind of stuff. So I want to show my support and be there for him the best way I can. So hey, if you want to support a good cause, as some of you probably participated in my HIO Palestine Relief special stream, if you're that kind of individual that and you have the means, I'm not forcing you in any way. If you have the means and you want to do it, go ahead and do it. So yeah, I do want to show a bit more support to Joe and all of the other people that, you know, are participating in this thing. Huh? Oh, they changed the raid channel tab. What the shit? Yo, Java. So let's start a raid. So as mentioned before, when it comes to raiding, this is the general message that we use. So yeah, overall, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. You've been amazing. I appreciate everybody who lurked, chatted. Oh, thank you so much for the raid, the Hyperrobo. The support is especially the support is greatly appreciated, because you know, I really enjoy doing these things. I really enjoy talking about ttrpg. I really enjoy playing indie games, playing games in general, and honestly, the streaming has really reignited my passion for gaming in general. So yeah, I really appreciate you all being here. So yeah, as I mentioned, all of you are awesome. Don't you forget that. See you on the flip side.